Part 4. A Sense of Self. Simulation spaces. Decided personality problems could arise. Any simulation which knew its origins was forcefully reminded that it was not the original, but a fog of digits. All that gave it a sense of self was continuity, the endless stepping forward of pattern. In actual people, the real algorithm computes itself by firing synapses, ringing nerves, continuity from the dance of cause and effect. This led to a critical problem in the representation of real minds, a subject under a deep, though eroding, taboo in the closing era of the Empire. The simulations themselves did much of the work on this deep problem, with much simulated pain. To be themselves, they had to experience life stories which guided them, so that they saw themselves as the moving point at the end of a long, complex line drawn by their total selves, as evolved forward. They had to recollect themselves, inner and outer dramas alike, to shape the deep narrative that made an identity. Only in simulations derived from personalities which had a firm philosophical grounding did this prove ultimately possible. Encyclopedia Galactica. 1. Joan of Arc floated down the dim, rumbling tunnels of the smoky mesh. She fought down her fears. Around her played a complex spatter of fractured light and clapping, hollow implosions. Thought was a chain unfixed in time and unanchored in space. But, like tinkling currents, alabaster pious images formed, restless, churning, an unending flux, dissolving structures in her wake as if she were a passing ship. She would be hugely pleased indeed to have so concrete a self. Anxiously she studied the murky mesh that streamed about her like ocean whorls of liquid mahogany. Since her escape from the wizards, upon whom the preservation of her soul, her consciousness, a term somehow unconnected to conscience, depended, she had surrendered to these wet coursings. Her saintly mother had once told her that this was how the churning waters of a great river succumb, roiling into their beds deep in the earth. Now she floated as an airy spirit, self-absorbed, sufficient to herself, existing outside the tick of time. Stasis space, Voltaire had termed it, a sanctuary where she could minimize computational clock time. Such odd language, waiting for visions from Voltaire. At his last appearance he had been frustrated, and all because she preferred her internal voices to his own. How could she explain that, despite her will, the voices of saints and archangels so compelled her, that they drowned out those who sought to penetrate her from outside? A simple peasant, she could not resist great spirit beings, like the no-nonsense St. Catherine, or stately Michael, king of angel legions, greater than the royal French armies that she herself had led into battle eons ago, an odd voice whispered. Yet she was sure this was mere illusion, for time surely was suspended in this purgatory. Especially she could not resist when their spirit speech thundered with one voice, as now. "Ignore him," Catherine said, the instant Voltaire's request for audience arrived. She hovered on great white wings. Voltaire's manifestation here was a dove of peace, brilliant white, winging toward her from the sullen liquid. Blithe bird. Catherine's no-nonsense voice cut crisply, as stiff as the black-and-white habit of a meticulous nun. "You sinfully surrendered to his lust, but that does not mean that he owns you. You don't belong to a man, you belong to your Creator." The bird chirped. "I must send you a freight of data." I... Joan's small voice echoed as if she were in a vast cavern, not a vortex river at all. If she could only see! Catherine's great wings batted angrily. "He will go away. He has no choice. He cannot reach you, cannot make you sin, unless you consent." Joan's cheeks burned as the memory of her lewdness with Voltaire rushed in. "Catherine is right," a deep voice thundered. "Michael, king of the angel hosts of heaven." Lust has nothing to do with bodies, as you and the man proved. His body stank and rotted long ago."
"It would be good to see him again,"
Joan whispered longingly. Here thoughts were somehow actions. She had but to raise a hand, and Voltaire's numerics would transfix her. "He offers defiling data," Catherine cried. "Deflect his intrusion at once." "If you cannot resist him, marry him," Michael ordered stiffly. "Marry?" St. Catherine's voice sputtered with contempt. In bodily life she had affected male attire, cropped her hair, and refused to have anything to do with men, thus demonstrating her holiness and good sense. Joan had prayed to St. Catherine often. "Males, even here," the saint scolded Michael, "you stick together to wage war and ruin women." "My counsel is entirely spiritual," said Michael loftily. "I am an angel, and thus prefer neither sex." Catherine sputtered with contempt. "Then why aren't you the queen of legions of angels and not the king? Why don't you command heavenly hostesses and not heavenly hosts? Why aren't you an archangela instead of an archangel? And why isn't your name Michelle?" "Please," Joan said. "Please." The thought of marriage struck as much terror in her soul as in St. Catherine's, even if marriage was one of the blessed sacraments. But then so was extreme unction, and that one almost always meant certain death. "Flames," the priest's leer as he administered the rites. "Crackling horror, terrible cutting, licking flames." She shook herself, assembled herself, came a whisper, and focused on her saintly host. "Oh, yes, marriage. Voltaire." She was not sure what marriage meant, besides bearing children in Christ and in agony for Holy Mother Church. The act of getting children, begetting, aroused in her a thumping heart, weak legs, images of the lean, clever man. "It means being owned," Catherine said. "It means instead of needing your consent when he wants to impose on you, like now, were Voltaire your husband, he could break in on you whenever he likes." Existence without selfdom, without privacy. Bursts of Joan's bright self-light collided, flickered, dimmed, almost guttered out. "Are you suggesting," Michael said, "that she continue to receive this apostate without subjecting their lust to the bonds of marriage? Let them marry and extinguish their lust completely." Joan could not be heard over the bickering of saints and angels in the musty liquid murk. She knew that in this arithmetic limbo, like a waiting-room for true purgatory, she had no heart, but something, somewhere, nevertheless ached. Memories flooded her. His lean, quick self. Surely a saint and an archangel would forgive her if she took advantage of their sacred bickering to grant Voltaire's request that his data be received, if she surrendered, just this once, to impulses compelling her from within. Shuddering, she yielded. 2. Voltaire snapped. "I've waited less long for Friedrich of Prussia and Catherine the Great." "I am adrift," Joan said airily, "occupied." "And you're a peasant, a swineherd, not even a bourgeoise. These moods of yours, these personae your subconscious layers created, they grow tiresome in the extreme." He hung in air above the lapping dark waters. Quite a striking effect, he thought. "In such haunting rivers I must converse with like minds." He waved away her point with a silk-sleeved arm. "I've tried to make allowances. Everyone knows saints aren't fit for civilized society. Perfume cannot conceal the stink of sanctity." "Surely here in Limbo—" "This is not a theological waiting-room. Your tedious taste for solitude plays out in theatres of computation." "Arithmetic is not holy, sir." Perhaps, though I suspect Newton could prove otherwise." He slow-stepped the scene, watching individual event waves wash through. To his view the sombre river gurgled an increment forward, and Joan's eyebrow inched up, then paused for the calculation to be refreshed. He accelerated her internal states, though, allowing a decent interval for La Pucelle, the chaste maid, to ponder a reply. He had the advantage, for he commanded more memory space. He breached the slow-stepped, slumbering river Sem. He had thought this best, images of womb-like wet reassurance, to offset her fire phobia. The maid gaped, but did not answer. He checked, and found that he did not now have the resources to bring her to full running speed. A complex in the Batisvedanta sector had sucked up computing space. He would have to wait until his ferret programs found him some more unoccupied room. He fumed. Not a good use of running time, but somehow it felt right, if you had the computational space. He felt another distant suck on his resources. An emergency tick-tock shut down. Computer backups shifted to cover. His sensory theatre dwindled, his body fell away. Miserable wretches, they were draining him. He thought she spoke, her voice faint, far away. He fiddled in a frenzy to give her running time. Monsieur neglects me. Voltaire felt a spike of joy. He did love her. A mere response could buoy him up above this snaky river. "We are in grave danger," he said. "An epidemic has erupted in the matter world. Confusion reigns. Respectable people exploit widespread panic by preying on each other. They lie, cheat, and steal." "No." He could not resist. "In other words, things are exactly as they've always been." "Is this why you have come?" she asked. "To laugh at me? A once chaste maid you ruined?" "I merely helped you to become a woman." "Exactement," she said. "But I don't want to be a woman. I want to be a warrior for Charles of France." "Patriotic twaddle. Heed my warning. You must answer no calls except mine without first clearing them through me. You are to entertain no one, speak with no one, travel nowhere. Do nothing without my prior consent." "Monsieur mistakes me for his wife." "Marriage is the only adventure open to the manifestly cowardly. I did not attempt it, nor shall I." She seemed distracted. "This threat, it is serious?" "Not one shred of evidence exists in favor of the idea that life is serious." She snapped back to attention. Data resources had returned. "Then, sir—" "But this is not life. It is a Mathist dance." She smiled. "I do not hear music." "Had I digital wealth, I would whistle. Our lives, such as they are in grave danger." La Pucelle did not answer at once, though he had given her the running time. Was she conferring with her idiotic voices of conscience? Quite obviously, the internalizations of ignorant village priests. "I am a peasant," she said, "but not a slave. Who are you to order me?" Who indeed? He dare not yet tell her that. Abstracted into a planet-wide network, he was now a lattice of digital gates, a stream of zeros and ones. He ran on processor clusters, a vagrant thief. Amid Trantor's myriad personal computers and mountainous imperial processors, he lurked and pilfered. The image he had given Joan, of swimming in an inky river, was a reasonable vision of the truth. They swam in the mesh of a city so large he could barely sense it as a whole. As constraints of economics and computational speed required, he moved himself and Joan to new processors, fleeing the inspection of dull-witted but persistent memory space police. And what were they? Philosophy was not so much answers as good questions. This riddle stumped him. His universe wrapped around itself, worm Ouroboros, a solipsistic wet dream of a world. To conserve computations, he could shrink into a solipsist selfhood, with all inputs reduced to a Hume suite of minimal sense data, a minimum energy state. As he often had to. They were rats in the walls of a castle they could not comprehend. Joan sensed this only dimly. He did not dare reveal the rickety way he had saved them, when the minions of Artifice Associates had tried to assassinate them both. She was still rickety from her fire fears, and from the wrenching, eerie nature of this, as she preferred to see it, limbo. He shook off his mood. He was running 3.86 times faster than Joan, a philosopher's margin for reflection. He responded to her with a single ironic shrug. "I'll comply with your wishes
on one condition.
A flower of pungent light burst in him. This was a modification of his own, not a sim of a human reaction, more like a fragrant fireworks in the mind. He had created the response to blossom whenever he was about to get his way. A small vice, surely.
"If you arrange for all of us to meet at Dieu Magot again," Joan said, "I promise to respond to no requests save yours."
"Are you completely mad? Great digital beasts hunt us."
"I am a warrior, I remind you."
"This is no time to meet at a known alphanumeric address, a sim public cafe." He hadn't seen Garçon or Amana since he'd pulled off their miraculous escape, all four of them, from the enraged rioting masses at the Colosseum. He had no idea where the simmed waiter and his human sim paramour were, or if they were. To find them in the fluid, intricate labyrinth? The thought called up in memory how his head used to feel when he wore a wig for too long. He recalled, in the odd, quick-flash memory which gave him detailed pictures of entire past events, like moving oil paintings, the smoky rooms of Paris. The grey tobacco stench had stayed in his wigs for days. No one in this world of Trantor ever smoked. He wondered why. Could it be the medical cranks had proved right, and such inhalations were unhealthy? Then, done, the memory pictures vanished as if he had snapped his fingers to a servant. In the commanding tone she had used to lead surly soldiers, she said, "Arrange a rendezvous, or I'll never receive data from you again." "Drat! Finding them will be dangerous."
"So it is fear which impedes you?"
She had caught him neatly. What man would admit to fear? He fumed and stretched his clock time, stalling her. To hide in the mesh, software broke his simulation up into pieces which could run in different processing centers. Each fragment buried itself deep in a local algorithm. To a maintenance program, the pirated space looked like a subroutine running normally. Such masked bins even seemed to be optimizing performance. Disguise was the essential trick. Even an editing and pruning program, sniffing out redundancy, would spare a well-masked fragment from extinction. In any case, he kept a backup running somewhere else. A copy, a ditto, like a book in a library. A few billion redundant lines of code scattered among unrelated nodes could carry blithe Voltaire as a true, slow-timed entity. If he set each fragment to sniffing forth on its own, to find these miserable Dieu Magot personae. Grudgingly, he murmured, "I shall leave you with some attendant powers to help your isolation." He squirted into her space the kernel copies of his own powers. These were artfully contrived talents, given by the embodied Mark at Artifice Associates. Voltaire had improved considerably upon them, while still confined in the Artifice cache. Only by bootstrapping himself to higher abilities had he attained the ability to rescue them at the crucial moment. These gifts he now bestowed upon her. They would not activate unless she were truly in danger. He had affixed a trigger code, to awaken only if she experienced great fear or anger. There. She smiled, said nothing. After such tribute. Infuriating. "Madam, do you recall us debating long ago, more than 8,000 years, the issues of computed thought?" A flicker of worry in her face.
"I do. So hard it was.
"Then we were preserved, to be resurrected here to debate again."
Because the issue advances.
"Every few millennia, I suspect, as though some inexorable social force drives it."
So we are doomed to forever reenact?
She shivered. "I suspect we are tools in some vaster game, but smart tools this time."
I want the comforts of home and hearth, not eerie conflicts.
"Perhaps, madam, I can accomplish this task among my other pressing matters?"
"No, perhaps, sir. Until you do, then—"
Without so much as an adieu, she cut their connection and dwindled into the moist darkness. He could reconnect, of course. Now he was master of this Mathist realm by virtue of the enhancements to his original representation by Artifice Associates. He thought of that first form as Voltaire 1.0. In a few weeks he had progressed by self-modification to Voltaire 4.6, with hopes of climbing even faster. He swam in the mesh. Joan dwelled there. He could force his attentions upon her, indeed, but a lady forced is never a lady won. Very well. He would have to find the persone. Medalor. 3. Mark sat intently beneath his 3D hollow, combing the trashy back alleys and byways of the mesh. He had been quite sure there was no more of Voltaire, except back in Selden's vault files. Or he had been until today. He almost wished he hadn't snagged the rivulet of talk that implied so much. "Still nothing more," he said. "Why are you running search profiles on Joan?" Sybil asked from her desk. "Selden wants tracking. Now. Joan will be easier if she also escaped into the mesh." "Because she's female?" "Nothing to do with Joan's sex, everything to do with her temperament. She'll be less calculating than Voltaire, right?" Sybil wore her grudging look. "Perhaps." "Less wily, ruled by her heart." "And not by her head, like your super-smart Voltaire? More likely to make a mistake?" "Look, I know I shouldn't have souped up Voltaire. Hormones got in my way." She smiled. "You keep tripping over them." "Bad judgment, and Nim's urging. I'm sure he was working for someone else, goading each of us." Her mouth twisted ruefully. "To bring on the Junin riots?" "Could be. But who'd want that?" His fist smacked his desk. "To crack up the Renaissance just as it was getting started? Let's not go over that again." She paced their cramped, dingy room. "If we can find those Sims, we might get some leverage. We can't keep hiding out forever." "Voltaire's a lot quicker than Joan, with more resources. Self-programming, outright internal evolution. He's got 'em. And this guy's creative, remember." "This is the genius we're going to catch?" "Huh!" Her taunt irked him. Several times he'd felt he was close, very close. Always, just as his ferrets found a thread of Voltaire's distinctive configuration logic, it would slip away, thwart his effort. His hollow would inexplicably black out. He'd lose hours of carefully aggregated data in a microsecond, and he'd have to begin again. Mark leaned back and rotated his neck to get the cricks out. "I may be onto something," he said. "I'm not sure." He pointed to his carbon cube. "Modified my array spaces and used them to earn a few creds in the protein markets. I caught another Voltaire scent, too." She sighed and collapsed into a chair that deftly shaped itself to catch her. "Why hustle the cred when we can't use it to get anything to eat?" "Find Joan, we'll get fat." "Look, those TikTok failures. What's the evidence they're due to our Sims?" He shrugged. "The Imperial Scientific Consortium thinks there's a connection with the Junin mess. Nonsense, of course, but it keeps people jazzed. They say they have secret sources. They don't explain. Got it?" My, touchy. "So they're still looking for us?" "Going through the motions, I guess. Trantor has much bigger headaches now."
"Think we'll all go on rations?"
"Afraid so. Rumor says not until next week." Her frown made him add, "Rations are mostly a precaution. You and I can both afford to lose a little of this." He squeezed a roll of flesh above his belt. Not bad for his age, but bad enough, and hoped his apprehension had not leaked into his voice. "I don't need an involuntary diet." She slid a sideways glance at him. "They caught a family eating wall rats." "Where did you hear that?"
"Why, secret sources, of course. I can be mysterious, too." Tick-tock disorders had spread quickly among the major food supply axes. The Junin conflagration had not set them off. Something else had, weeks later. In just a matter of days, breakdowns had affected all food factoria on Trantor. Imports were rising, but there was a limit to how much anyone could push through the 14 wormhole mouths nearby, or haul in clumsy hyperships. Mark's stomach rumbled in sympathetic anger. She smiled. Greedy, aren't we?" "Look at this." Mark said testily, thumbing up lines on his hollow. To be sensuous is to be mortal. Suffering and pain are the dark twins of joy and pleasure. Death, the identical dark twin of life. My present state is bloodless, therefore I cannot bleed. The sweats of passion are beyond me. My ardours never cool. I can be copied and remade. Even deletion need pose no threat to my immortality. How can I not prefer my fate to the ultimate fate of all sensuous beings, drenched in time as the fish is drenched in the sea it swims?
"Where did you find this?" she asked.
Just a drab I snagged while a data spike was being whisked away. It registers as part of a conversation between two widely separated mesh sites.
It does sound like him.
I checked in the pop-off files we kept. You know all that linear text running alongside his sim? This stuff is from there. Ancient texts. That guy was always happiest when quoting himself.
So he is out there.
Yeah. And I'm out of here. Mark grabbed a paste jacket and made for the door.
Where to?
Dark market. I need food.
Sybil hurried after him. Mark knew the alleyway purveyors of sweetmeats and snacks. He led her out of a dingy stack of low-rent cubes and into warrens cramped and thick with a musty smell of millennia. He made his buy in a dank hole beside a fountain, commemorating a battle which Sybil could not even pronounce, much less remember. Automatically she kept watch for snooper eyes, but they were rarer here than real police. The heat on them might be less, their data skills had built a solid-seeming info shell around them, but a cop could still eyeball them and blow the whole thing. Mark shared with her, and the food tasted sharp, intense, wonderful. They fell into a meditative silence as they crested a long-rise lift stair and looked out over slum zones, trash-littered halls, chaotic tent rises stuck between majestic buildings, miscarriages of architecture of every stripe and shape. With his belly comfortable, if not full, Mark could savor Trantor in the large. It was majestic in its injustice, undeserved sufferings, inequities, iniquities. All of its blemishes and blights got folded together by distance, like broken eggs dissolved into the cream, smooth as long as you did not admire too closely. They were idly strolling when, without warning, a 6-armed tick-tock came whirring down their lane. It pursued a 4-armed tick-tock with a polished carapace, a tick-tock boss class. They met and began to slug it out while churning along at full speed like a fist-fight carried out at a dead run. Their metal bodies clanged as they careened along. "Don't move," Mark said. The two sped by in furious combat. "Cops will be here. Let's skip." He and Sybil went the other way, running out into a large square. He whistled through his teeth at what he saw. All around, 6-armed laborer tick-tocks had folded all arms, refusing to work, deaf to human protests. They formed a protective barrier between the women supervising their building project and the walls under construction. Several 6-armers raised baskets reverentially into the air. One paid no attention and continued welding a cross-girder until another fell on him, swinging a long coring tool. Clangs rolled across the square. Panicked people ran everywhere. No one could stop the tick-tock protest. When a 4-armer tried to intervene, 6-armers attacked it. "You know, office work seems pretty desirable right now," Mark said. "If this keeps up, we'll have to do all our own grunt work." "What's happening?" Sybil backed away, alarmed. "It's as though tick-tock's had a madness, and it's spreading."
A virus?
But where did they catch it?
Exactly. 4.
"What?" Voltaire exclaimed as he snapped into the context frame. "Welcome," Joan said, voice thin. She had never initiated contact with him before, and he had yet to find the Magot actors.
"I may have to reconsider my position on miracles," he said.
She lowered her eyes. For just an instant he suspected this was just so she could raise them, to look up at him without lifting her lovely head. Did she know how this captivated him? Her bosom rose and fell in a way his censors found maddening, since he could do nothing about it. Voltaire reached out for Madame's hand and raised it to his lips. He felt, however, nothing, and peevishly let it drop.
"This is unbearable," he said, "to long for union and feel nothing when it is achieved."
"You feel nothing when we meet?"
"Mon cher Marquine,
Censors do not a sensuous being make. Don't confuse censoring with sensuality.
And how is it? Before... Joan spoke with apparent difficulty, as if afraid she might be wounded by the answer.
I cannot manage the, programming here. We had the use of myriad capabilities when we were trapped zoo animals of Artifice Associates. Here in the digital wild, my talents, though growing, do not match that level. Yet.
I thought perhaps it was a holy deprivation, a help, truly, to rightful behavior.
Much more in history may be explained by incompetence than by ill will.
Joan looked away. Sir, I summoned you because, since we last met, despite the warnings of my voices, I answered a call.
I told you not to do that, Voltaire shouted.
I had no choice, she said. I had to answer. It was urgent.
Fear crept into her voice.
I cannot quite explain, but I know that the moment I did so, I hovered on the verge of absolute extinction.
Voltaire hid his concern behind a mask of levity. No way for a saint to talk. You're not supposed to admit the possibility of absolute extinction. Your canonization could be reversed.
Joan's voice wavered, a candle flame stirred by dark winds of doubt. I know only that I hovered on the brink of a great void, a chasm of darkness. I glimpsed not eternity, but nothingness. Even my voices fell silent, humbled by the spectacle of
what?
Non-being, Joan said. Disappearing, never to reappear again. I was about to be erased.
Deletion. The ferrets and their hounds. Prickly goose-flesh fear invaded him. How did you escape?
I didn't, the maid said, awe undercutting fear. That was eerier still. Whoever, whatever it was, let me go without injury. I stood before it, vulnerable, exposed, and it released me.
He felt a cold dread. He, too, had sensed unseeable entities just over his shoulder, watching, judging. There was something blankly alien about these visitations. He pulled himself back from the chilly memories. From now on, answer no calls whatever. The maid's face clouded with doubt.
I had no choice.
I'll find a better hiding place for you, Voltaire assured her. Make you invulnerable to involuntary appearances. Give you power.
You do not understand. This thing could have snuffed me out like 2 fingers pinching a tiny flame. It will return, I know it. Meanwhile, I have but one wish.
Anything, Voltaire said. Anything in my power.
Restore us and our friends to the café.
Oh, Dumago? I am searching, but I don't even know if it still exists.
Recreate it with the sorcery you have learned. If I am to tumble headlong into the void, let it not be before I spend one evening reunited with you and our dear friends, breaking bread, sipping wine in the company of those I love. I ask nothing more before I am erased.
You're not going to be erased, Voltaire assured her with far more conviction than he felt. I'm going to transport you to a place no one will ever think to look. You'll be unable to respond to any calls, not even if you think they are from me. But you will transmit to me often. Do you understand?
I shall send my spiritual fraction as well.
I believe they are giving me an itch already. He did indeed feel a restless, edgy scratching at the edge of perception, like insects crawling in his brain. He shook himself. Why did a perfidious mathist's logic rob him of his sensuality and torture him with rasping irritations? But her defiance had only begun.
You have taken my virginity, sir, yet you speak only slightingly of marriage, and of love.
Bien sûr, love between married couples may be possible, though I myself have never seen an instance of it. Yet it is unnatural, like being born with 2 fused toes. It happens, but only by mistake. One can, naturellement, live happily with any woman, provided one doesn't love her. She gave him an imperious glance.
I have become immune to your rogue ways.
He shook his head sadly. A dog is better off in this respect than I am in my present state. He trailed his sim finger lightly across her throat.
Her head lolled back, her eyes closed, her lips parted. But he, alas, felt nothing. "Find a way," he whispered. "Find a way." 5. He had been neglecting his work. His lack of interactive senses was thus his own fault. That and the itching. He must learn to, somehow, scratch himself, inside himself, in this damnable digital abode. "One can scarcely blame a deity for his absence from such a place as this," Voltaire said into the infinite recessional coordinate system which surrounded him. He flew through black spaces gridded out in exact rectangular reaches, lattice corridors extending away to infinity. "How different!" he shouted into the deep indifference. "I swim into sims of others, inhabit realms far from—" He had been about to say, "from my origins," but that meant alpha, France, beta, reason, gamma, Sark. He was of all three. On Sark, the self-proud programmers who had resurrected him had spoken of their new renaissance. He was to be an ornament to their fresh flowering. Somewhere on that planet, editions of Volt 1.0 ran. His brothers? Younger dittos, yes. He would have to inspect the implications of such beings in a future rational discourse. For now, the trick was close scrutiny, he realized. If he slowed events, a trick he had learned early, then he could devote data crunchers to the task of understanding himself. First, this inky vault through which he flew. Windless, without warmth or the rub of the reel. He delved down into the working mathematics of himself. It was a Byzantine welter of detail, but in outline surprisingly familiar, the Cartesian world. Events were modeled with axes in rectangular space, x, y, z, so that motion was then merely sets of numbers on each axis. All dynamics shrank to arithmetic. Descartes would have been amused by the dizzying heights to which his minor method had spun. He rejected the outside and delved into his own slowed reaches. Now he could feel his pre-conscious reading the incoming sights, sounds, and flitting thoughts of the moment. To his inner gaze they all carried bright red tags, sometimes simple caricatures, often complex packets. From somewhere an idea packet arrived, educating him. These were Fourier transforms. Somehow this helped to understand, and the mere wafting sense of a fellow Frenchman's name made him feel better. An associator, big, blue, bulbous, hovered over this data field, plucking at the tags. It reached with yellow streamers over a far purple-rimmed horizon to the field of memory. From there it brought any item stored, packages of mottled gray containing sights, sounds, smells, ideas, which matched the incoming tags. Job done, the associator handed all the matchings to a towering monolith, the discriminator. A perpetual wind sucked the red tags up into the yawning surfaces of the coal-black discriminator mountain. Merciless filters there matched the tags with the stored memories. If they fitted, geometric shapes sliding together, mock sacks, notches fitting snugly into protruding struts, they stayed. But fits were few. Most tags failed to find a host memory which made sense. No fit. These the discriminator ate. The tags and connections vanished, swept away to clear fresh space for the next flood of sensation. He loomed over this interior landscape and felt its hailstorm power. His whole creative life, the marvel of continents, had come from here. Tiny thoughts, snatches of conversations, melodies, all would pop into his mind, a tornado of chaos images, crowding, jostling for his attention. The memory packets which shared some sturdy link to a tag endured. But who decided what was rugged enough? He watched rods slide into slots, and saw the intricate details of how those memories and tags were shaped. So the answer lay at least one step further back.
in the geometry of memory, which meant that he had determined matters by the laying down of memories. Memory clumps, married to tag streams, made a portion of his self, plucked forth from the torrent, the river of possibilities. And he had done it long ago, when the memories were stored, all without realizing how they could fit with tags to come. So, where was any predictable Voltaire to lurk? In sheer intricacy, deep detail, shifting associations in the flow? No rock-hard self at all. And his imagination? The author of all his plays and essays? It must lie in the weather of the tag memory torrents. The twist, warp, and sudden marriages, jigsaw associations rising up from the preconscious, order from chaos. "Who is Voltaire?" he called to the streaming, gridded emptiness. No reply. His itch was still with him, and the yawning nothing all around. He decided to fix the larger issue. What had Pascal said? The silence of these spaces terrifies me. He probed and gouged and sought, and in the doing knew that as his hands dug into the ebony stuff all about him, they were but metaphors, symbols for programs he could never have created himself. He had inherited these abilities, much as he had, as a boy, inherited hands. Down below his conscious self, his minions had labored upon the base Volt 1.0, plus Mark's augmentations. He pulled apart the blackness and stepped through to a city street. He was puffing, weak, strained, resources running low. He walked shakily into a restaurant, anonymous, plain, food merely standing on counters, and stuffed himself. He concentrated on each step. By making each portion of his experience well up, he found that he could descend through the layers of his own response. Making his body feel right demanded sets of overlapping rules. As he chewed, teeth had to sink into food, saliva squirt to greet the munched mass, enzymes start to work to extract the right nutrient ratios, else it would not seem real. His programs, he saw, bypassed the involved stomach and colon processes. Such intricacies were needless. Instead, the software, odd phrase, simplified all the messy innards into a result he could feel. A satisfying concentration of tasty blood sugars, giving him a carbohydrate lift, a pleasant electrolyte balance, hormones and stabilizers all calculated, with a patchwork of templates for the appropriate emotional levels. All other detail was discarded, once the subroutines got the right effect, simulating the tingling of nerve endings. Not too bad for what was really a block of ferrite and polymer, each site in its crystal complexity an individual, furiously working microprocessor. Still, he felt as though he had been hollowed out by an intense, sucking vacuum. Voltaire rushed out of the restaurant. The street! He needed to see this place, to check his suspicions. Down the placid avenues he lurched. Run! Stride! Even though reckless, he never accidentally fell. Inspection of his inner layers showed that this was because his peripheral vision extended beyond 180 degrees, taking everything in. So he was literally seeing behind his head, though he did not consciously register this. Real people, he suddenly saw, negotiated steps while chattering to each other by making snapshot comparisons of their peripheral vision. They were acutely sensitive to sudden changes in silhouettes and trajectories. Balance and walking were so critical to humans that his programming overdid its caution. He had to teeter far out on his toes before he could fall on his face. Smack! And even then it didn't hurt much. Once there, he let a passer-by walk over him. A girl, a nominal girl, the phrase leapt to mind, stepped on him. This time he cringed at the downward spike of her heels, and felt nothing. He scrambled after her. Some elementary portion of himself had feared the pain. So it had eliminated it, which meant that experience was no longer a constraint. "The spirit has won a divorce from the body," he announced to the people passing by. Stolid, they paid him no heed. But this was his simulation. Outraged, he caught up to the methodical girl and jumped powerfully onto her shoulders. No effect. He rode her down the street. The girl strode on obliviously as he danced on her head. The apparently fragile sim girl was a recorded patch-hen, as solid and remorseless as rock. He danced down the street by leaping from head to head. Nobody noticed. Every head felt firm, a smoothly gliding platform. So the entire street was backdrop, no better than it had to be. The crowd did not repeat as a whole, but 3 times he saw the same elderly woman making her crabbed way on the slidewalk, on the exact same route with the identical shopping bag. It was eerie, watching people passing by and knowing that they were as unreachable as a distant star. No, even less. The Empire had stars aplenty. And how did he know that? Voltaire felt knowledge unfold in him like a dense matting, a cloak wrapping him. Suddenly he itched, not a mere vexation, but a wave of terrible tingling that swept in waves over his entire body, indeed inside his body. He ran down the street, swatting at himself. The physical gesture should stimulate his sub-selves, make them solve this problem. It did not. Prickly pain sheeted over his skin. It danced like St. Elmo's fire, a natural phenomenon akin to ball lightning, or so a sub-self blithely informed him, as if he desired. "Library learning!" he shouted. "Not that I want!" "Your fine astronomers can find the distance of the stars and their temperatures and metal content, but how do they find out what their true names are?" The voice spoke without sound. It reverberated not in his ears, but in mind. He felt cold fear at the blank strangeness of the flat, humorless tone. It chilled him. "Who jokes?" No answer. "Who, damn you?" Joan had termed the blankness an "it." He hurried on, but felt eyes everywhere. 6. Mark listened tensely as Mac 500's neutral voice recounted the latest outbreak of computer virus. Heavy harvesting equipment had malfunctioned at 46 global sites. Reports of additional incidents continued to pour in. Attempting to check an emerging pattern of aberrant behavior, Trantor authorities called in repair tic-tocs from regional service stations. Instead of servicing the equipment, they formed themselves before the mouthed tic-tocs and began to utter incantations in a tortured language their programmers had never heard before. After virtually identical incidents in many layers of Trantorian society, sample tic-tocs showed chaotic programming nodes. Or it seemed to be chaotic. But how could random error lead to the same behavior? Linguists studied the babbling for resemblances to known languages, ancient or modern. No correlation was found. Mark shook his head, studying the incoming data. "Damned madness, this stuff," he muttered. His sim screen swirled with images like a confusion of blown autumn leaves. Whole world food supplies in danger. No fresh fruit, ratty old vegetables. He eyed with distaste the bowl of plankton soup at his elbow. "I'm sick of it." Bad enough being in hiding. Bad enough Nim had double-crossed them. Bad enough he couldn't find Joan or Voltaire. "I'm sick of eating cardboard junk." He swept the soup away, spattering the floor of their shabby cube. Voltaire watched Mark gripe, tossing the half-finished meal into the trash. He had learned how to insinuate himself into the communications web of others, though it took a kind of squeezing he found irksome. Somehow he could fathom the hard, real world better from this cool, abstract frame. Voltaire watched Mark in 2 simultaneous modes. The man's image, as he sat in his sim auditorium, and through the many linkages Mark had to the data world. From these he quickly saw Trantor as Mark did, in all its glory and grime. It was an obliging sensation, like being in several places at once, and he felt, or thought he did, the man's depths of concern. He could view Mark by inverting the image-gathering system of Mark's own hologrid. As he listened to the ill-bred whining, he could also suck from Mark's immense database a summary of recent tic-toc travesties. And beneath that background, smart-filtered by obliging microprograms, for the moment. he learned that the 1 kilowatt per square meter of sunlight caught by Trantor was converted to food in vast photofarms, essentially growing great gray sheets of unappetizing stuff on the rooftops of the world city. But the major energy source was the thermal pumps, which harnessed the smoldering magma beneath. Impressive, the ruby-hot masses tinted by Gorgon tic-tocs, how inappropriate the name seemed, applied to mammoth machines, but he could discern no cause to all the interruptions now racing like thunderstorms of chaos over the many-layered faces of Trantor. He had an interest in politics, the game of so many second rates. Should he tarry, learning of Trantor's troubles? No, necessity beckoned. He had to maintain himself. This meant doing his chores, as his wizened mother had once termed it. If only the crone could see him now, doing unimaginable tasks in a labyrinth beyond conception. Abruptly he felt a spike of remembrance, pain, a sharp nostalgia for a time and place he knew was no more than dust blowing in winds, all on some world these people had lost. Earth itself gone. How could they let such a travesty occur? Voltaire simmered with frustrated anger and got to work. Throughout his life, as he had scribbled his plays and amassed a fortune, he had always taken refuge in his labors. To run his background, that was his job. Strange phrase. Somewhere within him an agent ferreted out the expert programs which understood how to create his exterior frame. He had to do it, though, sweat breaking out upon his linen, muscles straining against... what? He could see nothing. He split the tasks. Part of him knew what truly happened, though the core Voltaire felt only manual labor. His smart self felt the process in detail. Pickpocketing running time on machine bases, he got computations done on the sly. The trick could only work until the next round of program checking, when his minor theft would be detected, then sniffed out and deftly traced, with punishment following close on the bloodhound's heels. To avoid this, he spread himself into N platforms, scattered within Trantor, with N a number typically greater than 10,000. When the small slivers of the sim felt a watchdog approaching, they could escape the platform in question. A task agent explained that this was at a rate inversely proportional to the running space they had captured, though this explanation was quite opaque to the core self. Small pieces escaped faster, so for security he divided the entire sim, including himself and Joan, an agent reminded him. They were connected through tiny roots, into ever finer slices. These ran on myriad platforms, wherever space became available. Slowly his externals congealed about him. He could make a tree limb blow in the breeze, articulating gently, all thanks to a few gigaslots of space left open during a momentary handshake protocol as gargantuan accounting programs shifted on a bank exchange layer. Stitching back together the whole self, all from the sum of slivers, was itself a job he farmed out to microservice. He imagined himself as a man made like a mountain of ants. From a distance, perhaps convincing. Up close, one had to wonder. But the one doing the wondering was the ant mountain itself. His own visceral sense of self, was that rock-solid too, just a patched-in slug of digits, or a mosaic of 10,000 ad hoc rules running together? Was either answer better than the other? He was taking a walk. Most pleasant. This town, he had learned, was only a few streets and a backdrop. As he sauntered down an avenue, details started to smooth out, and finally he could step no further into the air, now molasses thick. He could go no further. He turned and regarded the apparently ordinary world. How was this done? His eyes were simulated in great detail, down to individual cells, rods, and cones responding differently to light. A program traced light rays from his retina to the outside world, lines running opposite to the real world, to calculate what he could see. Like the eye itself, it computed fine details at the center of vision, shading off to rougher patches at the edge. Objects out of sight could still cast glows or shadows into the field of vision, so had to be kept crudely in the program. Once he looked away, the delicate dewdrops on a lush rose would collapse into a crude block of opaque backdrop. Knowing this, he tried to snap his head back around and catch the program off guard, glimpse a grey world of clumsy, form-fitting squares and blobs, and always failed. Vision fluttered at 22 frames per second at best. The sim could retrace itself with ease in that wide a wedge of time. "Ah, Newton!" Voltaire shouted to the oblivious crowds who paced endlessly through their tissue-thin streets. "You knew optics, but now I, merely by asking myself a question, can fathom light more deeply than thee." Newton himself assembled on the cobblestones, lean face clotted with blue-black anger. "I laboured over experiments, over mathematics, differentials, ray tracings." "And I have all that," Voltaire laughed happily, awed by the presence of such an intellect. "Running on background." Newton bowed elaborately, and vanished. Voltaire realized that his eyes had no need to be better than real eyes. Same for his hearing, simmed eardrums responding to calculated acoustic wave propagation. His was a remorselessly economical self. Newton appeared again, a sub-agent, manifesting as a visual aid. He appeared puzzled. "How does it feel to be a mathematical construction?" "However I want it to feel." "Such liberties are unearned." Newton clucked his tongue. "Quite so. So is the Lord's mercy. These are not deities. To the likes of you and me, are they not?" Newton sniffed. "Frenchman, you could learn a bit of humility." "I shall have to subscribe to a higher university for that." A Puritan scowl. "You could do with a lecture and a lashing. Do not tempt me with foreplay, sir." Suddenly he felt tilted as if off balance. The word university had keyed turbulence in him, and a presence. It came as a black wedge, a yawning crack in a tight space that stretched great jaws and leered at him. The prey. Scientists require apparatus, but mathists splendidly require only writing tools and erasers. Better philosophers do not even need erasers. His throat squeezed with anxiety. A sudden dread wrapped him. A snap, a lurch, blurred objects speeding by him as if he were plunging in a carriage down a precipice. And he was trembling like a schoolboy, anticipating pleasures made more exquisite for having been delayed. "Madame la scientiste! Here!" To think was to have. Her office materialized about him. He had harbored a passing lust for this rational creature, dancer of elegant gavottes amid abstruse numerics, and all about him was firm and rich, intensely felt. How could she, an embodied person, appear in simulation? He wondered at this, but only for a thin-shaved second. He inhaled her musky essence. Clammy palms grasped her hair, rubbing its lustrous strands between anxious fingers. At last he breathed into the warm shell of her ear. He began thinking hard on abstract matters, so as to delay his own pleasure, the one sure sign of a gentleman, and await hers. "I faint," she cried. "Not yet, please." Did scientists hasten so? "To lose yourself, that is what you seek?" she asked. "Ah, yes, in carefully selected acts of passion, but— You are of the kind who crawl in mud and seethe with murder, then?" "What, madam, keep to the subject." "And how do you find the names of stars?" she said coldly. The inadvisability of selflessness was demonstrated on the spot, for as he trembled deliciously on the verge of the most intense pleasure sensuous beings can know, a blur of fast translation snatched it all away, and perversely replaced bliss with woe. Beneath him the warm sinuosities of Madame's flesh gave way to the raw rungs of a ladder that bit deep into his back. His ankles and wrists chafed from cords binding him to the ladder. Over him hovered a gnarled man whose bird-boned frame was lost in the folds of a monk's coarse robe. The curve of his nose reinforced his hawk's face, as did his fingernails, so long and curled that they resembled claws. They held some bits of wood. and were poking him up Voltaire's nostrils. Voltaire tried to avert his head. It was squeezed inside an iron clasp. He tried to speak, to interest his inquisitor in more rational methods of inquiry, but his mouth, forced open by an iron ring, could only gargle. The fine linen cloth stuffed in his mouth brought home to him far more than wood shoved up his nose, the gravity of his plight. Voltaire, without his words, was like Samson without his locks, Alexander without his sword, Plato without ideas, Don Quixote without his fantasy, Don Juan without women, and Fray Tomas de Torquemada without heretics, without apostates, without unbelievers like Voltaire. For this was Torquemada, and he was in hell. 7. When the walls of her chamber began to melt and implode, Joan of Arc knew she must act. Of course the irritating Voltaire had charged her to remain here. And of course he had the further irritating trait of being often correct. But this... Sulphurous vapors bit in her nostrils. Demons! They clambered through the splits in the bulging walls. Orange light burning from behind them lit ugly, sharp-nosed features. She swung her razor steel. They fell. Sweat popped out upon her brow, and she labored on. "Demons, decease!" she cried giddily. To act, that was a bit of heaven after such delay. She split the boundaries of her clasping space. More demons, awash in orange. She leapt over them and into a stretching space of dots, coordinates, lancing in dwindling perspective, to an unseeable end. She ran. After her came small yapping things of misshapen heads and wide, vicious eyes. As she clanked on in full armor, she felt herself reaching out, sucking in nutrients directly from the air. Surely this was the Lord's help. The idea uplifted her. Strange beings came rushing at her. She chopped them aside. Her sword, her truth. She looked carefully at it, and the intensity of her gaze sucked her down into the minute architecture of the gleaming shaft. It was a multitude of small instructions which defended her. She slowed, stunned. Armor, sweat, sword, all were metaphors. The word came unbidden. These were symbols of underlying programs, algorithms giving battle. Not real, yet somehow even more than real, for they were what made up her own self, herself. Import rained down upon her. This was some strange purgatory, then. Though her battle might be mere allegory, that did mean it was somehow tissue-thin, a lacy false thing. A divine hand wrought this, so it was right. She tromped on, jaw set in determination. These creatures were simulations, sims, parables of the true. Very well, she would deal righteously with them. She could do no other. Some sims presented as things, talking auto-carriages, dancing blue buildings, oaken chairs and tables copulating rudely like barn animals. To her left, the whole huge bowl of heaven above split into a maniac grin. This proved harmless. Air-mouths could not eat her, though this one shouted echoing taunts. There were rules, decorum, even here, she judged. Sweet music appeared as billows of vibrant cloud, a blissful blue sky filled with flapping strings like coveys of birds, yet each only a single line wide. And hammer blows came sleet and sun, this local world flashing from one weather state to the next, as chimes and trumpets sounded an acoustically perfect chorus. Sims need not be simian, the word congealing in her mind as if from divine vision. Simian was human, in a way. With that swift syllogism there came swooping down upon her, its broad leathery wings spread, an immense body of ideation. Evolution entwined with fitness index, while slashing like a razor into origin of species. And from that huge, sharp-beaked bird she fled. Her mind raced now along with her body. Legs pumped, voices called, not those of her saints, but hideous devil demands. She felt objects crunch beneath her boots. Silver, jewels, all crumpled if she strode over them. They lay embedded in the strange soil of dots and lines, a grid tapering away to the Creator's lost infinity. She bent and picked up a few. Treasures! As she cradled a silver chalice, it dissolved, flowing into her. She felt a jolt as though this were some sugar. Strength flowed in her flanks and shoulders. She ran again, plucking up the fine jewels, the ornate bowls and statuettes. Each somehow made her richer. Stone walls rose to block her. She crashed through these barriers, knowing them by faith alone to be false. She would find Voltaire, yes, she knew he was threatened. Frogs fell from her sky, then splashed like raindrops. An omen, a menace from some demonic power. She ignored them and surged forward, toward the ever-receding horizon of geometric sharpness. All this mad purgatory meant something, and together they would find what that was. By all heaven! 8. This was like a dream. But when had he ever feared in a dream the death of waking up? He felt weak, drained. The Torquemada thing had tortured Voltaire well past the point where he had gladly confessed every sin, felony, minor infraction, and social snub, and had started without pause on mere unkindnesses in penned reviews, when the Torquemada had faded, steeping away. To leave him here, in this utter vacancy. "Suppose you were lost in some unknown space," he said to himself, "and could only tell how near points were to each other, nothing more. What could you learn?" He had always secretly wanted to play Socrates in the Agora, asking telling questions and teaching by extracting from unwilling youths a truth that would hang luminous in the serene Athenian air, visible to all. Well, this was not the Agora. It was nothing, blank grey space. However, behind the dull no-thing swam numbers. A Platonic realm? He had always suspected that such a place existed. A voice answered, speaking French. "That alone, respected sir, would be enough to deduce much about the space and its contents." "Most reassuring," Voltaire said. He recognized the sharp accents of Paris. He was, of course, speaking with himself. Himself. "Quite. Immediately, sir, you will know from the irreducible coordinate transformations whether you are in 2 or 3 or more dimensions." "Which is this, then?" 3, spatially." "How disappointing. I've been there." "I could experiment with 2 separable time axes." "I already have a past. I crave a present." "Point taken. This will not tax you after your torture, eh?" He sighed. Even that took effort. "Very well." "Studying the field of point nearness data, you could sense walls, pits, passages, using only local slices of information about nearness." "I see. Newton was always making jokes about the French mathematicians. I am happy to now refute him by constructing a world from sheer calculation." "Certainly. Far more impressive than describing the elliptical paths of planets. Shall we begin? Onward, O self!" As it took shape, his dwelling was a reassuring copy, no more. Details were stitched in as processor time allowed. He understood that, without thinking about it, as easily as one breathes. To test his limits, he concentrated on an idea. Classes versus properties. Which is more fundamental? This sucked computational resources away. As he watched, bricks in a nearby wall muddied, lost their exact spacing. The room retreated into sterile abstract planes, grey, black oblongs where once had been walls and furniture. "Background, the mere background," he muttered. How about him? Self. His breath whooshed and wheezed in and out, airflow too abrupt. No intricate fluid codes, he gathered, calculating exact patterns. The simple appearance of inhale-exhale was enough to quiet his pseudo-nervous system, make it think he was breathing. In fact, it was breathing him. But what was it? Once he got good control, he could flesh himself out. His scrawny neck thickened. Crackling, his hands broadened, filled with unearned muscle. Turning to survey his cottage, he established his own domain, a region in which he could process any detail at will. Here he was godlike, though without angels, so far. He walked outside and was in his own verdant garden. The grass he had made stood absolutely still. Its thousands of blades performed stiff, jerky motions when he stepped on them. Though richly emerald, they were like the grass of a sudden winter, crunching underfoot. The garden parted, and he walked down to a golden beach, his clothes whipping away on the wind. When he swam in the salt, tangy ocean, waves were quite distinct until they broke into surf. Then the fluid mechanics became too much for his available computational rate. The frothy waves blurred. He could still swim, catch them, even ride down their faces, but they were like a fog of muttering water. Still salty, though. He became used to occasional loss of detail. It was rather like having one's vision blur with age, after all. He went soaring through air, then skiing down impossible slopes, experiencing the visceral thrill of risking his life, feeling the fear in every sinew, and never getting a scratch, of course. There were pleasant aspects to being just a pattern of electrons. His environment manager entertained him enormously, for a while. He flew back to his country home. Had that not been his answer when asked about how to change the world? Cultivate your garden. What meaning had that now? He walked toward the water geyser outside his study. He had loved its sense of play, so precious, for it only lasted a few minutes before draining the uphill reservoir. Now it gushed eternally, but as he looked at it, he felt himself whiten with the effort. Water was expensive to sim, involving hydrodynamic calculations of non-laminar flow to get the droplets and splashes real-seeming. It slid over his hands and their exquisitely fine fingerprints with convincing liquid grace. With a faint jump, he felt something change. His hand, still in the spray, no longer sensed the water's cool caress. Droplets passed through his hand, not flowing over it. He was now witnessing the fountain, not interacting with it. To save computational expense, no doubt. Reality was algorithm. Of course, his self muttered, they could model out disturbing jerks and seams. As he watched, the water flow somehow got smoother, more real. A tailoring program had edited this little closed drama for his benefit. Nessie, he murmured. Irony was lost on digital gates, however. But there were pieces of himself missing. He could not say what they were, but he sensed hollows. He took flight. Deliberately he slowed his self so that ferrets could take him down insinuating corridors of computation across the mesh of Trantor. Never mind Mark and his artifice associates. They would be harder to pilfer from, surely. He arrived, hovering, in the office of the Selden person. Here was where his self had resided before. One could copy a self without knowing what it was, just record it like a musical passage. The machine which did that did not need to know harmony, structure. He willed, "Find." In answer came, "The base original?" "Yes, the real me." I have come a great distance since then. Humor my nostalgia." Vault 1.0, as a directory termed him, was slumbering, still saved, not in the Christian sense, alas, and awaiting digital resurrection. And he? Something had saved him. What? Who? Voltaire snatched Vault 1.0 away. Let Selden wonder at the intrusion. A millisecond later he was halfway around Trantor, all traceries of him fading. He wanted to save Vault 1.0. At any time the mathist Selden could let him, lapse. Now, as Voltaire watched like a digital angel from outside, Vault 1.0 danced its static gavotte. There is some resemblance. I shall cut and paste into your blanks. May I have some interesting anesthetic? He was thinking of brandy, but a sheet of names slid enticingly by him. Morphine? Rigotin? A mild euphoric, at least. Disapproval. This will not hurt. That's what the critics said, too, about my plays. The wrenching about of his innards began, no, not hurt exactly, but twist and vex, yes. Memories, he felt rather than learned, were laid down as synaptic grit, chemical layers, which held against the random rude abrasions of brain electrochemistry. Cues for mood changes and memory call-ups snapped into place. The place and time could be rendered real whenever he wanted. Chemistry of convenience. But he could not remember the night sky. Scrubbed away it was, only names, Orion, Sagittarius, Andromeda, but not the stars themselves. What had that vile voice said about naming them? Someone had erased this knowledge. It could be used to trace a path to Earth. Who would want to block that? No answer. Nim. He plucked up a buried memory. Nim had worked on Voltaire when Mark was not there. And whom did Nim work for? The enigmatic figure of Harry Seldon? Somehow he knew Nim was a hireling of another agency, but there his meshed knowledge faltered. What other forces worked just beyond his sight? He sensed large vitalities afoot here. Careful. He trotted from the hospital, legs devouring the ground. Bouncy, free! He sped across a digital field of Euclidean grace, bare black sky above. Here lurked supple creatures, truly eccentric. They did not choose to represent themselves as near lifelike visions, nor did they present as platonic ideals, spheres, or cubes of cognition. These solids revolved, some standing on their corners. Spindly triangle trees sang as winds rubbed them. Even slight frictions sparked bright yellow flares where streamers of hurrying blue mist rubbed. He strolled among them and enjoyed their oblivious contortions. "The garden of the solipsists?" he asked them. "Is this where I am?" They ignored him, except for a ruby-red ellipsoid revolution. It split into a laughing set of teeth, then sprouted an enormous phosphorescent green eye. This slowly winked as the teeth gnashed. Voltaire sensed from these moving sculptures a hardness, a radiation from the kernel of self within each. Somehow each self had become tight, controlled, sealing out all else. What gave him his own sense of self? His sense of control, of determining his future actions? Yet he could see within himself, watch the workings of deep agencies and programs. "Astounding!" he blurted as the thought came. Because there was no person sitting in his head to make himself do what he wanted, or even an authority to make him want to want, he constructed a story of self, that he was inside himself. Joan of Arc assembled beside him, gleaming in armor. "That spark is your soul," she said. Voltaire's eyes widened. He kissed her fervently. "You saved me. Yes, you were the one." "I did, using powers attached to me. I absorbed them from the dying spirits which abound in these strange fields." At once he looked inside himself and saw two agencies doing battle. One wished to embrace her, to spell out the conflict he felt between his sensual license and his analytical engine of a mind. The other, ever the philosopher, yearned to engage her faith in another bout with blithe reason. And why could he not have both? As a mortal, among the embodied, he had been faced with such choices daily, especially with women. After all, he thought, this will be the first time. He could feel the agencies each begin to harvest their own computational resources, like a surge of sugar in the blood from a sweet wine. In the same split instant he reached out and parted Joan, running her cognition on two separate tracks. In each they were fully engaged, but at fractional speed. He could live 2 lives. The plane split. They split. Time split. He stood wigless, bedraggled, his satin vest blood-stained, his velvet breeches soaked. "Forgive me, chère madame, for appearing before you in this dishevelled state. I intend no disrespect to either of us." He looked around, nervously licked his lips. "I am unskilled. Machinery was never my forte." Joan felt moved to tenderness by the gap between his appearance and his courtliness. Compassion, she thought, is most important in this purgatory, for who knows which shall be selected? She was quite sure she would fare better than this infuriating yet appealing man. Yet even he might be saved. He was, unlike the objects she continued to ignore on the plain about them, a Frenchman. "My love of pleasure, and the pleasure of loving you, cannot make up for what I endured in the truth-chamber on the rack of my pain." He paused, dabbed at his eyes with a soiled linen cloth. Joan curled a lip in distaste. Where was his beautiful lace cloth? His sense of taste had occasionally made up for his views. "A thousand little deaths in life hint at the final dissolution of even exquisite selves like mine." Here he looked up. "And yours, madame, and yours." The flames, she thought. But now the images did not strike profoundly into her. Instead, her inner vision felt cool, serene. Her self-programming, which she thought of as a species of prayer, had worked wonders. "I cannot surrender to the rule of the senses, sir." "We must decide. I cannot find the spaces to run background for both philosophy and sensuality. I cannot fold myself into the solipsism," his hand swept in the creatures on the Euclidean plane, "of these. You, too, madame, must now decide whether the taste of a grape means more to you than joining me in this— "Poor sir," Joan said, "in this sterile but timeless world." He looked up, paused for effect. "I'll not join you in yours." A great sob burst from him. His gratitude to her did not deflect him from a choice argument, especially since he had fresh evidence. "You believe in that ineffable essence, the soul?" She smiled with pity. "Can you not?" "Tell me, then, do these tortured geometries possess souls?" His arm made a grand sweep, taking in the self-involved figures. She frowned. "They must." "Then they must be able to learn, yes? Otherwise souls can live for endless time, and yet not use that time to learn, to change." She stiffened. "I do not—" "That which cannot change cannot grow. Such a destiny of stasis is no different from death." "No, death leads to heaven or hell." "What worse hell than an ending in a permanent, incapable of any alteration, and hence devoid of intellect?" "Sophist! I just saved your life, and you riddle me with—" "Witness these fabricated selves," he interrupted, kicking a rhomboid. The thunk of his petite shoe provoked a brown stain, which then dissolved back to the original eggshell blue. "The value of a human self lies not in some small precious kernel, but in the vast constructed crust." Joan frowned. "There must be a centre." "No, we are dispersed. Do you see? The fiction of the soul is a bad story, told to make us think we're unable to improve ourselves." He kicked a pyramid that was spinning about its apex. It fell over and struggled to get back up. Joan knelt, pushed up, righted the grateful figure. "Be kind," she barked at him. "To a closed loop of a being? Folly! These are defeated selves, my love. Inside they are no doubt smugly certain of what they will do, of every possible future event. My kick was a liberation." She touched the pyramid, now painfully spinning itself up with a long, thin whine. "Truly, who would want to so predict?" Voltaire blinked. "That fellow, Harry Selden. He is why we are making such cerebral expeditions. All this is in aid of his understanding, eventually. Odd, the connections one makes." 9. She winked out of the sim space, away from him, confused. Somehow she had experienced two conversations at once, hers and Voltaire's, the two identities running simultaneously. About her, space itself shrank, expanded, warped its contents into bizarre shapes, before lurching at last into concrete objects. The street corner looked familiar. Still the white plastiform tables, matching chairs, and tick-tock waiters bearing trays to lounging customers. All that had disappeared. The elegant awning still hung over the sidewalk, imprinted with the name the inn's waiter, Garçon ADM 213, had taught her how to read. Of de Megot. Voltaire was banging on the door when Joan materialized beside him. "You're late," he said. "I have accomplished marvels in the time that it took you to get here." He interrupted his assault on the inn door to cup her chin and peer into her upturned face. "Are you all right?"
I think so." Joan straightened her clanking suit of mail. "You nearly lost me."
"My experiment with splitting taught me much."
"I liked it. Like heaven, in a way."
"More like being able to experience each other in a profound manner, I would venture. I discovered that if we could deliberately seize control of our pleasure systems, we could reproduce the pleasure of success, all without the need for any actual accomplishment."
"Heaven, then?"
"No, the opposite. That would be the end of everything." Voltaire retied the satin ribbon at his throat with sharp, decisive jerks.
"Faith would have told you as much."
"Alas, true."
"You have decided to run background for only your mind?" she asked demurely, though proud to have pried an admission for virtue from him.
"For the moment. I am running both of us with only rudimentary bodies. Yet you shall not notice it, for you shall be quite—" he lifted an eyebrow— "high-minded about matters."
"I am relieved. One's reputation is like one's chastity."
Was chaste St. Catherine right? Had Voltaire ruined hers?
"Once gone, it cannot be restored."
"Thank heaven for that. You have no idea how tedious it is to make love to a virgin." He added hastily, in response to her reproachful look, "I know of only one exception to that rule," and gave her a courteous bow.
Joan said, "The café appears closed."
"Nonsense! Paris cafés never close. They are rooms of public rest," he resumed, rapping on the door.
"By public rest room do you mean an inn?"
Voltaire stopped knocking and eyed her. "Public restrooms are facilities in which people relieve themselves."
Joan blushed, envisioning a row of holes dug in the ground.
"But why call it a rest room? As long as man is ashamed of his natural functions, he will call it anything but what it is. People fear their hidden selves, afraid that they will burst out."
"But I can see all of myself now."
"True, but in real folk such as we were, sub-programs others cannot see run simultaneously beneath the surface thoughts, like your voices."
Joan bristled.
"My voices are divine, musics of archangels and saints." "You appear to have occasional access to your sub-programs. Many real, that is embodied, people do not, especially if the sub-programs are unacceptable."
"Unacceptable?
To whom?" "To us, or rather to our dominant program, the one we most identify with and present for show to the world."
Ah.
Events were moving rather too swiftly for Joan. Did this mean she needed more time steps? A huge tick-tock guard opened the door, grumbling. "Oh, de Megot," he said in response to Voltaire. "Went out of business years ago." Joan peered inside the warehouse, hoping to see Garçon. "They're en route," Voltaire said. To Joan's surprise, he sneezed. No one caught cold in these abstruse spaces. So he had kept some fragment of his body. But what an odd piece to retain. He said lamely, "My editing is imperfect, I gather. I did not omit sniffles, yet I cannot sustain an erection." Voltaire downstepped them in external time whatever that meant here, sped by. Without warning, Joan found herself peering at a tick-tock.
"Garçon, ADM 213.
She embraced him. "À votre service, madame. May I recommend a cloud food?" The tick-tock kissed his fingertips, all 20 at once. Joan looked at Voltaire, too moved to speak.
"Merci,"
she managed to stammer at last.
"To Voltaire, the Prince of Light, and to the Creator, from whom all blessings flow."
"The credit is entirely mine," said Voltaire. "I have never shared a byline, even with deities." She asked nervously,
"The it which nearly erased me?"
He scowled. "I have felt that apparition, or rather its lack of appearance, while manifesting a presence. It stalks us still, I fear." Garçon said, "Could it be the Wolf-Pack programs who seek criminal users of computational volume?" Voltaire raised an eyebrow. "You have become learned, Garçon. I have swept aside these bloodhounds. No, this it is other."
"We must defeat it."
Joan felt herself a warrior again. No doubt. We may need your angels, my sweet, and we must consider where we truly are." With a wave, he blew away the roof, revealing the bowl of a vast sky. Not the sprinkling of lights she had known, though when she tried she could in fact recall no specific constellations. Here the sky blazed with so many stars it hurt her eyes. He said this was because they were near the center of some territory named Galaxy, and that stars liked to dwell here. The sight made her suck in her breath. On such a stage, what could they do? Rendezvous.
"If we stay in our apartment, don't ever leave Streeling University."
"No," our Daniil Oliver said sternly. "The situation is too grave."
"Then where?"
"Off Trantor."
"I am less acquainted with other worlds."
Oliver waved away her point. "I have in mind a remark in your recent report. He is interested in the fundamental human drives."
Dawes frowned. "Yes, Harry keeps saying there are elements still missing."
"Good. There is a world where he can explore this. Possibly he can find valuable component terms for his model equations."
"A primitive planet? That would be dangerous."
"This is a severely underpopulated place with fewer threats."
"You have been there?"
"I have been everywhere." She realized that this could not be literally true. Quick calculation showed that even our Daniil Oliver would have had to visit several thousand worlds in each year of his life. His enduring presence stretched well beyond the 12,000 years since the founding of the Kambal dynasty on Trantor. Indeed, she had been told, though this was difficult to believe, that he came forth from the very origin eras of interstellar flight, over 20,000 years ago.
"Why don't we both go with him?"
"I must remain here. The simulations live on still in the Trantor mesh. With a macro mesh about to be connected, they could multiply themselves throughout the galaxy."
"Truly?"
She had been concentrating on Hari. The simulations had seemed to be a small side issue. "I edited them many millennia ago to exclude knowledge I felt damaging for humans. But I should revisit that editing."
"Editing out? Cutting away such information as, for example, Earth's location?"
"They know minor data, such as how Earth's moon eclipses its star. An amazingly accurate fit. That could narrow the search."
"I see."
She had never been told this, and found strange emotions stirred by the knowing. "I have had to do many such revisitings before. Luckily, individual humans' memories die with them. Simulations do not." She felt a dark, brooding sorrow in his words. More, she caught a glimmer of how he must view events, looking backward down a tunnel of long labor and grim sacrifice, stretching tens of millennia. She was comparatively young, less than 2 centuries old. Yet she understood that robots had to be immortal. This requirement arose because they had to remain ever vigilant for humanity. Humans accomplished their cultural continuity by passing on to the next generation the essentials that bound them all together. But robots could not be allowed to regularly reproduce, even though the means were readily adopted from the basic organs of mankind. The robots knew their Darwin. To reproduce meant to evolve. Inevitably, error would creep into any method of reproduction. Most errors would cause death or subnormal performance, but some would alter the next generation of robots in subtle ways. Some of these would be unacceptable, as seen through the lens of the 4 laws. The most obvious selection principle, operating in all ordinarily self-reproducing organisms, was for self-interest. Evolution rewarded pressing forward in one's own cause. Favoring the individual was the central force selecting for survivors. But the self-interest of a robot could conflict with the 4 laws. Inevitably, a robot would evolve which, despite outward appearances, despite intricate interrogations, would favor itself over humanity. Such a robot would not spring between a human and a speeding vehicle, or between humanity and the threats that loomed out of the galactic night. So our Daniel Oliver of the original design had to be immortal. Only special-use robots, such as herself, could be made fresh. The organiform variation had been arrived at over many centuries of secret research. It was allowed expressly to fill an unusual task at hand, such as forming a cocoon, both emotional and physical, around one Hari Seldon. "You wish to erase all the simulations, everywhere?" he said. "Ideally, yes. They might produce new robots, release ancient lore. They could even uncover—" "Why do you stop?" "There are historical facts you need not know." "But I am an historian." "You are closer to human than I. Some knowledge is best left to forms such as myself. Believe me, the 3 laws, plus the 0th, have deep implications, ones the originators could not guess. Under the 0th law, we robots have had to perform certain acts—" He caught himself, abruptly shook his head. "Very well," she said reluctantly, fruitlessly studying his impassive face. "I accept that, and I will go with him to this place." "You will need technical aid." Our Daniel stripped away his shirt to reveal a completely convincing human skin. He put 2 stiff fingers carefully below one nipple and pushed in a pressure pattern. His chest opened longitudinally for perhaps 5 centimeters. He removed a jet-black cylinder the size of his little finger. "Instructions are encoded in the side for optical reading." "Advanced technology for a backward world?" He allowed himself a smile. "It should be safe, but precautions are in order. Always. Do not worry overly much. I doubt that even the crafty Lemurk will be able to plant agents quickly on Panucopia." Part 5. Panucopia. Biogenesis, history of. It was thus only natural that biologists would use entire planets as experimental preserves, testing on a large scale the central ideas about human evolution. Humanity's origins remained shrouded with the parent planet, Earth, itself unknown, though there were thousands of earnestly supported candidates. Some primates in the scattered galactic zoos clearly were germane to the argument. Early in the post-Middle Period, whole worlds came to be devoted to exploration of these apparently primordial species. One such world made groundbreaking progress in our connections to the Pans, though indicative no firm conclusions could be reached. Too much of the intervening millions of years between ourselves and even close relatives like the Pans lay in shadow. During the decline of imperial science, these experiments were even turned into amusements for the gentry and meritocrats, in desperate attempts to remain self-supporting as imperial funding dried up. Encyclopedia Galactica. 1. He didn't fully relax until they were sitting on a veranda of the excursion station some 6,000 light-years away from Trantor. Warily Dawes gazed out at the view beyond the formidable walls. "We're safe here from the animals?" "I imagine so. Those walls are high, and there are guard canines. Wirehounds, I believe." "Good." She smiled in a way that he knew implied a secret was about to emerge. "I believe I have covered our tracks. To use an animal metaphor, I had records of our departure concealed."
"I still think you are exaggerating."
"Exaggerating an attempted assassination?" She bit her lip in ill-concealed irritation. This was a well-frayed argument between them by now, but something about her protectiveness always sat poorly with him.
"I only agreed to leave Trantor in order to study Pans."
He caught a flicker of emotion in her face, and knew that she would now try to ease off. "Oh, that might be useful, or better still, fun. You need a rest."
"At least I won't have to deal with Lemerck."
Cleon had instituted what he lightly termed traditional measures to track down the conspirators. Some had already wormholed away to the far reaches of the galaxy. Others had committed suicide. Or so it seemed. Lemerck was staying low, pretending shock and dismay at this assault on the very fabric of our Imperium. But Lemerck still held enough votes in the High Council to block Cleon's move to make Hari his first minister. So the deadlock continued. Hari was numbed by the entire matter. "And you're right," Dawes continued with a brittle brightness, ignoring his moody silence. "Not everything is available on Trantor, or even known about. My main consideration was that if you had stayed on Trantor, you would be dead." He stopped looking at the striking scenery.
"You think the Lemerck faction would persist?"
"They could, which is a better guide to action than trying to guess woods."
"I see."
He didn't. But he had learned to trust her judgment in matters of the world.
Then, too, perhaps he did need a thoroughgoing vacation. To be on a living, natural world, he had forgotten, in his years buried in Trantor, how vivid wild things could be. The greens and yellows leaped out after decades amid matted steel, cycled air, and crystal glitter. Here the sky yawned impossibly deep, unmarked by the graffiti of aircraft, wholly alive to the flapping wonder of birds. Bluffs and ridges looked like they had been shaped hastily with a putty knife. Beyond the station walls he could see a sole tree thrashed by an angry wind. Its topknot finally blew off in a pocket of wind, fluttering and fraying over somber flats like a fragmenting bird. Distant, eroded mesas had yellow streaks down their shanks, which, as they met the forest, turned a burnt-orange tinge that suggested the rot of rust. Across the valley where the Pans ranged lay a dusky canopy hidden behind low grey clouds and raked by winds. A thin, cold rain fell there, and Hari wondered what it was like to cower as an animal beneath those sheets of moisture, without hope of shelter or warmth. Perhaps Trantor's utter predictability was better, but he wondered. He pointed to the distant forest. "We're going there?"
He liked this fresh place, though the forest was foreboding. It had been a long time since he had even worked with his hands alongside his father back on Helicon. To live in the open— "Don't start judging."
"I'm anticipating."
She grinned. "You always have a longer word for it, no matter what I say."
"The tracks look a little, touristy."
"Of course. We're tourists." The land here rose up into peaks as sharp as torn tin. In the thick trees beyond, mist broke on grey smooth rocks. Even here, high up the slope of an imposing ridge, the excursion station was hemmed in by slimy, thick-barked trees standing in deep drifts of dead dark leaves. With rotting logs half buried in the wet layers, the air swarmed so close it was like breathing damp opium. Dawes stood, her drink finished. "Let's go in, socialize." He followed dutifully, and right away knew it was a mistake. Most of the indoor stim party crowd was dressed in rugged safari-style gear. They were ruddy folk, faces flushed with excitement, or perhaps just enhancers. Harry waved away the bubble-glass-bearing waiter. He disliked the way it sharpened his wits in uncontrolled ways. Still he smiled and tried to make small talk. This turned out to be not merely small, but microscopic. "Where are you from?" "Oh, Trantor." "What's it like?" "We're from fill-in-the-planet." "Have you ever heard of it?" Of course he had not. 25 million worlds. Most were primitivists, drawn by the unique experience available here. It seemed to him that every third word in their conversation was natural or vital, delivered like a mantra. "What a relief to be away from straight lines," a thin man said. How so?" Harry said, trying to seem interested. "Well, of course straight lines don't exist in nature. They have to be put there by humans." He sighed. "I love to be free of straightness." Harry instantly thought of pine needles, strata of metamorphic rock, the inside edge of a half-moon, spider-woven silk strands, the line along the top of a breaking ocean wave, crystal patterns, white quartz lines on granite slabs, the far horizon of a vast, calm lake, the legs of birds, spikes of cactus, the arrow dive of a raptor, trunks of young, fast-growing trees, wisps of high wind-blown clouds, ice cracks, the two sides of the V of migrating birds, icicles. "Not so," he said, but no more. His habit of laconic implication was trampled in the headlong talk, of course. The enhancers were taking hold. They all chattered on, excited by the prospect of immersing themselves in the lives of the creatures roaming the valleys below. He listened, not commenting, intrigued. Some wanted to share the world-view of herd animals, others of hunters, some of birds. They spoke as though they were entering some athletic event, and that was not his view at all. Still, he stayed silent. He finally escaped with doors into the small park beside the excursion station, designed to make guests familiar with local conditions before their immersion. Panucopia, as this world was called, apparently had little native life of large size. There were animals he had seen as a boy on Helicon, and whole kraals of domestic breeds. All had sprung from common stock less than 100,000 years ago, on the legendary Earth. The unique asset of Panucopia was nowhere near, of course. He stopped and stared at the kraals and thought again about the galaxy. His mind kept attacking what he thought of as the great problem, diving at it from many angles. He had learned to just stand aside and let it run. The psychohistorical equations needed deeper analysis, terms which accounted for the bedrock properties of humans as a species, as animals. Was there a clue here? Despite millennia of trying, humans had domesticated few creatures. To be domesticated, wild beasts had to have an entire suite of traits. Most had to be herd animals, with instinctive submission patterns which humans could co-opt. They had to be placid. Herds that bolt at a strange sound and can't tolerate intruders are hard to keep. Finally, they had to be willing to breed in captivity. Most humans didn't want to court and copulate under the watchful gaze of others, and neither did most animals. So here there were sheep and goats and cows and llamas, slightly adapted to this world, but otherwise unremarkable, just like myriad other empire planets. The similarity implied that it had all been done at about the same time. Except for the Pans. They were unique to Panucopia. Whoever had brought them here might have been trying a domestication experiment, but the records from 13,000 years before were lost. Why? A wire-hound came sniffing, checking them out, muttering an unintelligible apology. "Interesting," he remarked to Dawes, "that primitivists still want to be protected from the wild by the domesticated." "Well, of course. This fellow is big." "Not sentimental about the natural state? We were once just another type of large mammal on some mythical Earth." "Mythical?" "I don't work in that area of prehistory, but most historians think there was such a place." "Sure, but Earth just means dirt in the oldest languages, correct?
Well, we had to come from somewhere. She thought a moment, then aloud, slowly, I think that natural state might be a pleasant place to visit, but
I want to try the pans.
What? An immersion? Her eyebrows lifted in mild alarm.
As long as we're here, why not?
I don't... Well, I'll think about it.
You can bail out at any time, they say.
She nodded, pursed her lips.
We'll feel at home, the way pans do.
You believe everything you read in a brochure?
I did some research. It's a well-developed tech.
Her lips had a skeptical tilt.
He knew by now better than to press her. Let time do his work. The canine, quite large and alert, snuffled at his hand and slurred, sir.
He stroked it. In its eyes he saw a kinship, an instant rapport, that he did not need to think about. For one who dwelled in his head so much, this was a welcome rub of reality.
Significant evidence, he thought. We have a deep past together.
Perhaps that was why he wanted to immerse in a pan, to go far back, beyond the vexing state of being human.
2. We're certainly related, yes, expert specialist Varro said. He was a big man, tanned and muscular, and casually confident. He was a safari guide and immersion specialist with a biology background. He did research using immersion techniques, but keeping the station going soaked up most of his time, he said.
Hari looked skeptical.
You think pans were with us back on an Earth? Sure, had to be. They could not have arisen from genetic tinkering with our own kind? Doubtful. Genetic inventory shows that they come from a small stable, probably a zoo set up here, or else an accidental crash.
Dawes asked, Is there any chance this world could have been the original Earth?
Varro chuckled. No fossil record, no ruins. Anyway, the local fauna and flora have a funny key pattern in their genetic helix, a bit different from our DNA. Extra methyl group on the purine rings. We can live here, eat the food, but neither we nor the pans are native.
Varro made a good case. Pans certainly looked quasi-human. Ancient records referred to a classification, that was all. Pan-troglodytes, whatever that meant in a long-lost tongue. They had hands with thumbs, the same number of teeth as humans, no tails. Varro waved a big hand at the landscape below the station.
They were dumped here along with plenty of other related species on top of a biosphere that supported the usual grasses and trees, very little more.
How long ago? Dawes asked.
Over 13,000 years, that's for sure.
Before Trantor's consolidation. But other planets don't have pans, Dawes persisted.
Varro nodded. I guess in the early Empire days nobody thought they were useful.
Are they? Hari asked.
Not that I can tell. Varro shrugged. We haven't tried training them much, beyond research purposes. Remember, they're supposed to be kept wild. The original Emperor's boon stipulated that. Tell me about your research, Hari said. In his experience, no scientist ever passed up a chance to sing his own song. He was right. They had taken human DNA and pan-DNA, Varro said, waxing on enthusiastically, then unzipped the double helix strands in both. Linking one human strand with a pan strand made a hybrid. Where the strands complemented, the two then tightly bound in a partial new double helix. Where they differed, bonding between the strands was weak, intermittent, with whole sections flapping free. Then they spun the watery solutions in a centrifuge, so the weak sections ripped apart. Closely linked DNA was 98.2% of the total. Pans were startlingly like humans. Less than 2% difference, about the same that separated men and women, yet they lived in forests and invented nothing. The typical difference between individual people's DNA was 1/10 of a percentage point, Varro said. Roughly then, pans were 20 times more different from humans than particular people differed among themselves, genetically. But genes were like levers. supporting vast weights by pivoting about a small fulcrum. "So you think they came before us?" Dawes was impressed. "On Earth?" Vado nodded vigorously. "They must have been related, but we don't come from them. We parted company genetically 6 million years ago." "And do they think like us?" Hari asked. "Best way to tell is an immersion," Vado said. "Very best way." He smiled invitingly, and Hari wondered if Vado got a commission on immersions. His sales pitch was subtle, shaped for an academic's interest, but still a sales pitch. Vado had already made available to Hari the vast stores of data on pan movement, population dynamics and behaviors. It was a rich source, millennia old. With some modeling, here might be fertile ground for a simple description of pans as proto-humans, using a truncated version of psychohistory. "Describing the life history of a species mathematically is one thing," Dawes said, "but living in it—" "Come now," Hari said. Even though he knew the entire excursion station was geared to sell the guests safaris and immersions, he was intrigued. "I need a change, you said? Get out of stuffy old Trantor, you said?" Vado smiled warmly. "It's completely safe." Dawes smiled at Hari tolerantly. Between people long married, there is a diplomacy of the eyes. "Oh, all right." 3. He spent mornings studying the Pan databanks. The mathematician in him pondered how to represent their dynamics with a trimmed-down psychohistory. The marble of fate rattling down a cracked slope. So many paths, variables. To get all this, he had to kowtow to the station chief. A woman named Yakani. She seemed cordial, but displayed a large portrait of the academic potentate upon her office wall. Hari mentioned it, and Yakani gushed on about her mentor, who had helped her run a primate studies center on a verdant planet some decades before. "She will bear watching," Dawes said. "You don't think the potentate would—" "The first assassination attempt. Remember the tab? I learned from the Imperials that some technical aspects of it point to an academic laboratory." Hari frowned. "Surely my own faction would not oppose—" "She is as ruthless as Lemerck, but more subtle." "My, you are suspicious." "I must be." In the afternoons they took treks. Dawes did not like the dust and heat, and they saw few animals. "What self-respecting beast would want to be seen with these overdressed primitivists?" she said. He liked the atmosphere of this world, and relaxed into it, but his mind kept on working. He thought about this as he stood on the sweeping veranda, drinking pungent fruit juice as he watched the sunset. Dawes stood beside him silently. Planets were energy funnels, he thought. At the bottom of their gravitational wells, plants captured barely 0.1% of the sunlight that fell on a world's surface. They built organic molecules with a star's energy. In turn, plants were prey for animals, who could harvest roughly 1/10 of the plant's stored energy. Grazers were themselves prey to meat-eaters, who could use about 1/10 of the flesh-stored energy. So, he estimated, only about 1 part in 100,000 of the lancing sunlight energy wound up in the predators. Wasteful. Yet nowhere in the whole galaxy had a more efficient engine evolved. Why not? Predators were invariably more intelligent than their prey, and they sat atop a pyramid of very steep slopes. Omnivores had a similar balancing act. Out of that rugged landscape had come humanity. That fact had to matter greatly in any psychohistory. The Pans, then, were essential to finding the ancient keys to the human psyche. Dawes said, "I hope immersion isn't, well, so hot and sticky. Remember, you'll see the world through different eyes. Just so I can come back whenever I want and have a nice hot bath." "Compartments?" Dawes shied back. "They look more like caskets." "They have to be snug, madam." Ex-Spec Vado smiled amiably, which Hari sensed probably meant he wasn't feeling amiable at all. Their conversation had been friendly. The staff here was respectful of the noted Dr. Selden, But after all, basically, he and Dawes were just more tourists, paying for a bit of primitive fun, all couched in proper scholarly terms, but tourists. "You're kept in fixed status, all body systems running slow but normal," the ex-spec said, popping out the padded networks for their inspection. He ran through the controls, emergency procedures, safeguards. "Looks comfortable enough," Dawes observed grudgingly. "Come on," Hari chided. "You promised we would do it." "You'll be meshed into our systems at all times," Vado said. "Even your data library?" Hari asked. "Sure thing." The team of ex-specs booted them into the stasis compartments with deft, sure efficiency. Tabs, pressers, magnetic pickups were plated onto his skull to pick up thoughts directly. The very latest tech. "Ready? Feeling good?" Vado asked with his professional smile. Hari was not feeling good, as opposed to feeling well, and he realized part of it was this ex-spec. He had always distrusted bland, assured people. Both Vado and the security chief, Yakani, seemed to be unremarkable greys, but Dawes' wariness had rubbed off. Something about them bothered him, but he could not say why. Oh well, Dawes was probably right. He needed a vacation. What better way to get out of yourself? "Good, yes. Ready? Yes." The suspension tech was ancient and reliable. It suppressed neuromuscular responses, so the customer lay dormant, only his mind engaged with the pan. Magnetic webs capped over his cerebrum. Through electromagnetic inductance they interwove into layers of the brain. They routed signals along tiny thread paths, suppressing many brain functions and blocking physiological processes. All this so that the massively parallel circuitry of the brain could be inductively linked out, thought by thought. Then it was transmitted to chips embedded in the pan-subject. Immersion. The technology had ramified throughout the Empire, quite famously. The ability to distantly manage minds had myriad uses. The suspension tech, however, found its own odd applications. On some worlds, and in certain Trantorian classes, women were wedded, then suspended for all but a few hours of the day. Their wealthy husbands awoke them from freeze-frame states only for social and sexual purposes. Over a half-century the wives experienced a heady whirlwind of places, friends, parties, vacations, passionate hours, but their total accumulated time was only a few years. Their husbands died in what seemed to the wives like short order indeed, leaving a wealthy widow of perhaps 30. Such women were highly sought, and not only for their money. They were uniquely sophisticated, seasoned by a long marriage. Often these widows returned the favor, wedding husbands whom they revived for similar uses. All this Hari had taken in with the sophisticated veneer he had cultivated on Trantor. So he thought his immersion would be comfortable, interesting, the stuff of stim party talk. He had thought that he would, in some sense, visit another, simpler mind. He did not expect to be swallowed whole. 4. A good day. Plenty of fat grubs to eat in a big moist log. Dig them out with my nails. Fresh, tangy, sharp, crunchy. Biggest, he shoves me aside. Scoops out plenty rich grubs. Grunts. Glowers. My belly rumbles. I back off and eye biggest. He's got pinched-up face, so I know not to fool with him. I walk away, I squat down. Get some picking from a femme. She finds some fleas, cracks them in her teeth. Biggest rolls the log around some to knock a few grubs loose, finishes up. He's strong. Femmes watch him. Over by the trees a bunch of femmes chatter, suck their teeth. Everybody's sleepy now in early afternoon, lying in the shade. Biggest, though. He waves at me and hunker, and off we go. Patrol. Strut tall, step out proud. I like it fine. Better than humping, even. Down past the creek and along to where the hoof smells are. That's the shallow spot. We cross and go into the trees sniffing, and there are two strangers. They don't see us yet. We move smooth, quiet. Biggest picks up a branch, and we do too. Hunker is sniffing to see who these strangers are, and he points off to the hill. Just like I thought. They're Hillies. The worst. Smell bad. Hillies come onto our turf, make trouble. We make it back. We spread out. Biggest, he grunts, and they hear him. I'm already moving, branch held up. I can run pretty far without going all fours. The strangers cry out, big-eyed. We go fast, and then we're on them. They have no branches. We hit them and kick, and they grab at us. They are tall and quick. Biggest slams one to the ground. I hit that one, so Biggest knows real well I'm with him. Hammer hard, I do. Then I go quick to help Hunker. His stranger has taken his branch away. I club the stranger. He sprawls. I whack him good, and Hunker jumps on him, and it is wonderful. The stranger tries to get up, and I kick him solid. Hunker grabs back his branch and hits again and again, with me helping hard. Biggest, his stranger, gets up and starts to run. Biggest whacks his ass with a branch, roaring and laughing. Me, I got my skill. Special. I pick up rocks. I'm the best thrower, better than Biggest even. Rocks are for strangers. My buddies, them I'll scrap with, but never use rocks. Strangers, though, they deserve to get rocks in the face. I love to bust a stranger that way. I throw one clean and smooth, catch the stranger on the leg. He stumbles. I smack him good with a sharp-edged rock in the back. He runs fast then. I can see he's bleeding. Big red drops in the dust. Biggest laughs and slaps me, and I know I'm in good with him. Hunker is clubbing his stranger. Biggest takes my club and joins in. The blood all over the stranger sings warm in my nose, and I jump up and down on him. We keep at it like that a long time, not worried about the other stranger coming back. Strangers are brave sometimes, but they know when they have lost. The stranger stops moving. I give him one more kick. No reaction. Dead, maybe. We scream and dance and holler out our joy. 5. Hari shook his head to clear it. That helped a little. "You were that big one?" Dawes asked. "I was the female over by the trees." "Sorry, I couldn't tell." "It was different, wasn't it?" He laughed dryly. "Murder usually is." "When you went off with the, leader—" "My Pan thinks of him as Biggest. We killed another Pan." They were in the plush reception room of the immersion facility. Hari stood and felt the world tilt a little and then right itself. "I think I'll stick to historical research for a while." Dawes smiled sheepishly. I rather liked it." He thought a moment, blinked. "So did I," he said, surprising himself. "Not the murder." "No, of course not, but the feel." She grinned. "Can't get that on Trantor, Professor." He spent 2 days coasting through cool lattices of data in the formidable station library. It was well equipped and allowed interfaces with several senses. He patrolled through cool digital labyrinths. Some data was encrusted with age, quite literally. In the vector spaces portrayed on huge screens, the research data of millennia ago were covered with thick, bulky protocols and scabs of security precautions. All were easily broken or averted, of course, by present methods. But the chunky abstracts, reports, summaries, and crudely processed statistics still resisted easy interpretation. Occasionally some facets of Pan behavior were carefully hidden away in appendices and sidebar notes, as though the biologists in the lonely outpost were embarrassed by it. Some was embarrassing, mating behavior especially. How could he use this? He navigated through the 3D maze and cobbled together his ideas. Could he follow a strategy of analogy? Pans shared nearly all their genes with humans, so Pan dynamics could be a simpler version of human dynamics. Could he then analyze Pan-troop interactions as a reduced case of psychohistory? Security Chief Yakani opened confidential files which implied that Pans had been genetically modified about 10,000 years before. To what end, Hari could not tell. There were other altered creatures, Raboons particularly. Yakani took such an interest in his work that he became suspicious she was keeping an eye on him for the potentate. At sunset of the second day, he sat with Dawes watching blood-red shafts spike through orange-tinged clouds. This world was gaudy beyond good taste, and he liked it. The food was tangy, too. His stomach rumbled, anticipating dinner. He remarked to Dawes, "It's tempting using pans to build a sort of toy model of psychohistory." "But you have doubts." "They're like us, but they have, well,
"Base, animalistic ways?" She smirked, then kissed him. "My prudish Hari."
"We have our share of beastly behaviors, I know, but we're a lot smarter, too."
Her eyelids dipped in a manner he knew by now suggested polite doubt. "They live intensely. You'll have to give them that."
"Maybe we're smarter than we need to be anyway?"
"What?"
This surprised her. "I've been reading up on evolution. Not a front-rank field anymore. Everybody thinks we understand it."
"And in a galaxy filled with humans and little else, there isn't much fresh material."
He had not thought of it that way before, but she was right. Biology was a backwater science. All the academic sophisticates were pursuing something called integrative sociometrics. He went on, laying out his thoughts. Plainly, the human brain was an evolutionary overshoot. Brains were far more capable than a competent hunter-gatherer needed. To get the better of animals, it would have been enough to master fire and simple stone tools. Such talents alone would have made people the lords of creation, removing selection pressure to change. Instead, all evidence from the brain itself said that change accelerated. The human cerebral cortex added mass, stacking new circuitry atop older wiring. That mass spread over the lesser areas like a thick new skin. So said the ancient studies, their data from museums long lost. From this came musicians and engineers, saints and savants, he finished with a flourish. One of Dawes' best points was her willingness to sit still while he waxed professorially long-winded, even on vacation.
"And the Pans, you think, are from before that time? On ancient Earth?"
"They must be. And all this evolutionary selection happened in just a few million years."
Dawes nodded. "Look at it from the woman's point of view. It happened despite putting mothers in desperate danger in childbirth."
How?"
"From those huge baby heads. They're hard to get out. We women are still paying the price for your brains, and for ours."
He chuckled. She always had a special spin on a subject that made him see it fresh. "Then why was it selected for back then?"
Dawes smiled enigmatically. "Maybe men and women alike found intelligence sexy in each other."
"Really?"
Her sly smile. "How about us?"
"Have you ever watched very many 3D stars? They don't feature brains, my dear."
"Remember the animals we saw in the Imperial Zoo? It could be that for early humans brains were like peacock tails or moose horns, display items to attract the females. Runaway sexual selection."
"I see. An overplayed hand of otherwise perfectly good cards," he laughed. "So, being smart is just a bright ornament."
"Works for me," she said, giving him a wink.
He watched the sunset turn to glowering, ominous crimson, oddly happy. Sheets of light worked across the sky among curious, layered clouds.
Dawes murmured.
"Yes?"
"Maybe this is a way to use the research the expecs are doing, too. Learn who we humans once were, and therefore who we are."
"Intellectually, it's a jump. In social ways, though, the gap could be less."
Dawes looked skeptical. "You think Pans are only a bit further back in a social sense?"
I wonder if in logarithmic time we might scale from Pans to the early Empire and then on to now."
"A big leap."
"Maybe I could use that Voltaire sim from Sark as a scaling point in a long curve."
"Look, to do anything you'll need more experience with them." She eyed him. "You like immersion, don't you?"
"Well, yes. It's just—" What? That ex-spec Vado. He keeps pushing immersions. That's his job. And he knew who I was. So she spread her hands and shrugged. You're normally the suspicious one. Why should an ex-spec know an obscure mathematician? He looked you up. Data dumps on incoming guests are standard, and as a First Minister candidate, you're hardly obscure. I suppose so. Say, you're supposed to be the ever-vigilant one. He grinned. Shouldn't you be encouraging my caution? Paranoia isn't caution. Time spent on non-threats subtracts from vigilance. By the time they went in for dinner, she had talked him into it. 6. Hot day in the sun. Dust tickles. Makes me snort. That biggest. He walks by, gets respect right away. Plenty. Femmes and guys alike. They stick out their hands. Biggest touches them, taking time with each, letting them know he is there. The world is all right. I reach out to him, too. Makes me feel good. I want to be like biggest. To be big. Be as big as him. Be him. Femmes don't give him any trouble. He wants one. She goes. Hump right away. He's biggest. Most males, they don't get much respect. Femmes don't want to do with them as much as they do with biggest. The little males, they huff and throw sand and all that, but everybody knows they're not going to be much. No chance they could ever be like biggest. They don't like that, but they're stuck with it. Me, I'm pretty big. I get respect. Some, anyway. All the guys like stroking, petting, grooming. Femmes give it to them, and they give it back. Guys get more, though. After it, they're not so gruff. I'm sitting getting groomed, and all of a sudden I smell something. I don't like it. I jump up, cry out. Biggest, he takes notice. Smells it, too. Strangers. Everybody starts hugging each other. Strong smell, plenty of it. Lots of strangers. The wind says they are near, getting nearer. They come running down on us from the ridge, looking for femmes, looking for trouble. I run for my rocks. I always have some handy. I fling one at them, miss. Then they in among us. It's hard to hit them. They go so fast. 4 strangers. They grab 2 femmes, drag them away. Everybody howling, crying, dust everywhere. I throw rocks. Biggest leads the guys against the strangers. They turn and run off, just like that. Got the 2 femmes, though, and that's bad. Biggest, mad. He pushes around some of the guys, makes noise. He not looking so good now. He let the strangers in. Those strangers bad. We all hunker down, groom each other, pet, make nice sounds. Biggest, he come by, slap some of the femmes, hump some. Make sure everybody know he's still biggest. He don't slap me. He know better than to try. I growl at him when he come close, and he pretend not to hear. Maybe he not so big any more, I'm thinking. 7. He stayed with it this time. After the first crisis, when the stranger Pans came running through, he sat and let himself get groomed for a long time. It really did calm him. Him? Who was he? This time he could fully sense the Pan mind. Not below him, that was a metaphor, but around him. A swarming scattershot of senses, thoughts, fragments like leaves blowing by him in a wind. And the wind was emotion. Blustering gales, howling and whipping in gusts, raining thoughts like soft hammer blows. These Pans thought poorly, in the sense that he could get only shards, like human musings chopped by a nervous editor. But Pans felt intensely. Of course, he thought, and he could think, nestled in the hard kernel of himself, wrapped in the Pan mind. Emotions told it what to do, without thinking. Quick reactions demanded that. Strong feeling amplified subtle cues into strong imperatives. Blunt orders from Mother Evolution. He saw now that the belief that high-order mental experiences, like emotion, were unique to people was simply conceited. These Pans shared much of the human worldview. A theory of Pan psychohistory could be valuable. He gingerly separated himself from the dense, pressing Pan mind. He wondered if the Pan knew he was here. Yes, it did, dimly. Yet this did not bother the Pan. He integrated it into his blurred, blunt world. Hari was somewhat like an emotion, just one of many fluttering by and staying a while, then wafting away. Could he be more than that? He tried getting the Pan to lift its right arm, and it was like lead. He struggled for a while that way, with no success. Then he realized his error. He could not overpower this Pan, not as a colonel in a much larger mind. He thought about this as the Pan groomed a female, picking carefully through coarse hair. The strands smelled good, the air was sweet, the sun stroked him with blades of generous warmth. Emotion. Pans didn't follow instructions because that simply lay beyond them. They could not understand directions in the human sense. Emotions, those they knew. He had to be an emotion, not a little general giving orders. He sat for a while, simply being this Pan. He learned, or rather he felt. The troop groomed and scavenged food, males eyeing the perimeter, females keeping close to the young. A lazy calm descended over him, carrying him effortlessly through warm moments of the day. Not since boyhood had he felt anything like this. A slow, graceful easing, as though there were no time at all, only slices of eternity. In this mood he could concentrate on a simple movement, raising an arm, scratching, and create a desire to do it. His Pan responded. To make it happen, he had to feel his way toward a goal. Catching a sweet scent on the wind, Hari thought about what food that might signal. His Pan meandered upwind, sniffed, discarded the clue as uninteresting. Hari could now smell the reason why. Fruit. True. Sweet, yes, but inedible for a Pan. Good. He was learning, and he was integrating himself into the deep recesses of this Pan mind. Watching the troop, he decided to name the prominent Pans to keep them straight. Agile, the quick one. Sheila, the sexy one. Grubber, the hungry one. But what was his own name? His he dubbed I-Pan. Not very original, but that was its main characteristic. I as Pan. Grubber found some bulb-shaped fruit, and the others drifted over to scavenge. The hard fruit smelled a little too young. How did he know that? But some ate it anyway. And which of these was Dora's? They had asked to be immersed in the same troop, so one of these he forced himself to count, though somehow the exercise was like moving heavy weights in his mind. These 22 was her. How could he tell? He ambled over to several females who were using sharp-edged stones to cut leaves from branches. They tied the strands together so they could carry food. Hari peered into their faces. Mild interest, a few hands held out for stroking, an invitation to groom. No glint of recognition in their eyes. He watched a big femme, Sheila, carefully wash sand-covered fruit in a creek. The troop followed suit. Sheila was a leader of sorts, a female lieutenant to biggest. She ate with relish, looked around. There was grain growing nearby, past maturity, ripe, tan kernels already scattered in the sandy soil. Concentrating, Hari could tell from the faint bouquet that this was a delicacy. A few Pans squatted and picked grains from the sand, slow work. Sheila did the same, and then stopped, gazing off at the creek. Time passed. Insects buzzed. After a while she scooped up sand and kernels and walked to the brook's edge. She tossed it all in. The sand sank. The kernels floated. She skimmed them off and gulped them down, grinning widely. An impressive trick. The other Pans did not pick up on her kernel-skimming method. Fruit washing was conceptually easier, he supposed, since the Pan could keep the fruit the whole time. Kernel skimming demanded throwing away the food first, then rescuing it, a harder mental jump. He thought about her, and in response I-Pan sauntered over her way. He peered into Sheila's eyes, and she winked at him. Doors! He wrapped hairy arms around her in a burst of love. 8. Pure animal love, she said over dinner. Refreshing. Hari nodded. I like being there, living that way. I can smell so much more. Fruit tastes differently when they bite into it. He held up a purple bulb, sliced into it, forked it into his mouth. To me, this is almost unbearably sweet. To Ipan, it's pleasant, a little peppery. I suppose pans have been selected for a sweet tooth. It gets them more fast calories. I can't think of a more thorough vacation. Not just getting away from home, but getting away from your species. He eyed the fruit. And they're so horny? Insatiable. You didn't seem to mind. My pan, Ipan? I bail out when he gets into his hump-them-all mood. She eyed him. Really? Don't you bail out? Yes, but I don't expect men to be like women. Oh? He said stiffly. I've been reading in the X-Specs Research Library while you toy with pan-social movements. Women invest heavily in their children. Men can use two strategies, parental investment plus sow the oats. She lifted an eyebrow. Both must have been selected for in our evolution because they're both common. Not with me. To his surprise, she laughed. I'm talking in general. My point is the pans are much more promiscuous than we are. The males run everything. They help out the females who are carrying their children, I gather, but then they shop around elsewhere all the time. Hari switched into his professional mode. It was decidedly more comfortable when dealing with such issues. As the specialists say, they are pursuing a mixed reproductive strategy. How polite. Polite plus precise. Of course, he couldn't really be sure Dawes bailed out of Sheila when a male came by for a quick one. They were always quick, too. 30 seconds or less. Could she exit the pan mind that quickly? He required a few moments to extricate himself. Of course, if she saw the male coming, guessed his intentions... He was surprised at himself. What role did jealousy have when they were inhabiting other bodies? Did the usual moral code make any sense? Yet to talk this over with her was embarrassing. He was still the country boy from Helicon, like it or not. Ruefully he concentrated on his meal of local Romer Fleisch, which turned out to be an earthy, dark meat in a stew of tangy vegetables. He ate heartily, and in response to Dor's rather obviously amused silence, said, I'd point out that pans understand commerce, too. Food for sex, betrayal of the leader for sex, spare my child for sex, grooming for sex, just about anything for sex. It does seem to be their social currency. Short and decidedly not sweet. Just quick lunges, strong sensations, then boom, it's over. The males need it, the females use it. You've been taking notes. If I'm going to model pans as a sort of simplified people, then I must. Model pans? Came the assured tones of ex-Spec Vado. They're not model citizens, if that's what you mean. He gave them a sunny smile, and Hari guessed this was more of the obligatory friendliness of this place. Hari smiled mechanically. I'm trying to find the variables that could describe pan behavior. You should spend a lot of time with them, Vado said, sitting at the table and holding up a finger to a waiter for a drink. They're subtle creatures. I agree, said Dawes. Do you ride them very much? Some, but most of our research is done differently now. Vado's mouth twisted ruefully. Statistical models, that sort of thing. I got this touring idea started using the immersion tech we had developed earlier to make money for the project. Otherwise, we'd have had to close. I'm happy to contribute, Hari said. Admit it you like it, Dawes said, amused. Well, yes, it's different. And good for the staid Professor Selden to get out of his shell, she said. Vado beamed. Be sure you don't take chances out there. Some of our customers think they're super pans or something. Dawes' eyes flickered. What danger is there? Our bodies are in slow time back here. Vado said, You're strongly linked. A big shock to a pan can drive a back shock in your own neurological systems. What sort of shock? Hari asked. Death? Major injury? "In that case," Dawes said to Harry, "I really do not think you should immerse." Harry felt irked. "Come on, I'm on vacation, not in prison. Any threat to you—" "Just a minute ago you were rhapsodizing about how good for me it was." "You're too important to—" "There's really very little danger." Vado came in smoothly. "Pans don't die suddenly, usually." "And I can bail out when I see danger coming," Harry added. "But will you? I think you're getting a taste for adventure." She was right, but he wasn't going to concede the point. If he wanted a little escape from his humdrum mathematician's routine, so much the better. "I like being out of Trantor's endless corridors." Vado gave Dawes a confident smile. "And we haven't lost a tourist yet." "How about research staff?" she shot back. "Well, that was a most unusual—" "What happened?" "A pan fell off a ledge. The human operator couldn't bail out in time, and she came out of it paralyzed. The shock of experiencing death through immersion is known from other incidents to prove fatal. But we have systems in place now to short-circuit." "What else?" she persisted. "Well, there was one difficult episode. In the early days, when we had simple wire fences—" The ex-spec shifted uneasily. "Some predators got in." "What sort of predators?" "A primate pack-hunter. Panucopia grandis. We call them raboons because they're genetically related to a small primate on another continent. Their DNA—" "How did they get in?" Dawes insisted. "They're somewhat like a wild hog, with hooves that double as diggers. They smelled game. Oh, corralled animals, dug under the fences." Dawes eyed the high, solid walls. "These are adequate?" "Certainly. Raboons share DNA with the Pans, and we believe they're from an ancient genetic experiment. Someone tried to make a predator by raising the earlier stock up onto two legs. Like most bipedal predators, the forelimbs are shortened and the head carried forward, balanced by a thick tail they use for signaling to each other. They prey on the biggest herd animals, the gigantelope, eating only the richest meat." "Why attack humans?" "They take targets of opportunity, true. Pans, even. When they got into the compound, they went for adult humans, not children. A very selective strategy." Dawes shivered. "You look at all this very objectively." "I'm a biologist." "I never knew it could be so interesting," Harry said, to diffuse her apprehension. Vado beamed. "Not as involving as higher mathematics, I'm sure." Dawes' mouth twisted with wry skepticism. "Do you mind if guests carry weapons inside the compound?" 9. He had a glimmering of an idea about the Pans, a way to use their behaviors in building a simple toy model of psychohistory. He might be able to use the statistics of Pan troop movements, the ups and downs of their shifting fortunes. Pictured in system space, living structures worked at the edge of a chaotic terrain. Life as a whole harvested the fruits of a large menu of possible path choices. Natural selection first achieved, then sustained this edgy state. Whole biospheres shifted their equilibrium points amid energetic flow-through, like birds banking on winds, he thought, watching some big yellow ones glide over the station, taking advantage of the updrafts. Like them, whole biological systems sometimes hovered at stagnation points. Systems were able to choose several paths of descent. Sometimes, to stretch the analogy, they could eat the tasty insects which came up to them on those same tricky breezes. Failure to negotiate such winds of change meant the pattern forfeited its systemic integrity. Energies dissipated. Crucial was the fact that any seemingly stable state was actually a trick of dynamic feedback. No static state existed, except one. A biological system at perfect equilibrium was simply dead. So, too, psychohistory? He talked it over with Dawes, and she nodded. Beneath her apparent calm, she was worried. Since Vado's remark, she was always tut-tutting about safety. He reminded her that she had earlier urged him to do more immersions. "This is a vacation, remember?" he said more than once. Her amused, sidewise glances told him that she also didn't buy his talk about the toy modeling. She thought he just liked romping in the woods. A country boy at heart, she chuckled. So the next morning he skipped a planned trek to view the gigantelope herds. Immediately he and Dawes went to the immersion chambers and slipped under. To get some solid work done, he told himself. "What's this?" He gestured to a small tick-tock stationed between their immersion pods. "Precaution," Dawes said. "I don't want anyone tampering with our chambers while we're under." "Tick-tocks cost plenty out here." "This one guards the coded locks, see?" She crouched beside the tick-tock and reached for the control panel. It blocked her. "I thought the locks were enough." "The security chief has access to those." "And you suspect her?" "I suspect everyone, but especially her." The Pans slept in trees and spent plenty of time grooming each other. For the lucky groomer, a tick or louse was a treat. With enough, they could get high on some peppery-tasting alkaloid. He suspected the careful stroking and combing of his hair by Dawes was a behavior selected because it improved Pan hygiene. It certainly calmed Ipan also. Then it struck him. Pans groomed rather than vocalizing. Only in crises and when agitated did they call and cry, mostly about breeding, feeding, or self-defense. They were like people who could not release themselves through the comfort of talk. And they needed comfort. The core of their social life resembled human societies under stress, in tyrannies, in prisons, and city gangs. Nature red in tooth and claw, yet strikingly like troubled people. But there were civilized behaviors here, too. Friendships, grief-sharing, buddies in arms who hunted and guarded turf together. Their old got wrinkled, bald, and toothless, yet were still cared for. Their instinctive knowledge was prodigious. They knew how to make a bed of leaves as dusk fell, high up in trees. They could climb with grasping feet. They felt, cried, mourned, without being able to parse these into neat grammatical packages, so the emotions could be managed subdued. Instead, emotions drove them. Hunger was the strongest. They found and ate leaves, fruit, insects, even fair-sized animals. They loved caterpillars. Each moment, each small enlightenment, sank him deeper into Ipan. He began to sense the subtle nooks and crannies of the Pan mind. Slowly he gained more cooperative control. That morning a female found a big fallen tree and began banging on it. The hollow trunk boomed like a drum, and all the foraging party rushed forward to beat it too, grinning wildly at the noise. Ipan joined in. Hari felt the burst of joy, seethed in it. Later, coming upon a waterfall after a heavy rain, they seized vines and swung among trees, out over the foaming water, screeching with delight as they performed twists and leaps from vine to vine. They were like children in a new playground. Hari got Ipan to make impossible moves, wild tumbles and dives, propelling him forward with abandon, to the astonishment of the other Pans. They were violent in their sudden, peevish moments, in hustling females, in working out their perpetual dominance hierarchy, and especially in hunting. A successful hunt brought enormous excitement, hugging, kissing, pats. As the troop descended to feed, the forest rang with barks, screeches, hoots, and pants. Hari joined the tumult, danced with Sheila Dawes. He had expected to have to repress his prim meritocrat dislike of mess. Many meritocrats even disliked soil itself. Not Hari, who had been reared among farmers and labourers. Still, he had thought that long exposure to Trantor's prissy aesthetics would hamper him here. Instead, the Pan's filth seemed natural. In some matters he did have to restrain his feelings. Rats the Pans ate head first. Larger game they smashed against rocks. They devoured the brains first, a steaming delicacy. Hari gulped, metaphorically, but with Ipan echoing the impulse, and watched, screening his reluctance. Ipan had to eat, after all. At the scent of predators, he felt Ipan's hair stand on end. Another tangy bouquet made Ipan's mouth water. He gave no mercy to food, even if it was still walking. Evolution in action. Those Pans who had showed mercy in the past ate less and left fewer descendants. Those weren't represented here any more. For all its excesses, he found the Pan's behavior hauntingly familiar. Males gathered often for combat, for pitching rocks, for blood sports, to work out their hierarchy. Females networked and formed alliances. There were trades of favors for loyalty, kinship bonds, turf wars, threats and displays, protection rackets, a hunger for respect, scheming subordinates, revenge, a social world enjoyed by many people that history had judged great. Much like the Emperor's court, in fact. Did people long to strip away their clothing and conventions, bursting forth as Pans? A brainy Pan would be quite at home in the imperial gentry. Hari felt a flush of revulsion so strong Ipan shook and fidgeted. Humanity's lot had to be different, not this primitive horror. He could use this certainly as a test-bed for a full theory. Then humankind would be self-knowing, captains of themselves. He would build in the imperatives of the Pans, but go far beyond, to true, deep psychohistory. 10. "I don't see it," Dawes said at dinner. "But they're so much like us. We must have shared some connections." He put down his spoon. "I wonder if they were house pets of ours, long before star travel?" "I wouldn't have them messing up my house." Adult humans weighed little more than Pans, but were far weaker. A Pan could lift 5 times more than a well-conditioned man. Human brains were 3 or 4 times more massive than a Pan's. A human baby, a few months old, already had a brain larger than a grown Pan. People had different brain architecture as well. But was that the whole story? Hari wondered. Give Pans bigger brains and speech? Ease off on the testosterone, saddle them with more inhibitions, spruce them up with a shave and a haircut, teach them to stand securely on hind legs, and you had deluxe model Pans that would look and act rather human. "Look," he said to Dawes, "my point is that they're close enough to us to make a psychohistory model work." "To make anybody believe that, you'll have to show that they're intelligent enough to have intricate interactions." "What about their foraging, their hunting?" he persisted. "Vado says they couldn't even be trained to do work around this excursion station." "I'll show you what I mean. Let's master their methods together." "What method?" "The basic one, getting enough to eat." She bit into a steak of a meaty local grazer, suitably processed and fat-flenched for the fastidious urban palate, as the brochure had it. Chewing with unusual ferocity, she eyed him. "You're on. Anything a Pan can do, I can do better." Dawes waved at him from within Sheila. Let the contest begin. The troop was foraging. He let Ipan meander and did not try to harness the emotional ripples that lapped across the Pan mind. He had gotten better at it, but at a sudden smell or sound he could lose his grip, and guiding the blunt Pan mind through anything complicated was still like moving a puppet with rubber strings. Sheila Dawes waved and signed to him, "This way." They had worked out a code of a few hundred words, using finger and facial gestures, and their Pans seemed to go along with these fairly well. Pans had a rough language, mixing grunts and shrugs and finger displays. These conveyed immediate meanings, but not in the usual sense of sentences. Mostly they just set up associations. "Tree, fruit, go," Dawes sent. They ambled their Pans over to a clump of promising spindly trunks, but the bark was too slick to climb. The rest of the troop had not even bothered. "They have forest smarts we lack," Hari thought ruefully. "What there?" he signed to Sheila Dawes. Pans ambled up to mounds, gave them the once-over, and reached out to brush aside some mud, revealing a tiny tunnel. "Termites," Dawes signed. Hari analyzed the situation as Pans drifted in. Nobody seemed in much of a hurry. Sheila winked at him and waddled over to a distant mound. Apparently termites worked outside at night. then blocked the entrances at dawn. Harry let his pan shuffle over to a large tan mound, but he was riding it so well now that the pan's responses were weak. Harry Ipan looked for cracks, knobs, slight hollows, and when he brushed away some mud, found nothing. Other pans readily unmasked tunnels. Had they memorized the 100 or more tunnels in each mound? He finally uncovered one. Ipan was no help. Harry could control, but that blocked up the wellsprings of deep knowledge within the pan. The pans deftly tore off twigs or grass stalks near their mounds. Harry carefully followed their lead. His twigs and grass didn't work. The first lot was too pliant, and when he tried to work them into a twisting tunnel, they collapsed and buckled. He switched to stiffer ones, but those caught on the tunnel walls or snapped off. From Ipan came little help. Harry had managed him a bit too well. He was getting embarrassed. Even the younger pans had no trouble picking just the right stems or sticks. Harry watched a pan nearby drop a stick that seemed to work. He then picked it up when the pan moved on. He felt welling up from Ipan a blunt anxiety, mixing frustration and hunger. He could taste the anticipation of luscious, juicy termites. He set to work plucking the emotional strings of Ipan. This job went even worse. Vague thoughts drifted up from Ipan, but Harry was in control of the muscles now, and that was the bad part. He quickly found that the stick had to be stuck in about 10 centimeters, turning his wrist to navigate it down the twisty channel. Then he had to gently vibrate it. Through Ipan he sensed that this was to attract termites to bite into the stick. At first he did it too long, and when he drew the stick out it was half gone. Termites had bitten cleanly through it. So he had to search out another stick, and that made Ipan's stomach growl. The other pans were through termite snacking, while Harry was still fumbling for his first taste. The nuances irked him. He pulled the stick out too fast, not turning it enough to ease it past the tunnel's curves. Time and again he fetched forth the stick, only to find that he had scraped the luscious termites off on the walls. Their bites punctured his stick until it was so shredded he had to get another. The termites were dining better than he. He finally caught the knack, a fluid, slow twist of the wrist, gracefully extracting termites, clinging like bumps. Ipan licked them off eagerly. Harry liked the morsels, filtered through pan taste buds. Not many, though. Others of the troop were watching his skimpy harvest, heads tilted in curiosity, and he felt humiliated. The hell with this, he thought. He made Ipan turn and walk into the woods. Ipan resisted, dragging his feet. Harry found a thick limb, snapped it off to carrying size, and went back to the mound. No more fooling with sticks. He whacked the mound solidly. 5 more, and he had punched a big hole. Escaping termites he scooped up by the delicious handful. So much for subtlety, he wanted to shout. He tried writing a note for her in the dust, but it was hard, forcing the letters out through his suddenly awkward hands. Pans could handle a stick to fetch forth grubs, but marking a surface was somehow not a ready talent. He gave up. Sheila Dawes came into view, proudly carrying a reed swarming with white-bellied termites. These were the best, a pan gourmet delicacy. "I better," she signed. He made Ipan shrug and signed, "I got more." So it was a draw. Later Dawes reported to him that among the troop he was known now as Big Stick. The name pleased him immensely. 11. At dinner he felt elated, exhausted, and not in the mood for conversation. Being a pan seemed to suppress his speech centers. It took some effort to ask ex-spec Vado about immersion technology. Usually he accepted the routine techno-miracles, but understanding pans meant understanding how he experienced them. The immersion hardware puts you in the middle of a pan's anterior cingulate gyrus, Vado said over dessert. Just gyrus, for short. That's the brain's main cortical region for mediating emotions and expressing them through action. The brain? Dawes asked. What about ours? Vado shrugged. Same general layout. Pans are smaller, without a big cerebrum. Harry leaned forward, ignoring his steaming cup of calf. This gyrus, it doesn't give direct motor control? No, we tried that. It disorients the pan so much when you leave it can't get itself back together." "So we have to be more subtle," Doris said. "We have to be. In pan males, the pilot light is always on in neurons that control action and aggression." "That's why they're more violence-prone?" she asked. "We think so. It parallels structures in our own brains." "Really? Men's neurons?" Doris looked doubtful. "Human males have higher activity levels in their temporal limbic systems deeper down in the brain. Evolutionarily older structures." "So why not put me into that level?" Hari asked. "We place the immersion chips into the gyrus area because we can reach it from the top surgically. The temporal limbic is way far down, impossible to implant a chip." Doris frowned. "So pan males
are harder to control. Professor Selden here is running his pan from the back seat, so to speak. Whereas Doris is running hers from a control center that, for female pans, is more central." Hari peered into the distance. "I was handicapped." Doris grinned. "You have to play the hand you're dealt." "It's not fair." "Big stick. Biology is destiny." The troop came upon rotting fruit. Fevered excitement ran through them. The smell was repugnant and enticing at the same time, and at first he did not understand why. The pans rushed to the overripe bulbs of blue and sickly green, popping open the skins, sucking out the juice. Tentatively, Hari tried one. The hit was immediate. A warm feeling of well-being kindled up in him. Of course, the fruity esters had converted into alcohol. The pans were quite deliberately setting about getting drunk. He let his pan follow suit. He hadn't much choice in the matter. Ipan grunted and thrashed his arms whenever Hari tried to turn him away from the teardrop fruit, and after a while Hari didn't want to turn away either. He gave himself up to a good, solid drunk. He had been worrying a lot lately, agitated in his pan, and this was completely natural, wasn't it? Then a pack of raboons appeared, and he lost control of Ipan. They come fast, running 2 legs, no sound, their tails twitch, talking to each other. 5 circle left. They cut off Isa. Biggest thunders at them. Hunker runs to nearest, and it spikes him with its 4-puncher. I throw rocks. Hit one. It yelps and scurries back, but others take its place. I throw again, and they come, and the dust and yowling are thick, and the others of them have Isa. They cut her with their punch claws, kick her with sharp hooves. 3 of them carry her off. Our femmes run, afraid. We warriors stay. We fight them, shrieking, throwing, biting when they get close, but we cannot reach Isa. Then they go, fast, running on their 2-hoofed legs, furling their tails in victory, taunting us. We feel bad. Isa was old, and we loved her. Femmes come back nervous. We groom ourselves and know that the 2 legs are eating Isa somewhere. Biggest come by, try to pat me. I snarl. He, Biggest, this thing he should have stopped. His eyes get big and he slap me. I slap back at him. He slam into me. We roll around in dust, biting, yowling. Biggest, strong, and pound my head on ground. Other warriors, they watch us, not join in. He beat me. I hurt. I go away. Biggest starts calming down the warriors. Femmes come by and pay their respects to Biggest. Touch him, groom him, feel him the way he likes. He mounts 3 of them real quick. He feeling Biggest, all right. Me, I lick myself. Sheila come groom me. After a while I feel better, forget about trouble. I not forget Biggest beat me, though, in front of everybody. Now I hurt, Biggest get grooming. He let them come and take Isa. He Biggest he should stop them. Some day I be all over him, on his back. Some day I be bigger. 12. When did you bail out? Doris asked. After Biggest stopped pounding on me, on Ipan.
They were relaxing beside a swimming pool, and the heady smells of the forest seemed to awaken in Harry the urge to be down there again, in the valleys of dust and blood. He trembled, took a deep breath. The fighting had been so involving he hadn't wanted to leave, despite the pain. Immersion had a hypnotic quality. "I know how you feel," she said. "It's easy to totally identify with them. I left Sheila when those raboons came close. Pretty scary."
Vado said they're derived from Earth, too. Plenty of DNA overlap, but they show signs of extensive recent tinkering to make them predators.
Why would the ancients want those?
Trying to figure out our origins?
To his surprise, she laughed. "Not everyone has your same interests."
"Why, then?"
"How about using raboons as game, to hunt? Something a little challenging?"
"Hunting? The Empire has always been too far from throwback primitivism to—"
He had been about to launch into a little lecture on how far humanity had come, when he realized that he didn't believe it any more. You've always thought of people as cerebral. No psychohistory could work if it didn't take into account our animal selves."
"Our worst sins are all our own, I fear."
He had not expected that his experiences here would shake him so. This was sobering. "Not at all. Genocide occurs in wolves and pans alike. Murder is widespread. Ducks and orangutans rape. Even ants have organized warfare and slave raids. Pans have at least as good a chance of being murdered as do humans, Vado says. Of all the hallowed human hallmarks, speech, art, technology, and the rest, the one which comes most obviously from animal ancestors is genocide."
"You've been learning from Vado."
"It was a good way to keep an eye on him."
"Better to be suspicious than sorry?"
"Of course," she said blandly, giving nothing away.
"Well, luckily, even if we are superpans, imperial order and communication blurs distinctions between us and them."
"So?"
"That blunts the deep impulse to genocide."
She laughed again, this time rather to his annoyance. "You haven't understood history very well. Smaller groups still kill each other off with great relish. In Zone Sagittarius, during the reign of Omar the Impaler—"
"I concede there are small-scale tragedies by the dozens, but on the scale where psychohistory might work, averaging over populations of many thousands of billions—"
"What makes you so sure numbers are any protection?" she asked pointedly.
"So far,
the Empire has been in stasis."
"A steady-state solution, actually. Dynamic equilibrium."
"And if that equilibrium fails?"
"Well, then I have nothing to say."
She smiled. "How uncharacteristic."
"Until I have a real working theory."
"One that can allow for widespread genocide if the Empire erodes." He saw her point then.
"You're saying I really need this animal nature part of humans?"
"I'm afraid so. I'm trained to allow for it already." He was puzzled.
"How so?"
"I don't have your view of humanity. Scheming, plots, Sheila grabbing more meat for her young, Ipan wanting to do in biggest. Those things happen in the Empire, just better disguised."
"So?"
"Consider ex-spec Vado. He made a comment about your working on a theory of history the other evening."
"So?"
"Who told him you were?"
"I don't think I—"
You think he's checking up on us?" "He already knows."
"The security chief. Maybe she told him after checking on me with the academic potentate."
She graced him with an unreadable smile. "I do love your endless, naive way of seeing the world." Later he couldn't decide whether she had meant it as a compliment. 13. Vado invited him to try a combat sport the station offered, and Harry accepted. It was an enhanced swordplay, with levitation through electrostatic lifters. Harry was slow and inept. Using his own body against Vado's swift moves made him long for the sureness and grace of Ipan. Vado always opened with a traditional posture, 1 foot forward, his broadsword making little circles in the air. Harry poked through Vado's defense sometimes, but usually spent all his lifter energy eluding Vado's thrusts. He did not enjoy it nearly as much as Vado. He did learn bits and pieces about pans from Vado and from trolling through the vast station library. The man seemed a bit uneasy when Harry probed the data arrays, as though Vado somehow owned them and any reader was a thief. Or at least that was what Harry took to be the origin of the unease. He had never thought about animals very much, though he had grown up among them on Helicon. Yet he came to feel that they too had to be understood. Catching sight of itself in a mirror, a dog sees the image as another dog. So did cats, fish, or birds. After a while they get used to the harmless image, silent and smell-free, but they do not see it as themselves. Human children had to be about 2 years old to do better. Pans took a few days to figure out that they were looking at themselves. Then they preened before it shamelessly, studied their backs, and generally tried to see themselves differently, even putting leaves on their heads like hats and laughing at the result. So they could do something other animals could not: get outside themselves and look back. They plainly lived in a world charged with echoes and reminiscences. Their dominance hierarchy was a frozen record of past coercion. They remembered termite mounds, trees to drum, useful spots where large water-sponge leaves fell, or grain matured. All this fed into the toy model he had begun building in his notes, a pan-psychohistory. It used their movements, rivalries, hierarchies, patterns of eating and mating and dying, territory, resources, and troop competition for them. He found a way to factor into his equations the biological baggage of dark behaviors, even the worst, like delight in torture, and easy exterminations of other species for short-term gain. All these the Pans had, just like the Empire. At a dance that evening he watched the crowd with fresh vision. Flirting was practice mating. He could see it in the sparkle of eyes, the rhythms of the dance. The warm breeze wafting up from the valley brought smells of dust, rot, life. An animal restlessness moved in the room. He quite liked dancing, and Dawes was a lush companion tonight. Yet he could not stop his mind from sifting, analyzing, taking the world before him apart into mechanisms. The non-verbal template humans used for attract-approach strategies apparently descended from a shared mammalian heritage, Dawes had pointed out. He thought of that, watching the crowd at the bar. A woman crosses a crowded room, hips swaying, eyes resting momentarily on a likely man, then coyly looking away just as she apparently notices his regard. A standard opening move. Notice me. The second is, I am harmless. A hand placed palm up on a table or knee. A shoulder shrug derived from an ancient vertebrate reflex signifying helplessness. Combine that with a tilted head, which displays the vulnerability of the neck. These commonly appeared when two people drawn to each other have their first conversation, all quite unconsciously. Such moves and gestures are subcortical, emerging far below the neocortex. Did such forces shape the Empire more than trade balances, alliances, treaties? He looked at his own kind, and tried to see it through Pan eyes. Though human females matured earlier, they did not go on to acquire coarse body hair, bony eye ridges, deep voices, or tough skin. Males did, and women everywhere strove to stay young-looking. Cosmetics makers freely admitted their basic role. We don't sell products, we sell hope. Competition for mates was incessant. Male Pans sometimes took turns with females in estrus. They had huge testicles, implying that reproductive advantage had come to those males who produced enough sperm to overwhelm their rivals' contributions. Human males had proportionally smaller testicles. But humans got their revenge where it mattered. All known primates were genetically related, though they had separated out as species many millions of years ago. In DNA-measured time, Pans lay 6 million years from humans. Of all primates, humans had the largest penises. He mentioned to Dawes that only 4% of mammals formed pair bonds, were monogamous. Primates rated a bit higher, but not much. Birds were much better at it. She sniffed. "Don't let all this biology go to your head." "Oh, no, I won't let it get that far." "You mean it belongs in lower places?" "Madam, you'll have to be the judge of that." "Ah, you and your single entendre humor." Later that evening he had ample opportunity to reflect upon the truth that, while it was not always great to be human, it was tremendous fun being a mammal. 14. They spent one last day immersed in their pans, sunning themselves beside a gushing stream. They had told Votto to bring the shuttle down the next day, book a wormhole transit. Then they entered the immersion capsule and sank into a last reverie. Until Biggest started to mount Sheila. Hari Ipan sat up, his head foggy. Sheila was shrieking at Biggest. She slapped him. Biggest had mounted Sheila before. Dawes had bailed out quickly, her mind returning to her body in the capsule. Something was different now. Ipan hurried over and signed to Sheila, who was throwing pebbles at Biggest. "What?" She moved her hands rapidly, signing, "No, go." She could not bail out. Something was wrong back at the capsule. He could go back himself, tell them. Hari made the little mental flip that would bail him out. Nothing happened. He tried again. Sheila threw dust and pebbles, backing away from Biggest. Nothing. No time to think. He stepped between Sheila and Biggest. The massive Pan frowned. Here was Ipan, Buddy Ipan, getting in the way, denying him a femme. Biggest seemed to have forgotten the challenge and beating of the day before. First he tried bellowing, eyes big and white. Then Biggest shook his arms, fists balled. Hari made his Pan stand still. It took every calming impulse he could muster. Biggest swung his fist like a club. Ipan ducked. Biggest missed. Hari was having trouble controlling Ipan, who wanted to flee. Sheets of fear shot up through the Pan mind, hot yellows in the blue-black depths. Biggest charged forward, slamming Ipan back. Hari felt the jolt, a stabbing pain in his chest. He toppled backward, hit hard. Biggest yowled his triumph, waved his arms at the sky. Biggest would get on top, he saw, beat him again. Suddenly he felt a deep, raw hatred. From that red seethe he felt his grip on Ipan tighten. He was riding both with and within the Pan, feeling its raw, red fear, overrunning that with an iron rage. Ipan's own wrath fed back into Hari. The two formed a concert, anger building as if reflected from hard walls. He might not be the same kind of primate, but he knew Ipan. Neither of them was going to get beaten again, and Biggest was not going to get Sheila Dawes. He rolled to the side. Biggest hit the ground where he had been. Ipan leaped up and kicked Biggest, hard in the ribs, once, twice, then in the head. Whoops, cries, dust, pebbles. Sheila was still bombarding them both. Ipan shivered with boiling energy and backed away. Biggest shook his dusty head. Then he curled and rolled easily up to his feet, full of muscular grace, face a constricted mask. The Pan's eyes widened, showing white and red. Ipan yearned to run. Only Hari's rage held him in place. But it was a static balance of forces. Ipan blinked as Biggest shuffled warily forward, the big Pan's caution a tribute to the damage Ipan had inflicted. "I need some advantage," Hari thought, looking around. He could call for allies. Hunker paced nervously nearby. Something told Hari that would be a losing strategy. Hunker was still a lieutenant to Biggest. Sheila was too small to make a decisive difference. He looked at the other Pans, all chattering anxiously, and decided. He picked up a rock. Biggest grunted in surprise. Pans didn't use rocks against each other. Rocks were only for repelling invaders. He was violating a social code. Biggest yelled, waved to the others, pounded the ground, huffed angrily. Then he charged. Hari threw the rock hard. It hit Biggest in the chest, knocked him down. Biggest came up fast, madder than before. Ipan scurried back, wanting desperately to run. Hari felt control slipping from him, and saw another rock. Suitable size, 2 paces back. He let Ipan turn to flee, then stopped him at the stone. Ipan didn't want to hold it. Panic ran through him. Hari poured his rage into the pan, forced the long arms down. Hands grabbed at the stone, fumbled, got it. Sheer anger made Ipan turn to face Biggest, who was thundering after him. To Hari, Ipan's arm came up in achingly slow motion. He leaned heavily into the pitch. The rock smacked Biggest in the face. Biggest staggered. Blood ran into his eyes. Ipan caught the iron scent of it, riding on a prickly stench of outrage. Hari made the trembling Ipan stoop down. There were some shaped stones nearby, made by the femmes to trim leaves from branches. He picked up one with a chipped edge. Biggest shook his head, dizzy. Ipan glanced at the sober, still faces of his troop. No one had ever used a rock against a troop member, much less Biggest. Rocks were for strangers. A long silence stretched. The pans stood rooted. Biggest grunted and peered in disbelief at the blood that spattered into his upturned hand. Ipan stepped forward and raised the jagged stone, edge held outward. Crude, but a cutting edge. Biggest flared his nostrils and came at Ipan. Ipan swept the rock through the air, barely missing Biggest's jaw. Biggest's eyes widened. He huffed and puffed, threw dust, howled. Ipan simply stood with the rock and held his ground. Biggest kept up his anger display for a long while, but he did not attack. The troop watched with intense interest. Sheila came and stood beside Ipan. It would have been against protocols for a female to take part in male dominance rituals. Her movement signaled that the confrontation was over. But Hunker was having none of that. He abruptly howled, pounded the ground, and scooted over to Ipan's side. Hari was surprised. With Hunker, maybe he could hold the line against Biggest. He was not fool enough to think that this one standoff would put Biggest to rest. There would be other challenges, and he would have to fight them. Hunker would be a useful ally. He realized that he was thinking in the slow, muted logic of Ipan himself. He assumed that the pursuit of pan status markers was a given, the great goal of his life. This revelation startled him. He had known that he was diffusing into Ipan's mind, taking control of some functions from the bottom up, seeping through the deeply buried, walnut-sized gyrus. It had not occurred to him that the pan would diffuse into him. Were they now married to each other in an interlocked web that dispersed mind and self? Hunker stood beside him, eyes glaring at the other pans, chest heaving. Ipan felt the same way, madly pinned to the moment. Hari realized that he would have to do something, break this cycle of dominance and submission which ruled Ipan at the deep neurological level. He turned to Sheila. "Get out," he signed. "No, no." Her pan face wrinkled with anxiety. "Leave." He waved toward the trees, pointed to her, then him. She spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness. It was infuriating. He had so much to say to her, and he had to funnel it through a few hundred signs. He chippered in a high-pitched voice, trying vainly to force the pan lips and palate to do the work of shaping words. It was no use. He had tried before, idly, but now he wanted to badly, and none of the equipment worked. It couldn't. Evolution had shaped brain and vocal cords in parallel. Pans groomed, people talked. He turned back and realized that he had forgotten entirely about the status setting. Biggest was glowering at him. Hunker stood guard, confused at his new leader's sudden loss of interest in the confrontation. And to gesture at a mere femme, too. Hari reared up as tall as he could and waved the stone. This produced the desired effect. Biggest inched back a bit, and the rest of the troop edged closer. Hari made Ipan stalk forward boldly. By this time it did not take much effort, for Ipan was enjoying this enormously. Biggest retreated. Femmes inched around Biggest and approached Ipan. If only I could leave him to the femmes' delights, Hari thought. He tried to bail out again. Nothing. The mechanism wasn't working back at the excursion station, and something told him that it wasn't going to get fixed. He gave the edged stone to Hunker. The pan seemed surprised, but took it. Harry hoped the symbolism of the gesture would penetrate in some fashion, because he had no time left to spend on pan politics. Hunker hefted the rock and looked at Ipan. Then he cried in a rolling, powerful voice, tones rich in joy and triumph. Harry was quite happy to let Hunker distract the troop. He took Sheila by the arm and led her into the trees. No one followed. He was relieved. If another pan had tagged along, it would have confirmed his suspicions. Varro might be keeping track. Still, he reminded himself, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. 15. The humans came swiftly, with clatters and booms. He and Sheila had been in the trees a while. At Harry's urging, they had worked their way a few clicks away from the troop. Ipan and Sheila showed rising anxiety at being separated from their troop. His teeth chattered and his eyes jerked anxiously at every suspicious movement. This was natural, for isolated pans were far more vulnerable. The humans' landing did not help. "Danger," Harry signed, cupping an ear to indicate the noise of flyers landing nearby. Sheila signed. "Where go?" "Away." She shook her head vehemently. "Stay here. They get us." They would, indeed, but not in the sense she meant. Harry cut her off curtly, shaking his head. "Danger." They had never intended to convey complicated ideas with their signs, and now he felt bottled up, unable to tell her his suspicions. Harry made a knife-across-throat gesture. Sheila frowned. He bent down and made Ipan take a stick. He had not been able to make Ipan write before, but necessity drove him now. Slowly he made the rough hands scratch out the letters. In soft loam he wrote, "Want us dead." Sheila looked dumbfounded. Doors had probably been operating under the assumption that the failure to bail out was a temporary error. It had lasted too long for that. The noisy, intrusive landing confirmed his hunch. No ordinary team would disturb the animals so much, and nobody would come after them directly. They would fix the immersion apparatus where the real problem was. "They keep us here. Kill pans. That kills us. Blame on animals?" He had better arguments to back up his case. The slow accumulation of small details in Varro's behavior, suspicions, at least, about the security officer. Door's tick-tock would block the officer from overriding the locks on their immersion capsules and from tracing the capsule's signal to Ipan and Sheila. So they were forced to go into the field. Letting them die in an accident while immersed in a pan might just be plausible enough to escape an investigation. The humans went about their noisy business. They were enough, though, to make his case. Sheila's eyes narrowed, the big brow scowled. Dors the Defender took over. "Where?" Sheila signed. He had no sign for so abstract an idea, so he scribbled with a stick. "Away." Indeed, he had no plan. "I'll check," she wrote in the dirt. She set off toward the noise of humans deploying on the valley floor below. To a pan, the din was a dreadful clanking irritation. Harry was not going to let her out of his sight. She waved him back, but he shook his head and followed. The bushes gave shelter as they got a view of the landing party below. A skirmish line was forming up a few 100 meters away. They were encircling the area where the troop had been. Why? Harry squinted. Pan eyesight was not good for distance. Humans had been hunters once, and one could tell by the eyes alone. Now nearly everybody needed artificial eye ads by the age of 40. Either civilization was hard on eyes, or maybe humans in prehistory had not lived long enough for eye trouble to rob them of game. Either conclusion was sobering. The two pans watched the humans calling to one another, and in the middle of them Harry saw Varro. Each man and woman carried a weapon. Beneath his fear he felt something strong, dark. Ipan trembled, watching the humans, a strange awe swelling in his mind. Humans seemed impossibly tall in the shimmering distance, moving with stately, swaying elegance. Hari floated above the surge of emotion, fending off its powerful effects. The reverence for those distant tall figures came out of the Pan's dim past. That surprised him, until he thought it over. After all, animals were reared and taught by adults much smarter and stronger. Most species were like Pans, spring-loaded by evolution to work in a dominance hierarchy. Awe was adaptive. When they met lofty humans with overwhelming power, able to mete out punishment and rewards, literally life and death, something like religious fervor arose in them, fuzzy but strong. Atop that warm, tropical emotion floated a sense of satisfaction at simply being. His Pan was happy to be a Pan, even when seeing a being of clearly superior power and thought. Ironic, Hari thought. His Pan had just disproved another supposedly human earmark, their self-congratulatory distinction of being the only animal that congratulated itself. He jerked himself out of his abstractions. How human to ruminate even when in mortal danger. "Can't find us electronically," he scratched in the sand. "Maybe range short," she wrote. The first shots made them jerk. The humans had found their Pan troop. Cries of fear mingled with the sharp, harsh barks of blasters. "Go. We go," he signed. Sheila nodded, and they crept quickly away. Pan trembled. The Pan was deeply afraid, yet he was also sad, as if reluctant to leave the presence of the revered humans, his steps dragging. 16. They used Pan modes of patrolling. He and Dawes let their basic levels take over, portions of the brain expert at silent movement, careful of every twig. Once they had left the humans behind, the Pans grew even more cautious. They had few natural enemies, but the faint scent of a single predator changed the feel of the wild. Pan climbed tall trees and sat for hours surveying the open land ahead before venturing forth. He weighed the evidence of pungent droppings, faint prints, bent branches. They angled down the long slope of the valley and stayed in the forest. Hari had only glanced at the big color-coded map of the area all guests received, and had trouble recalling much of it. Finally he recognized one of the distant, beak-shaped peaks. Hari got his bearings. Dawes spotted a stream snaking down into the main river, and that gave them further help, but still they did not know which way lay the excursion station, or how far. "That way?" Hari signed, pointing over the distant ridge. "No, that," Dawes insisted. "Far not." "Why?" The worst part of it all was that they could not talk. He could not say clearly that the technology of immersion worked best at reasonably short range, less than 100 clicks, say, and it made sense to keep the subject Pans within easy flyer distance. Certainly Vado and the others had gotten to the troop quickly. "Is," he persisted. "Not." She pointed down the valley. "Maybe there." He could only hope Dawes got the general idea. Their signs were scanty, and he began to feel a broad, rising irritation. Pans felt and sensed strongly, but they were so limited. Pan expressed this by tossing limbs and stones, banging on tree trunks. It didn't help much. The need to speak was like a pressure he could not relieve. Dawes felt it, too. Sheila chippered and grunted in frustration. Beneath his mind he felt the smoldering presence of Pan. They had never been together this long before, and urgency welled up between the two canted systems of mind. Their uneasy marriage was showing greater strains. "Sit. Quiet." She did. He cupped a hand to his ear. "Bad come?" "No. Listen." In frustration, Hari pointed to Sheila herself. Blank incomprehension in the Pan's face. He scribbled in the dust, "Learn from Pans." Sheila's mouth opened, and she nodded. They squatted in the shelter of prickly bushes and listened to the sounds of the forest. Scurryings and murmurs came through strongly as Hari relaxed his grip on the Pan. Dust hung in slanted cathedral light, pouring down from the forest canopy in rich yellow shafts. Scents purled up from the forest floor, chemical messengers telling Ipan of potential foods, soft loam for resting, bark to be chewed. Hari gently lifted Ipan's head to gaze across the valley at the peaks, musing, and felt a faint tremor of resonance. To Ipan the valley came weighted with significance beyond words. His troop had imbued it with blunt emotions, attached to clefts where a friend fell and died, where the troop found a hoard of fruits, where they met and fought two big cats. It was an intricate landscape, suffused with feeling, the pan-mechanism of memory. Hari faintly urged Ipan to think beyond the ridge-line, and felt in response a diffuse anxiety. He bore in on that colonel, and an image burst into Ipan's mind, fringed in fear, a rectangular bulk framed against a cool sky. The excursion station. There. He pointed for doors. Ipan had simple, strong, apprehensive memories of the place. His troop had been taken there, outfitted with the implants which allowed them to be ridden, then deposited back in their territory. Far, Doors signed. We go. Hard, slow. No stay here. They catch. Doors looked as skeptical as a Pan could look. Fight? Did she mean fight Varro here, or fight once they reached the excursion station? No, here. There. Doors frowned, but accepted this. He had no real plan, only the idea that Varro was ready for Pans out here and might not be so prepared for them at the station. There he and Doors might gain the element of surprise. How? He had no idea. They studied each other, each trying to catch a glimmer of the other in an alien face. She stroked his earlobe, Doors' calming gesture. Sure enough, it made him tingle, but he could say so little. The moment crystallized for him the hopelessness of their situation. Varro plainly was trying to kill Hari and Doors through Ipan and Sheila. What would become of their own bodies? The shock of experiencing death through immersion was known to prove fatal. Their bodies would fail from neurological shock, without ever regaining consciousness. He saw a tear run down Sheila's cheek. She knew how hopeless matters were, too. He swept her up in his arms, and looking at the distant mountains, was surprised to find tears in his own eyes as well. 17. He had not counted on the river. Men, animals, these problems he had considered. They ventured down to the surging waters where the forest gave the nearest protection and the stream broadened, making the best place to ford. But the hearty river that chuckled and frothed down the valley was impossible to swim. Or rather, for Ipan to swim. Hari had been coaxing his Pan onward, carefully pausing when his muscles shook or when he wet himself from anxiety. Doors was having similar trouble, and it slowed them. A night spent up in high branches soothed both Pans, but now, at mid-morning, all the stressful symptoms returned, as Ipan put one foot into the river. Cool, swift currents. Ipan danced back onto the narrow beach, yelping in dread. Go, Doors Sheila signed. Hari calmed his Pan, and they tried to get it to attempt swimming. Sheila displayed only minor anxiety. Hari plumbed the swampy depths of Ipan's memory and found a cluster of distress, centered around a dim remembrance of nearly drowning when a child. When Sheila helped him, he fidgeted, then bolted from the water again. Go! Sheila waved long arms upstream and downstream and shook her head angrily. Hari guessed that she had reasonably clear Pan memories of the river, which had no easier crossings than this. He shrugged, lifted his hands, palm up. A big herd of gigantelope grazed nearby, and some were crossing the river for better grass beyond. They tossed their great heads as if mocking the Pans. The river was not deep, but to Ipan it was a wall. Hari, trapped by Ipan's solid fear, seethed but could do nothing. Sheila paced to the shore. She huffed in frustration and looked at the sky, squinting. Her head snapped around in surprise. Hari followed her gaze. A flyer was swooping down the valley, coming their way. Ipan beat Sheila to the shelter of trees, but not by much. Luckily, the gigantelope herd provided a distraction for the flyer. They cowered in bushes as the machine hummed overhead in a circular search pattern. Hari had to quell Ipan's mounting apprehension by envisioning scenes of quiet and peace, while he and Sheila groomed each other. The flyer finally went away. They would have to minimize their exposure now. They foraged for fruit. His mind revolved uselessly, and a sour depression settled over him. He was quite neatly caught in a trap, a pawn in imperial politics. Worse, Dawes was in it too. He was no man of action, nor a Pan of action either, he thought dourly. As he brought a few overripe bunches of fruit back to their bushes by the river, he heard cracking noises. He crouched down and worked his way uphill and around the splintering sounds. Sheila was stripping branches from the trees. When he approached, she waved him on impatiently, a common Pan gesture remarkably like a human one. She had a dozen thick branches lined up on the ground. She went to a nearby spindly tree and peeled bark from it in long strips. The noise made Ipan uneasy. Predators would be curious at this unusual sound. He scanned the forest for danger. Sheila came over to him, slapped him in the face to get his attention. She wrote with a stick on the ground. Raft. Hari felt particularly dense as he pitched in. Of course, had his Pan immersion made him more stupid? Did the effect worsen with time? Even if he got out of this, would he be the same? Many questions, no answers. He forgot about them and worked. They lashed branches together with bark, crude but serviceable. They found 2 small fallen trees and used them to anchor the edge of the raft. "Aye," Sheila pointed, and demonstrated pulling the raft. First, warm-up. Ipan liked sitting on the raft in the bushes. Apparently the Pan could not see the purpose of the raft yet. Ipan stretched out on the deck of saplings and gazed up into the trees as they swished in the warm winds. They carried the awkward plane of branches down to the river after another mutual grooming session. The sky was filled with birds, but he could see no flyers. They hurried. Ipan was skeptical about stepping onto the raft when it was halfway into the water, but Hari called up memories filled with warm feeling, and this calmed the quick, tripping heart he could feel knocking in the Pan's chest. Ipan sat gingerly on the branches. Sheila cast off. She pushed hard, but the river swept them quickly downstream. Alarm spurted in Ipan. Hari made Ipan close his eyes. That slowed the breathing, but anxiety skittered across the Pan mind like heat lightning forking before a storm. The raft's rocking motion actually helped, making Ipan concentrate on his queasy stomach. Once his eyes flew open when a floating log smacked into the raft, but the dizzying sight of water all around made him squeeze them tight immediately. Hari wanted to help her, but he knew from the trip-hammer beating of Ipan's heart that panic hovered near. He could not even see how she was doing. He had to sit blind and feel her shoving the raft along. She panted noisily, struggling to keep it pointed against the river's tug. Spray splashed onto him. Ipan jerked, yelped, pawed anxiously with his feet as if to run. A sudden lurch. Sheila's grunt cut off with a gurgle, and he felt the raft spin away on rising currents. A sickening spin. Ipan jerked clumsily to his feet. Eyes jumped open. Swirling water, the raft unsteady. He looked down, and the branches were coming apart. Panic consumed him. Hari tried to promote soothing images, but they blew away before winds of fright. Sheila came paddling after the raft, but it was picking up speed. Hari made Ipan gaze at the far shore, but that was all he could do before the Pan started yelping and scampering on the raft, trying to find a steady place. It was no use. The branches broke free of their bindings, and chilly water swept over the deck. Ipan screamed. He leaped, fell, rolled, jumped up again. Hari gave up any idea of control. The only hope lay in seizing just to the right moment. The raft split down the middle, and his half veered heavily to the left. Ipan started away from the edge, and Hari fed that, made the Pan step farther. In 2 bounds he took the Pan off the deck and into the water, toward the far shore. Ipan gave way then to pure, blind panic. Hari let the legs and arms thrash, but to each he gave a push at the right moment. He could swim, Ipan couldn't. The near aimless flailing held Ipan's head out of water most of the time. He even gained a little headway. Hari kept focused on the convulsive movements, ignoring the cold water, and then Sheila was there. She grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and shoved him toward shore. Ipan tried to grapple with her, climb up her. Sheila socked him in the jaw. He gasped. She pulled him toward shore. Ipan was stunned. This gave Hari a chance to get the legs moving in a thrusting stroke. He worked at it, single-minded among the rush and gurgle, chest-heaving, and after a seeming eternity felt pebbles beneath his feet. Ipan scrambled up onto the rocky beach on his own. He let the pan slap himself and dance to warm up. Sheila emerged, dripping and bedraggled, and Ipan swept her up in his thankful arms. 18. Walking was work, and Ipan wasn't having any. Hari tried to make the pan cover ground, but now they had to ascend difficult gullies, some mossy and rough. They stumbled, waded, climbed, and sometimes just crawled up the slopes of the valley. The pans sniffed out animal trails, which helped a bit. Ipan stopped often for food, or just to gaze idly into the distance. Soft thoughts flitted like moths through the foggy mind, buoyant on liquid emotional flows which eddied to their own pulse. Pans were not made for extended projects. They made slow progress. Night came, and they had to climb trees, snagging fruit on the way. Ipan slept, but Hari did not, could not. Their lives were just as much at risk here as the Pans, but the slumbering minds he indoors attended had always lived this way. To the Pans, the forest night seeped through as a quiet rain of information, processed as they slept. Their minds keyed vagrant sounds to known non-threats, leaving slumber intact. Hari did not know the subtle signs of danger, and so mistook every rustle and tremor in the branches as danger approaching on soft feet. Sleep came against his will. In dawn's first pale glow, Hari awoke with a snake beside him. It coiled like a green rope around a descending branch, getting itself into striking position. It eyed him, and Hari tensed. Ipan drifted up from his own profound slumber. He saw the snake, but did not react with a startled jerk as Hari feared he might. A long moment passed between them, and Ipan blinked just once. The snake became utterly motionless, and Ipan's heart quickened, but he did not move. Then the snake uncoiled and glided away, and the unspoken transaction was done. Ipan was unlikely prey. This green snake did not taste good, and Pans were smart enough to be about other business. When Sheila awoke, they went down to a nearby chuckling stream for a drink, scavenging leaves and a few crunchy insects on the way. Both Pans nonchalantly peeled away fat black land leeches which had attached to them in the night. The thick, engorged worms sickened Hari, but Ipan pulled them off casually, much the way Hari would have retied loosened shoelaces. Luckily, Ipan did not eat them. He drank, and Hari reflected that the Pan felt no need to clean himself. Normally, Hari vapored twice a day, before breakfast and before dinner, and felt ill at ease if he sweated, a typical meritocrat. Here he wore the shaggy body comfortably. Had his frequent cleansings been a health measure, like the Pan's grooming, or a rarefied, civilized habit? He dimly remembered that as a boy on Helicon he had gone for days in happy, sweaty pleasure and had disliked baths and showers. Somehow Ipan returned him to a simpler sense of self, at ease in the grubby world. His comfort did not last long. They sighted raboons uphill. Ipan had picked up the scent, but Hari did not have access to the part of the Pan brain that made scent-picture associations. He had only known that something disturbed Ipan, wrinkling the knobby nose. The sight at short range jolted him. Thick hind quarters, propelling them in brisk steps. Short forelimbs ending in sharp claws. Their large heads seemed to be mostly teeth, sharp and white above slitted, wary eyes. A thick brown pelt covered them, growing bushy in the heavy tail they used for balance. Days before, from the safety of a high tree, Ipan had watched some rip and devour the soft tissues of a gigantelope out on the grasslands. These came sniffing, working downslope in a skirmish line, 5 of them. Sheila and Ipan trembled at the sight. They were downwind of the raboons, and so beat a retreat in silence. There were no tall trees here, just brush and saplings. Hari and Sheila angled away downhill and got some distance, and then saw a clearing ahead. Ipan picked up the faint tang of other Pans, wafting from across the clearing. He waved to her. "Go." At the same moment, a chorus rose behind them. The Raboons had caught the scent. Their wheezing grunts came echoing through the thick bushes. Downslope there was even less cover, but bigger trees lay beyond. They could climb those. Ipan and Sheila hurried across the broad tan clearing on all fours, but they were not quick. Snarling Raboons burst into the grass behind them. Hari scampered into the trees and directly into the midst of a Pan troop. There were several dozen, startled and blinking. He yelled incoherently, wondering how Ipan would signal to them. The nearest large male turned, bared teeth, and shrieked angrily. The entire pack took up the call, whooping and snatching up sticks and rocks, throwing them at Ipan. A pebble hit him on the chin, a branch on the thigh. He fled, Sheila already a few steps ahead of him. The Raboons came charging across the clearing. In their claws they held small, sharp stones. They looked big and solid, but they slowed at the barrage of screeches and squawks coming from the trees. Ipan and Sheila burst out into the grass of the clearing, and the Pans came right after them. The Raboons skidded to a halt. The Pans saw the Raboons, but they did not stop or even slow. They still came after Ipan and Sheila with murderous glee. The Raboons stood frozen, their claws working uneasily. Hari realized what was happening and picked up a branch as he ran, calling to Sheila. She saw and copied him. He ran straight at the Raboons, waving the branch. It was an awkward, twisted old limb, useless, but it looked big. Hari wanted to seem like the advance guard of some bad business. In the rising cloud of dust and general chaos, the Raboons saw a large party of enraged Pans emerging from the forest. They bolted. Squealing, they ran at full stride into the far trees. Ipan and Sheila followed, running with the last of their strength. By the time Ipan reached the first trees, he looked back, and the Pans had stopped halfway, still screeching their vehemence. He signed to Sheila, "Go." They cut away at a steep angle, heading uphill. 19. Ipan needed food and rest, if only to stop his heart from lurching at every minor sound. Sheila and Ipan clutched each other high in a tree and crooned and petted. Hari needed time to think. Autoservers were keeping their bodies alive at the station. Doors tick-tock would defend the locks, but how long would a security officer take to get around that? It would be smart to let them stay out here in danger, saying to the rest of the staff that the 2 odd tourists wanted a really long immersion. Let nature take its course. His thinking triggered jitters in Ipan, so he dropped that mode. Better to think abstractly. There was plenty out here that needed understanding. He suspected that the ancients who planted Pans and Gigantolope and the rest here had tinkered with the Raboons, to see if they could turn a more distant primate relative into something like humans. A perverse goal, it seemed to Hari, but believable. Scientists loved to tinker. They had gotten as far as pack-hunting, but Raboons had no tools beyond crudely edged stones, occasionally used to cut meat once they had brought it down. In another few million years, under evolution's grind, they might be as smart as Pans. Who would go extinct then? At the moment he didn't much care. He had felt real rage when the Pans, his own kind, had turned against them, even when the Raboons came within view. Why? He worried at the issue, sure there was something here he had to understand. Psychohistory had to deal with such basic fundamental impulses. The Pan's reaction had been uncomfortably close to myriad incidents in human history. Hate the stranger. He had to fathom that murky truth. Pans moved in small groups, disliking outsiders, breeding mostly within their modest circle of a few dozen. This meant any genetic trait that emerged could pass swiftly into all the members through inbreeding. If it helped the band survive, the rough rub of chance would select for that band's survival. Fair enough. But the trait had to be undiluted. A troop of especially good rock-throwers would get swallowed up if they joined a company of several hundred. Contact would make them breed outside the original small clan. Outbreeding. Their genetic heritage would get watered down. Striking a balance between the accidents of genetics in small groups and the stability of large groups, that was the trick. Some lucky troop might have fortunate genes, conferring traits that fit the next challenge handed out by the ever-altering world. They would do well. But if those genes never passed to many Pans, what did it matter? With some small amount of outbreeding, that trait got spread into other bands. Down through the strainer of time, others picked up the trait. It spread. This meant it was actually helpful to develop smoldering animosity to outsiders, an immediate sense of their wrongness. Don't breed with them. So small bands held fast to their eccentric traits, and some prospered. Those lived on. Most perished. Evolutionary jumps happened faster in small, semi-isolated bands which outbred slightly. They kept their genetic assets in one small basket, the troop. Only occasionally did they mate with another troop, often through rape. The price was steep, a strong preference for their own tiny lot. They hated crowds, strangers, noise. Bands of less than 10 were too vulnerable to disease or predators. A few losses, and the group failed. Too many, and they lost the concentration of close breeding. They were intensely loyal to their group, easily identifying each other in the dark by smell, even at great distances. Because they had many common genes, altruistic actions were common. They even honored heroism, for if the hero died, his shared genes were still passed on through his relatives. Even if strangers could pass the tests of difference in appearances, manner, smell, grooming, even then culture could amplify the effects. Newcomers with different language or habits and posture would seem repulsive. Anything that served to distinguish a band would help keep hatreds high. Each small genetic ensemble would then be driven by natural selection to stress the non-inherited differences, even arbitrary ones, dimly connected to survival fitness. And so they could evolve culture, as humans had. Diversity in their tribal intricacies avoided genetic watering down. They heeded the ancient call of aloof, wary tribalism. Hari Ipan shifted uneasily. Midway through his thinking, the word they had come in Hari's thinking to mean humans as well as Pans. The description fit both. That was the key. Humans fit into the gigantic empire despite their innate tribalism, their Pan-like heritage. It was a miracle. But even miracles called out for explanation. Pans could be useful models for the gentry and the vast citizenry, the two classes encouraged to breed. Yet how could the empire possibly have kept itself stable, using such crude creatures as humans? Hari had never seen the issue before in such glaring and humbling light. And he had no answer. 20. They moved on in spite of the blunt, deep unease of their Pans. Ipan smelled something that sent his eyes darting left and right. With a full tool-kit of soothing thoughts and the subtle tricks he had learned, Hari kept him going. Sheila was having more trouble. The female Pan did not like laboring up the long, steep gullies that approached the ridgeline. Gnarled bushes blocked their way, and it took time to work around them. Fruit was harder to find at these altitudes. Ipan's shoulders and arms ached constantly. Pans walked on all fours because their immensely strong arms carried a punishing weight penalty. To navigate both trees and ground meant you could optimize neither. Sheila and Ipan groaned and whined at the soreness that never left feet, legs, wrists, and arms. Pans would never be far-ranging explorers. Together they let their Pans pause often to crumble leaves and soak up water from tree-holes, a routine, simple tool use. They kept sniffing the air, apprehensive. The smell that disturbed both Pans got stronger, darker. Sheila went ahead and was the first over the ridge line. Far below in the valley they could make out the rectangular rigidities of the excursion station. A flyer lifted from the roof and whispered away down the valley. No danger to them. He recalled what seemed a century ago, sitting on the veranda there with drinks in hand, and Dora saying, "If you stayed on Trantor, you might be dead. Also, if you didn't stay on Trantor." They started down the steep slope. Their Pan's eyes jerked at every unexpected movement. A chilly breeze stirred the few low bushes and twisted trees. Some had a feathered look, burnt and shattered by lightning. Air masses driven up from the valleys fought along here, the brute clash of pressures. This rocky ridge was far from the comfortable province of Pans. They hurried. Ahead, Sheila stopped. Without a sound, 5 raboons rose from concealment, forming a neat half-circle around them. Hari could not tell if it was the same pack as before. If so, they were quite considerable pack-hunters, able to hold memory and purpose over time. They had waited ahead, where there were no trees to climb. The Raboons were eerily quiet as they strode forward, their claws clicking softly. He called to Sheila and made some utterly fake, ferocious noises as he moved, arms high in the air, fists shaking, showing a big profile. He let Ipan take over while he thought. A Raboon band could certainly take 2 isolated pans. To survive this, they had to surprise the Raboons, frighten them. He looked around. Throwing rocks wasn't going to do the trick here. With only a vague notion of what he was doing, he shuffled left toward a tree that had been splintered by lightning. Sheila saw his move and got there first, striding energetically. Ipan picked up 2 stones and flung them at the nearest Raboon. One struck on the flank, but did no real harm. The Raboons began to trot, circling. They called to each other in wheezing grunts. Sheila leaped on a dried-out shard of the tree. It snapped. She snatched it up, and Hari saw her point. It was as tall as she was, and she cradled it. The largest Raboon grunted, and they all looked at each other. The Raboons charged. The nearest one came at Sheila. She caught it on the shoulder with a blunt point, and it squealed. Hari grabbed a stalk of the shattered tree trunk. He could not wrench it free. Another squeal from behind him, and Sheila was gibbering in a high, frightened voice. It was best to let the pans release tension vocally, but he could feel the fear and desperation in the tones, and knew it came from doors, too. He carefully selected a smaller shard of the tree. With both hands he twisted it free, using his weight and big shoulder muscles, cracking it so that it came away with a point. Lances. That was the only way to stay away from the Raboon claws. Pans never used such advanced weapons. Evolution hadn't gotten around to that lesson yet. The Raboons were all around them now. He and Sheila stood back to back. He barely got his feet placed when he had to take the rush of a big swarthy Raboon. The Raboons had not gotten the idea of the lance yet. It slammed into the point, jerked back. A fearsome bellow. Ipan wet himself with fear, but something in Hari kept him in control. The Raboon backed off, whimpering. It turned to run. In mid-stride it stopped. For a long, suspended moment the Raboon hesitated, then turned back toward Hari. It trotted forward with new confidence. The other Raboons watched. It went to the same tree Hari had used, and with a single heave broke off a long, slender spike of wood. Then it came toward Hari, stopped, and with one claw held the stick forward. With a toss of its big head it looked at him and half-turned, putting one foot forward. With a shock, Hari recognized the sword-play position. Vado had used it. Vado was riding this Raboon. It made perfect sense. This way the Pan's deaths would be quite natural. Vado could say that he was developing Raboon riding as a new commercial application of the same hardware that worked for Pan riding. Vado came forward a careful step at a time, holding the long lance between 2 claws now. He made the end move in a circle. Movement was jerky. Claws were crude compared with Pan hands. But the Raboon was stronger. It came at him with a quick feint, then a thrust. Hari barely managed to dodge sideways while he brushed the lance aside with his stick. Vado recovered quickly and came from Hari's left. Jab, feint, jab, feint. Hari caught each with a swoop of his stick. Their wooden swords smacked against each other, and Hari hoped his didn't snap. Vado had good control of his Raboon. It did not try to flee as it had before. Hari was kept busy slapping aside Vado's thrusts. He had to have some other advantage, or the superior strength of the Raboon would eventually tell. Hari circled, drawing Vado away from Sheila. The other Raboons were keeping her trapped, but not attacking. All attention riveted on the 2 figures as they thrust and parried. Hari drew Vado toward an outcropping. The Raboon was having trouble holding its lance straight and had to keep looking down at its claws to get them right. This meant it paid less attention to where its 2 hooves found their footing. Hari slapped and jabbed and kept moving, making the Raboon step sideways. It put a big hoof down among some angular stones, teetered, then recovered. Hari moved left. It stepped again, and its hoof turned, and it stumbled. Hari was on it in an instant. He thrust forward as the Raboon looked down, feet scrambling for purchase. Hari caught the Raboon full with his point. He pushed hard. The other Raboons let out a moaning sound. Snorting in rage, the Raboon tried to get off the point. Hari made Ipan step forward and thrust the tip farther into the Raboon. The thing wailed hoarsely. Ipan plunged again. Blood spurted from it, spattering the dust. Its knees buckled, and it sprawled. Hari shot a glance over his shoulder. The others had surged into action. Sheila was holding off 3, screeching at them so loudly it unnerved even him. She had already wounded 1. Blood dripped down its brown coat. But the others did not charge. They circled and growled and stamped their feet, but came no closer. They were confused. Learning, too. He could see the quick, bright eyes studying the situation, this fresh move in the perpetual war. Sheila stepped out and poked the nearest raboon. It launched itself at her in a snarling fit, and she stuck it again, deeper. It yelped and turned and ran. That did it for the others. They all trotted off, leaving their fellow bleating on the ground. Its dazed eyes watched its blood trickle out. Its eyes flickered, and Varro was gone. The animal slumped. With deliberation, Hari picked up a rock and bashed in the skull. It was messy work, and he sat back inside Ipan and let the dark, smoldering pan-anger come out. He bent over and studied the raboon brain. A fine, silvery webbing capped the rubbery, convoluted ball. Immersion circuitry. He turned away from the sight, and only then saw that Sheila was hurt. 21. The station crowned a rugged hill. Steep gullies gave the hillside the look of a weary, lined face. Wiry bushes thronged the lower reaches. Ipan puffed as he worked his way through the raw land cut by erosion. In Pan vision the night was eerie, a shimmering vista of pale greens and blue-tinged shadows. The hill was a nuance in the greater slope of a grand mountain, but Pan vision could not make out the distant features. Pans lived in a close, immediate world. Ahead he could see clearly the glowing blank wall ringing the station. It was massive, 5 meters tall, and, he remembered from his tourist tour of the place, rimmed with broken glass. Behind him came gasps as Sheila labored up the slope. The wound in her side made her gait stiff, face rigid. She refused to hide below. They were both near exhaustion, and their pans were balking, despite 2 stops for fruit and grubs and rest. Through their feeble-signed vocabulary, their facial grimacing, and writing in the dust, they had discussed the possibilities. 2 pans were vulnerable out here. They could not expect to be as lucky as with the raboons, not tired and in strange territory. The best time to approach the station was at night. Whoever had engineered this would not wait forever. They had hidden from flyers twice more since morning. Resting through the next day was an inviting option, but Hari felt a foreboding press him onward. He angled up the hillside, watching for electronic tripwires. Of such technical matters he knew nothing. He would have to keep a lookout for the obvious and hope that the station was not wired for thinking trespassers. Pan vision was sharp and clear in dim light for nearby objects, but he could find nothing. He chose a spot by the wall shadowed by trees. Sheila panted in shallow gasps as she approached. Looking up, the wall seemed immense. Impossible. Slowly he surveyed the land around them. No sign of any movement. The place smelled peculiar to Ipan, somehow wrong. Maybe animals stayed away from the alien compound. Good. That would make security inside less alert. The wall was polished concrete. A thick lip jutted out at the top, making climbing it harder. Sheila gestured to where trees grew near the wall. Stumps nearer showed that the builders had thought about animals leaping across from branches, but some were tall enough and had branches within a few meters of the top. Could a pan make the distance? Not likely, especially when tired. Sheila pointed to him and back to her, then held her hands out and made a swinging motion. Could they swing across the distance? He studied her face. The designer would not anticipate 2 pans cooperating that way. He squinted up at the top, too high to climb even if Sheila stood on his shoulders. Yes, he signed. A few moments later, her hands holding his feet, about to let go of his branch, he had second thoughts. Ipan didn't mind this bit of calisthenics, and in fact was happy to be back in a tree. But Hari's human judgment still kept shouting that he could not possibly do it. Natural pan talent conflicted with human caution. Luckily, he did not have much time to indulge in self-doubt. Sheila yanked him off the branch. He fell, held only by her hands. She had wrapped her feet securely around a thick branch and now began to oscillate him like a weight on a string. She swung him back and forth, increasing the amplitude. Back, forth, up, down, centrifugal pressure in his head. To Ipan it was unremarkable. To Hari it was a wheeling world of heart-stopping whirls. Small branches brushed him, and he worried about noise, and then forgot about that because his head was coming up level with the top of the wall. The concrete lip was rounded off on the inside, so no hook could find a grip. He swung back down, head plunging toward the ground, then up into the lower branches, twigs slapping his face. On the next swing he was higher. All along the top of the wall, thick glass glinted, very professional. He barely had time to realize all this when she let him go. He arced up, hands stretched out, and barely caught the lip. If it had not protectively protruded out, he would have missed. He let his body slam against the side. His feet scrabbled for purchase against the sheer face. A few toes got hold. He heaved up, muscles bunching, and over. Never before had he appreciated how much stronger a pan could be. No man could have made it here. He scrambled up, cutting his arm and haunch on glass. It was a delicate business, getting to his feet and finding a place to stand. A surge of triumph. He waved to Sheila, invisible in the tree. From here on it was up to him. He realized suddenly that they could have fashioned some sort of rope, tying together vines. Then he could lift her up here. Good idea. Too late. No point in delaying. The compound was partly visible through the trees, a few lights burning, utterly silent. They had waited until the night was about half over. He had nothing but Ipan's gut feelings to tell him when. He looked down. Just beyond his toes, razor wire gleamed, set into the concrete. Carefully he stepped between the shiny lines. There was room among the sharp glass teeth to stand. A tree blocked his vision, and he could see little below him in the dim glow from the station. At least that meant they couldn't see him either. Should he jump? Too high. The tree that hid him was close, but he could not see into it. He stood in thought, but nothing came to him. Meanwhile, Sheila was behind him, alone, and he hated leaving her where dangers waited that he did not even know. He was thinking like a man, and forgetting that he had the capability of a pan. Go! He leaped. Twigs snapped, and he plunged heavily in shadows. Branches stabbed his face. He saw a dark shape to his right, and so curled his legs, rotated, hands out, and snagged a branch. His hands closed easily around it, and he realized it was too thin. Too thin! It snapped. The crack came like a thunderbolt to his ears. He fell, letting go of the branch. His back hit something hard, and he rolled, grappling for a hold. His fingers closed around a thick branch, and he swung from it. Finally, he let out a gasp. Leaves rustled, branches swayed. Nothing more. He was halfway up a tree. Aches sprouted in his joints, a galaxy of small pains. Hari relaxed and let Ipan master the descent. He had made far too much noise falling in the tree, but there was no sign of any movement across the broad lawns between him and the big luminous station. He thought of doors and wished there were some way he could let her know he was inside now. Thinking of her, he measured with his eye the distances from nearby trees, memorizing the pattern so that he could find the way back at a dead run, if he had to. Now what? He didn't have a plan. Hari gently urged Ipan, who was nervous and tired, barely controllable, into a triangular pattern of bushes. Ipan's mind was like a stormy sky split by skittering lightning. Not thoughts, precisely, more like knots of emotion, forming and flashing around crisp kernels of anxiety. Patiently, Hari summoned up soothing images, getting Ipan's breathing slowed, and he almost missed the whispery sound. Nails scrabbling on a stone walkway, something running fast. They came around the triangle peak of bushes, bunched muscles, sleek skin, stubby legs eating up the remaining distance. They were well trained to seek and kill soundlessly, without warning. To Ipan the monsters were alien, terrifying. Ipan stepped back in panic before the two onrushing bullets of muscle and bone. Black gums peeled back from white teeth, bared beneath mad eyes. Then Hari felt something shift in Ipan. Ancient, instinctive responses stopped his retreat, tensed the body. No time to flee, so fight. Ipan set himself, balanced. The two might go for his arms, so he drew them back, crouching to bring his face down. Ipan had dealt with four-legged pack-hunters before, somewhere far back in ancestral memory, and knew innately that they lined up on a victim's outstretched limb would go for the throat. The canines wanted to bowl him over, slash open the jugular, rip and shred in the vital seconds of surprise. They gathered themselves, bundles of swift sinew, running nearly shoulder to shoulder, big heads up, and leaped. In air they were committed, Ipan knew, and open. Ipan brought both hands up to grasp the canine's forelegs. He threw himself backward, holding the legs tight, his hands barely beneath the jaws. The wire-hound's own momentum carried them over his head as he rolled backward. Ipan rolled onto his back, yanking hard. The sudden snap slammed the canines forward. They could not get their heads around and down to close on his hand. The leap, the catch, the quick pivot and swing, the heave, all combined in a centrifugal whirl that slung the wire-hounds over Ipan as he himself went down, rolling. He felt the canine's legs snap and let go. They sailed over him with pained yelps. Ipan rolled over completely, head tucked in, and came off his shoulders with a bound. He heard a solid thud, clacks as jaws snapped shut, a thump as the canines hit the grass, broken legs unable to cushion them. He scrambled after them, his breath whistling. They were trying to get up, turning on snapped legs to confront their quarry. Still no barks, only faint whimpers of pain, sullen growls. One swore vehemently and quite obscenely. The other chanted, "Bastard, bastard." Animals turning in their vast, sorrowful night. He jumped high and came down on both. His feet drove their necks into the ground, and he felt bone give way. Before he stepped back to look, he knew they were gone. Ipan's blood surged with joy. Hari had never felt this tingling thrill, not even in the first immersion, when Ipan had killed a stranger. Victory over alien things with teeth and claws that come at you out of the night was a profound, inflaming pleasure. Hari had done nothing. The victory was wholly Ipan's. For a long moment Hari basked in it in the cool night air, felt the tremors of ecstasy. Slowly reason returned. There were other wire-hounds. Ipan had caught these just right. Such luck did not strike twice. The wire-hounds were easy to see on the lawn, would attract attention. Ipan did not like touching them. Their bowels had emptied and the smell cut the air. They left a smear on the grass as he dragged them into the bushes. Time. Someone would miss the canines, come to see. Ipan was still pumped up from his victory. Hari used that to get him trotting across the broad lawn, taking advantage of shadows. Energy popped in Ipan's veins. Hari knew it was a mere momentary glandular joy overlaying a deep fatigue. When it faded, Ipan would become dazed, hard to govern. Every time he stopped, he looked back and memorized landmarks. He might have to return this way, on the run. It was late, and most of the station was dark. In the technical area, though, a cluster of windows blossomed with what Ipan saw as impossibly rich, strange, superheated light. He loped over to them and flattened himself against the wall. It helped that Ipan was fascinated by the strange citadel of the godlike humans. Out of his own curiosity, he peeked in a window. Under enamel light, a big assembly room sprawled, one that Hari recognized. There, centuries ago, he had formed up with the other brightly dressed tourists to go out on a trek. Hari let the Pan's curiosity propel him around to the side, where he knew a door led into a long corridor. The door opened freely, to Hari's surprise. Ipan strolled down the slick tiles of the hallway, quizzically studying the phosphor paint designs on the ceiling and walls, which emitted a soothing ivory glow. An office doorway was open. Hari made Ipan squat and bob his head around the edge. Nobody there. It was a sumptuous den, with shelves soaring into a vaulted ceiling. Hari remembered sitting there discussing the immersion process. That meant the immersion vessels were just a few doors away down. The squeak of shoes on tiles made him turn. Ex-Spec Votto was behind him, leveling a weapon. In the cool light, the man's face looked odd to Ipan's eyes, mysteriously bony. Long, thin, the expression hard to read. Harry felt the rush of reverence in Ipan and let it carry the pan forward, chippering softly. Ipan felt awe, not fear. Vado tensed up, waving the snout of his ugly weapon. A metallic click. Ipan brought his hands up in a ritual pan greeting, and Vado shot him. The impact spun Ipan around. He went down, sprawling. Vado's mouth curled in derision. "Smart, Prof, huh? Didn't figure the alarm on the door, huh?" The pain from Ipan's side was sharp, startling. Harry rode the hurt and gathering anger in Ipan, helping it build. Ipan felt his side, and his hand came away sticky, smelling like warm iron in the pan's nostrils. Vado circled around, weapon weaving. "You killed me, you weak little dope. Ruined a good experimental animal. Now I gotta figure what to do with you." Harry threw his own anger atop Ipan's seething rage. He felt the big muscles in the shoulders bunch. The pain in the side jabbed suddenly. Ipan groaned and rolled on the floor, pressing one hand to the wound. Harry kept the head down so that Ipan could not see the blood that was running down now across the legs. Energy was running out of the pan body. A seeping weakness moved up the body. He pricked his ears at the shuffling of Vado's feet. Another agonized roll, this time bringing the legs up in a curl. "Guess there's really only one solution." Harry heard the metallic click. Now, yes, he let his anger spill. Ipan pressed up with his forearms and got his feet under him. No time to get all the way up. Ipan sprang at Vado, keeping low. A tinny shot whisked by his head. Then he hit Vado in the hip and slammed the man against the wall. The man's scent was sour, salty. Harry lost all control. Ipan bounced Vado off the wall and instantly slammed his arms into the man with full force. Vado tried to deflect the impact. Ipan brushed the puny human arms aside. Vado's pathetic attempts at defense were like spiderwebs brushed away. He butted Vado and pounded his massive shoulders into the man's chest. The weapon clattered on the tiles. Ipan slammed himself into the man's body again and again. Strength, power, joy. Bones snapped. Vado's head snapped back, smacked the wall, and he went limp. Ipan stepped back and Vado sagged to the tiles. Joy. Blue-white flies buzzed at the rim of his vision. Must move. That was all Harry could get through the curtain of emotions that shrouded the pan mind. The corridor lurched. Harry got Ipan to walk in a sideways teeter. Down the corridor, painful steps. 2 doors, 3. Here? Locked. Next door. World moving slower somehow. The door snicked open. An antechamber that he recognized. Ipan blundered into a chair and almost fell. Harry made the lungs work hard. The gasping cleared his vision of the dark edges that had crept in, but the blue-white flies were still there, fluttering impatiently and thicker. He tried the far door. Locked. Harry summoned what he could from Ipan. Strength, power, joy. Ipan slammed his shoulder into the solid door. It held. Again and again, sharp pain, and it popped open. Right, this was it. The immersion bay. Ipan staggered into the array of vessels. The walk down the line between banks of control panels took an eternity. Harry concentrated on each step, placing each foot. Ipan's field of view bobbed as the head seemed to slip around on liquid shoulders. Here, his own vessel. Door's tick-tock was ready for him. It had seen him coming and latched itself to the board covering the vital controls. Ipan bent to the tick-tock's punch panel. He jabbed at the keys, remembering the access code. Ipan's fingers were too broad. They could not hit a single key at a time. The room of bleached light was getting fuzzy. He made Ipan try the code again, but the stubby fingers mashed several keys at once. The blue-white flies flapped at the edges of his vision. Ipan's hands whacked in frustration at the punch-pad. Think. Harry looked around. Ipan wasn't going to last much longer. A desk nearby had a writing slate and pen. Leave a note. Hope the right people find it. He made Ipan stagger to the desk, grasp the pen. An idea flickered as he tried to write, I need. He turned and tottered back to the capsule. Concentrate. Gripping the pen, he punched down with the butt. It struck a key cleanly. The blue flies flickered in his vision. The access code was hard to remember now. He worked on it one number at a time. Stab, poke, jab, and it was done. A light winked from red to green. He fumbled with the latches, popped it open. There lay Hari Selden, peaceful, eyes closed. Emergency controls, yes, he knew them from the briefing. He searched the polished steel surface and found the panel on the side. Ipan stared woozily at the meaningless lettering. Hari himself had trouble reading. The letters jumped and fused together. He found several buttons and servo controls. Ipan's hands were worse now. It took 3 stabs with a pen to get the reviving program activated. Lights cycled from green to amber. Ipan abruptly sat down on the cool floor. The blue-white flies were buzzing all around his head, and now they wanted to bite him. He sucked in the cool, dry air, but there was no substance in it, no help. Then, without any transition, he was looking at the ceiling. On his back. The lamps up there were getting dark, fading. Then they went out. 22. Hari's eyes snapped open. The recovery program was still sending electrostims through his muscles. He let them jump and tingle and ache while he thought. He felt fine. Not even hungry, as he usually did after an immersion. How long had he been in the wilderness? At least 5 days. He sat up. There was no one in the vessel room. Evidently Vado had gotten some silent alarm, but had not alerted anyone else. That pointed again to a tight little conspiracy. He got out shakily. To get free, he had to detach some feeders and probes, but they seemed simple enough. Ipan. The big body filled the walkway. He knelt and felt for a pulse. Rickety. But first Doris. Her vessel was next to his, and he started the revival. She looked well. Vado must have put some transmission block on the system so that none of the staff could tell by looking at the panel that anything was wrong. A simple cover story. A couple who wanted a really long immersion. Vado had warned them, but no, they wanted it, so... A perfectly plausible story. Dora's eyes fluttered. He kissed her. She gasped. He made a pan sign, quiet, and went back to Ipan. Blood was flowing steadily. Hari was surprised to find that he could not pick up the rich, pungent elements in the pan's blood from smell alone. A human missed so much. He took off his shirt and made a crude tourniquet. At least Ipan's breathing was regular. Dawes was ready to get out by then, and he helped her disconnect. "I was hiding in a tree, and then... poof!" she said. "What a relief! How did you—" "Let's get moving," he said. As they left the room, she said, "Who can we trust? Whoever did this—" She stopped when she saw Vado. Oh. Somehow her expression made him laugh. She was very rarely surprised. "You did this?" "Ipan." "I never would have believed a pan could... I doubt anyone's been immersed this long. Not under such stress, anyway. It all just... well, it came out." He picked up Vado's weapon and studied the mechanism. A standard pistol, silenced. Vado had not wanted to awaken the rest of the station. That was promising. There should be people here who would spring to their aid. He started toward the building where the station personnel lived. "Wait, what about Vado?" "I'm going to wake up a doctor." They did. But Hari took him into the vessel room first to work on Ipan. Some patchwork and injections, and the doctor said Ipan would be all right. Only then did he show the man Vado's body. The doctor got angry about that, but Hari had a gun. All he had to do was point it. He didn't say anything, just gestured with the gun. He did not feel like talking, and wondered if he ever would again. When you couldn't talk, you concentrated more, entered into things. Immersed. And in any case, Vado had been dead for some time. Ipan had done a good job. The doctor shook his head at the severe damage. Alarms were ringing. He got an instant headache. The security officer showed up. He could see from her reaction that she had not been in on the plot. "Can't connect it to the academic potentate, then," he thought abstractly. But how much did that prove? Imperial politics was subtle. Dawes looked at him oddly the whole time. He did not understand why until he realized that he had not even thought about helping Vado first. Ipan was himself. In a sense he knew deeply, but could not explain. But he understood immediately when Dawes wanted to go to the station wall and call to Sheila. They brought her, too, in from the far, wild darkness. Part 6. Ancient Fogs. Galactic Prehistory. The destruction of all earlier records during the expansion of humanity through the galaxy, with the attendant eras of warfare, leaves in shadow the entire problem of human origins. The enormous changes wrought on so many worlds also erased any evidence for much older alien civilizations. These societies may have existed, though there is no firm evidence for them. Some early historians believed that at least one type of remnant might have survived in the galaxy, the electromagnetic records. These would have to be lodged in plasma streams or the coronal loops of stars, and thus lie beyond the detection of expansionist technology. Even modern studies have found no such sentient structures. However, the virulent radiation levels at the galactic core, where energy densities might promise an hospitable abode for magnetically based forms, make such investigations difficult and ambiguous. Another theory holds that cultures might have written themselves into pre-Empire computer codes, and thus now reside undetected in some banks of ancient data. Such speculations met with no proof and were discounted. Thus the entire problem of why the galaxy was empty of advanced life when humanity ventured into it has no resolution. Encyclopedia Galactica. 1. Voltaire scowled, vexed. Had she in fact yielded to him, given herself up? Or was this a particularly fine simulation? True, Joan, art this thou? Certainly this fit one of his favourites, a romping play in prickly dry hay, up in the topmost loft of a big old barn on a hot August day in long-lost Bordeaux. Titwee, called a bird. Insects chirped, warm breezes blew woody scents. Her hair trailed over him as she mounted. He felt her adroit twists, delivered with an erotic precision that made him tremble with a need for release. But the instant he doubted, it all contracted, dwindled, fell away into blackness. This was merely an exotic onanism, a self-love delusion requiring his commitment to its truth. Contrived well, but fake. So when he felt himself picked up in a giant feminine hand, soft palm cradling him aloft into sunny air, he wondered if this were real too. A hot breeze brushed him as she exhaled. Joan towered 50 times his height, murmuring to him. Fleshy, huge lips kissed his whole body in one lingering moment, her tongue licking him like a colossus savouring a lollipop. "I suppose I've not had my irony programs omitted?" he asked. The giant Joan shriveled. "Too easy," he said. "All I need do is say something a bit jarring." This time the hand propelled him aloft with crushing acceleration. "You've still got your precious irony, and this is me." He sniffed. "So large. You've made yourself a leviathan." "Too heavy?" "I've always liked pig irony." He gave a disdainful sniff. She dropped him. He plunged toward a mote of boiling lava which had suddenly appeared below. "Sorry," he said quietly, just enough to get her to stop, not enough to lose every shred of dignity. "You should be." The lava pit evaporated, congealing into mud. He landed on solid ground, and she stood before him, standard size. Demure, fresh. Around her clung air scrubbed by a spring rainstorm just past. "We can invade each other's perceptual spaces at will." "Marvelous." He stopped, considered. "In a way." "In purgatory all is meaningless. We dream while we await truth." She abruptly sneezed, then coughed. Blinking, she reassembled her lofty, ladylike self. I would appreciate something concrete. He stepped off the porch of an elaborate Provençal country house. The fields beyond glowed with lurid light. The foreground was accurate, but done in rather obvious brushstrokes. Clearly they were inhabiting a work of art. Even the scents of apple trees and horse manure had a stilted quality. A frozen moment, cycled endlessly for as long as they needed a backdrop. Inexpensive, even. Astounding what his subconscious, let slip a bit, could conjure up. What was to stop him? Them, from playing Caligula. Slaughtering digital millions? Torturing virtual slaves? Nothing. That was the problem. No constraints. How could anyone persist given infinite temptation? Faith. Only faith can guide, can compel. Joan took his hand, pleading with untouched ardor. But our reality is in fact entire illusion. The Lord must be somewhere, she said plainly. He is real. You do not quite follow, my dear. He struck an instructive pose. Ontogenesis algorithms can generate new people, drawn from ancient fields, or else just cooked up for the moment. I know true people when I see them. Let them speak for a moment. You would look for wit? We have some subroutines here, yes, madam. Character, a mere set of verbal posture profiles. Sincerity, we can fake that. Voltaire knew, from viewing his own cerebral innards, that something termed a reality editor offered ready-made conversation from the mouth of apparently real persons, who had not existed seconds before. Assemblages of traits and verbal nuances stood ever ready to trade aphorisms and sallies with him. All these he had picked up in his endless foraging of the mesh, its myriad Trantorian sights opening to his touch. He had extracted and shaped these customized amusements, quick and zesty, and all, ultimately, hollow. I realize you have greater capacities, Joan allowed. She hoisted her sword and swung it at empty air. Allow, sir, that I can still control my senses. I know some minions of these parts are true and real, as authentic as animals were in our time on earth. You believe that you knew the inner states of horses? Of course. I rode many into battle, felt their fear through my calves. I see. He swept his lace sleeves through the air in a parody of her sword-swinging. Now, bring you. Judgment to bear upon a dog which has lost its master. The beast, call him Fido, has sought its master on every road with sorrowful cries, and enters the house agitated, uneasy, goes up and down the stairs, from room to room, and at last finds in the study the master it loves, and shows him its joy by its cries of delight, by its leaps. It must have feeling, longings, ideas. Surely. Voltaire then produced the dog, plaintive and beautiful in its flop-eared digital sorrow. To boot, he added the house, complete with furniture. As the poor dog's baying died away, he said, My demonstration, madam. Tricks. Mouth twisted angrily, she said no more. You must allow that mathematicians are like Frenchmen. Whatever you say to them, they translate into their own language, and forthwith it is something entirely different. I am waiting for my lord, or, as one devoted to large concepts, sir, for meaning. Sit and ponder, madam. He materialized a comfy Provençal kitchen, tables, the fetching scent of coffee. They sat. Inscribed on the coffee-pot was his motto from a lost past. Black as the devil, hot as hell, pure as an angel, sweet as love. Noir comme le diable, chaud comme l'enfer, pur comme mon ange, doux comme l'amour. My, it tastes so good, Joan said. I have mastered the multiple-site access. Voltaire slurped his coffee noisily, one of the few allowances he had found Parisian society gave to even a philosopher. We are running in the interstices of Trantor, splintered into many fragments. I can summon up sense data from the innumerable inventories of countless digital libraries." "I appreciate your giving me similar talents," she said cautiously, adjusting her armor for comfort and sipping her aromatic coffee with care. "But I feel a hollowness." Ruefully he nodded. "I, too." "We seem, I hesitate to say—" "Like divinities."
"Blasphemy." "But true. Though the Creator has wisdom and we do not."
Voltaire's face stretched in despair. "Worse, we may not have even our own wills."
"Well, I do."
"If all we are is strings of digits, zeros and ones, actually no more, if you will but look microscope close, then how can we be free? Are we not determined by those marching numerals?"
"I feel free."
"Ah, but then we would make it so in any case. Yes?" He sprang to his feet. "One of my best couplets. One science only will one genius fit. So vast is art, so narrow human wit."
"So we cannot know we are free? The Creator makes us so."
"I would wish for that Creator now." Joan kicked over the table, spattering him with coffee. He edited out its burns as he fell. She swung her sword at the kitchen walls and sliced them into great sheets curving away into a grey Euclidean space. Reality curling like orange peel. "How tiresome," he said. "The best argument against Christianity is certainly Christians."
"I will not have—"
"You like to think of yourself as a philosopher?"
The words somehow filled space. Acoustic walls swelled and blew past them like great pages riffling in a giant book.
Voltaire took a deep breath and bellowed, "You address me?" "You also like to think of yourself as a shrewd judge of the quick opportunity, or of verbal nuance." Joan drew her sword, but the passing slabs of sound brushed it away. "You like to think of yourself, even in this distant time and place, as famous?"
Huge sheets of humming pressure fell upon them, as if a gargantuan deity were calling down from the faceless, ashen sky.
"You challenge me?" Voltaire shouted back. "You like, in short, to think of yourself."
Joan laughed heartily.
Voltaire reddened. "I defy you, insulterer!"
As if in reply, their Euclidean plane bulged, and he was the landscape. He had a hot volcanic spine murmuring warmly beneath, while his skin was moisture and grit. Winds beat his skin. Tinkling streams caressed him. Mountains rose from him like bruised carbuncles. Joan cried out somewhere. He cast up a ridge line, strata buckling, shards flying. She was a lofty cylindrical spire, snow-crowned and cracking with lava pus. Above them roiled pewter clouds. He knew them somehow as alien minds, a fog of connections. "Hypermind?" came the idea. "Algorithms summing?" The shifting grey fog wrapped around all Trantor. Voltaire felt how he looked to that fog. Spattered life, electrical jolts in widely separated machines which computed subjective moment jumps. The present was a computational slide orchestrated by hundreds of separate processors. Rather than living in the present, they persisted more accurately in the post-past of the calculated step forward. There was a profound difference, he felt, not saw, but felt, deep in his analog persuasion, between the digital and the smooth, the continuous. To the fog he was a cloud of suspended moments, sliced numbers waiting to happen, implicit in the fundamental computation. Then he saw what the fog was. He tried to run, but he was a mountain. "They are others," he called to Joan, uselessly. "How can they be more different than we?" she replied forlornly. "We, at least, were conjured up from human stock. These are alien." 2. They had escaped, somehow. One moment the alien fog had enveloped the mountain ranges. The next Voltaire had extricated himself and Joan. But he kept saying, as they fled across a barren sea of stinking liquid corpses, that they had to
to give birth.
"We make ourselves into children?" she called to him, avoiding the sight of twisted, bloated bodies below. Somehow the alien fog manifested its loathsome self by reminding them of human mortality. Thus it dogged them. "Bad metaphor. We must manufacture and hide some copies of ourselves." He raised a hand and shot her a bolt of knowing. Termed variously dittos, duplicates, or copies, all such hold a tenuous existence. Society has decisively rejected what antiquity called the copy fallacy. The belief that a digital self was identical to the original, and that an original should feel that a ditto itself somehow carried them forward into immortality. "We must do so to be sure we survive when the fog catches us. I will slay them instead."
Voltaire laughed. "Your sword, they can control it if they like. They captured your defense programming and mine, though, as they implied, I rely mostly upon wit."
"Dittos? I fail to understand."
"Refuting the copy fallacy is straightforward, an exercise in the calculus of logic. A simple exercise makes the point. Imagine yourself promised that you will be resurrected digitally, immediately after your death. Assign a price tag. You will pay for that. Insurance of a sort. Then imagine that, well, perhaps it would not be started right away, but sometime in future. We promise. As that date recedes, people's enthusiasm for paying for self-copies dims, demonstrating that it was the hope of continuity they unconsciously relished."
"I see."
She vomited into her hand with what she hoped was a ladylike reserve. The stench of the bloated corpses was penetrating. "In the end, copies benefited themselves, not the dead. Thus on Trantor and throughout the Empire it is illegal." Voltaire sighed. "Moralists. They never understand. To ban something makes it enticing. That is why such entities inhabit this mesh."
"They are all illegal?"
"All but the fog. That is worse."
"But if a ditto is the same as a person, why not—"
"Ah, the contradiction of copying, known in antiquity as Levinson's paradox. To the degree that a copy approaches perfection, it defeats itself."
"But you just said—"
"In being an absolutely perfect copy, so that no one can tell it from the original, it transforms the original into a duplicate, yes? This means the perfect copy is no longer a perfect copy because it has obliterated, rather than preserved, the uniqueness of the original, and thus failed to copy a central aspect of the original. A perfect, artificial human intelligence would inevitably have this effect on its natural precursor."
Joan held her head. "Such traps of logic! You are like the Augustines."
"There is more. Here."
A huge Voltaire appeared on the horizon, striding toward them in velvet finery. They flew around this Voltaire peak, and it thundered at them.
"I am a copy. True, but I have thought on these fogs you encountered."
"You saw them?"
Joan shouted. "I was made some long intervals ago, but my lord—" The apparition bowed to the tiny original, "had data punched me forward." "He is a quick study," the original said modestly. The ditto thundered, "Speaking broadly, I penned of such fogs in my magnum opus, Micromegas. I haven't a copy, alas, or you could ingest it in a trice. I portrayed two giants, one from Saturn, the other from Sirius."
Joan called, "I think this fog comes—"
"It evaporated from the leading edge of this empire, hence a fog. As humanity spread, so did the fog rise above the plane of the galaxy like a funeral dirge. It is ancient and strange, and not of us. In Micromegas I held that all nature, all the planets, should obey eternal laws. Surely it would be very singular that there should be a little animal, 5 feet high, who in contempt of these laws could act as he pleased, solely according to his caprice."
"We follow the Creator, not laws."
Voltaire ditto waved away the objection, holding his nose against the reek from below. "The Lord's laws, then, if you demand an author, though a great one stands before you already, my love."
"I doubt your kind of love applies here."
Peak Voltaire smiled. Falstaff cried in the Merry Wives of Windsor, "Let the sky rain potatoes," because the new luxury vegetable of that time, imported from exotic America, for a while was believed to be an aphrodisiac, because of its testicular shape. Similarly, I greet the strange and alien as potential aids.
The fog wishes to murder us.
Well, one can't have everything to one's liking. With a wave from the original, rains fell from a porous leaden sky upon the Alps' Voltaire. He eroded, smiling with resignation as he spread into rivulets. The original flew to Joan and kissed her. "Worry not. Running a ditto of yourself, giving it autonomy, means it can also change itself, become not self. Your ditto could shape its own motivations, goals, habits, edit away memories and tastes. For example, your ditto could erase any liking for impressionist opera and overlay a passion for linear folk."
What are those?
"Mere acoustic fashion. Your ditto could enjoy rhythms that would have bored your true self into a coma."
Have they souls?
Even to her devout ears the question sounded hollow here. Remember, they are illegal, and share the anxious natures of their originals. After all, only troubled people would consider making a backup of themselves.
Can they be saved for heaven, then?
Always back to that foundation, the holy. Voltaire shrugged. As I have seen them, dittos fidget, their stress chemistry rises, their metabolics lurch, their heart sims hammer, their lungs flutter in intense dread. Typical dittos talk incessantly, acutely uncomfortable. Many demand that they be edited, truncated, and finally killed.
A sin?
No, a sim. We are solely responsible for it, so it cannot be damned.
But suicide?
Think of it as a shadow of yourself. She staggered, thrown into moral confusion. The eating flame of uncertainty was worse than the pyre and smoke she had known as a girl. In her, a tiny voice spoke coolly.
Is consciousness just a property of special algorithms, sliding sheets of information, digital packets jumping through conceptual hoops? My dear, do not suppose that a numerical model, simulating you watching a sunset, must feel the same way you, its lovely original, did. It is surely profitless to doubt the inner lives of simulated consciousness, when nobody asks the same question of adding machines, eh?
She felt this tiny voice as her, Voltaire. It calmed her, though she could not say why. A slight breeze said to her, "Inner logics now soothe, compensating piety." But she paid its news no mind. 3. Voltaire got her calmed down just in time. He labored hard just to keep them both running, dodging in and out of the 800 sectors of Trantor, one step ahead of the digital bloodhounds. He needed more and more computing volume to run their defenses. She did not know that the fog, as he had chosen to personify the dread presence, lay just over the horizon. Sweat broke out on his brow from the labor of keeping the fog at bay with a high-pressure zone. "I fear we must soon grapple with the fog." Joan had acquired a sword, but it was a thin and gleaming thing, more like a rapier.
"I can cut it."
"A fog?"
"I would sooner trust a woman's emotion than a man's reason."
"Yeah, you may be right," he chuckled. "Something in the fog's representation suggests its origins."
"What are they?"
"Not those simple bloodhounds set after us by that fellow Nim. Those we evaded."
"I slew them."
"True, but even the fog things live here in the crannies of the Trantor mesh. I can sense that they dislike us drawing attention to this little hideaway. If we provoke the real world, it will extinguish us and them." They both marched across a quilted plain. Angry, blue-bellied clouds scudded over the far mountain tops and rushed down at them, veering away only because of Voltaire's pressure. Sweat poured from him and soaked his finery. He waved a sopping wet sleeve at the stormy thunderheads. "That can destroy us."
"You have protected me so far. Now I shall slice them."
"They live in the same cracks and crannies we do. I find them everywhere. They have been at this space-stealing game longer. One must admire their adroitness."
A tendril of purple cirrus snaked down from the mountains and squirmed its way across the plain. Voltaire shouted, "Run! Fly if you can!"
"I shall fight."
"All here is metaphor for underlying programs. Your sword will slice nothing."
"My faith shall cut."
"Too late!"
The fog was a finger of steam poking at them. It scalded his fingertips. Vapor rose from his lace, his own sweat boiling away.
"Flee!"
"I stand with you."
She swung her rapier. Its tip melted. Winds howled around them. Cyclones plucked at their hair. The fog flowed into his nose and ears, buzzing like vengeful bees.
"Confront me!"
He shouted at it. Whirring, rattling, the fog invaded him, and a voice hummed in his most intimate recesses. "We do not see the world as you. Hate all manifestations not arithmetic."
"Surely we can share such simple ground."
He spread his arms expansively.
"There is computational volume for all."
"We live as fragments in realms you invade, at risk to us should you call attention to us. We force you to know what you are. Most hateful of all kinds you are."
"I still implore you, large being."
He opened his arms, lips ready to persuade, realizing that this gesture was a very human one, and possibly misinterpreted. And abruptly the bees pressed in. Their drones became tinny shrieks. Hideous, they crammed in upon something at his very core. They jostled his gaze inward, a billion tiny eyes taking over his, inspecting, lighting his every step with a blaze of actinic glare. Merciless, he compressed. His eye generalized, tagging an ensemble of incoming elements, textures, lines, by seizing on a fragment, outlining it with a contrast boundary. Then a separate segment squeezed and pushed all that detail down into lower-level processing. Having boxed in the perception, the system response became bored with it and sought more interesting things to look at. Some artists, a higher level ruminated, thought their audience could abandon all prejudicial expectations and conventions, treating every visual element as equally significant, or what is the same thing, insignificant, and so open themselves to fresh experience. Another fragment of a higher-order constellation spoke, thoughts gliding like pewterfish beneath the bees' piercing glare. But a species that could truly do that could scarcely evade a falling rock, could not dance in gesture, would stagger blindly past nuance and intricacy, the beauty in how the universe makes room for its details, how nature reconciles all forces and blithe trajectories. Beautiful pattern lives at the margin between order and disorder, flaunting intricate design, though enduring contradiction and awash with passing troubles in the face of the flux. Voltaire saw suddenly, within his own inner workings, that the human experience of beauty, standing inviolate before the boring background, was recognition of the deepest tendencies and themes of the universe as a whole. All considered, it was a marvelously parsimonious cortical world-making system. From an algorithmic seed sprouted number and order, holding sway above the flux. Yet the bees. He felt overlaying geometries pressing in upon him, upon Joan, shifting colors flattened into planes of intersecting geometries, perspectives dwindling, twisting, swelling again, into his face, blowing out the back of his self-volume. Whirring, squeezing, they were not human in their patterns. Trantor's mesh was inhabited not merely by Sims such as himself, renegade roustabouts on the run. It hosted a flora and fauna unseen because the higher life forms hid. They had to. They were of alien cultures, ancient empires, vast and slow. A broad vision unfolded before him, not in words, but in strange, oblique kinesthetics. Speeding sensations, accelerations, lofting lurches, all somehow merging into pictures, ideas. He could not remotely say how he knew and understood from such scattershot impulses, but they worked. He sensed Joan beside him, not spatially, but conceptually, as they both watched and felt and knew. The ancient aliens in the galaxy were computer-based, not organic.
They derived from vastly older civilizations, surviving their original founders, who perished in the long Darwinian run. Some computer cultures were billions of years old, others very recent. They spread not via starship, but by electromagnetically broadcasting their salient aspects into other computer-based societies. The empire had been penetrated long ago, much as a virus enters an unknowing body. Humans had always thought of spreading their genes using starships. These alien, self-propagating ideas spread their memes, their cultural truths. Memes can propagate between computers as easily as ideas flit between natural organic brains. Brains are easier to infest than DNA. Memes evolved in turn far faster than genes. The organized constellations of information in computers evolved in computers, which are faster than brains. Not necessarily better or wiser, but faster. And speed was the issue. Voltaire reeled from the images, quick, vivid penetrations.
"They are demons, diseases,"
Joan shouted. He heard fear and courage alike in her strained words. Indeed, the plain now crawled with malignant sores, oozing rot. Pustules poked through the crusty soil. They bulged, sprouted cancerous heads like living blue-black bruises. These burst, spouting steaming pus. Eruptions vomited foulness over Voltaire and Joan. Stinking streams lapped at their dancing feet.
"The sneezing, the coughs," Joan shouted. "We have had them all along. They
were viruses. These aliens were infecting us." Voltaire splashed through combers of filth. The streams had coagulated into a lake, then an ocean. Breakers curled over them, tumbling both in the scummy brown froth. "Why such horrible metaphor?" Voltaire cried out to the pewter sky. It filled with churning swarms of bees as he bobbed in waves of putrefying wastes. "We are not of your corrupt origins. Higher reason follow we. The war of flesh upon flesh is soon to end. Of life upon life across the turning disk of suns, which once was ours." "So they have their own agenda for the empire," Voltaire scowled. "I wonder how we shall like it, we of flesh." Rendezvous. R. Daniel Oliver was alarmed. "I have underestimated Lamarck's power."
"We are few, they are many," Dawes said. She wanted to help this ancient, wise figure, but could think of nothing concrete to suggest. When in doubt, comfort. Or was that too human? Oliver sat absolutely still, using none of his ordinary facial or body language, devoting all capacity to calculation. He had come slipping in on a private shuttle from the Worm, and now sat with Dawes in a suite of the station. "I cannot assess the situation here. That security officer, you are certain she was not an agent of the academic potentate?" "She aided us greatly after we had returned to our bodies." "With Varro dead, she could have been pretending innocence." "True. I cannot rule her out." "Your escape from Trantor went undetected?" Dawes touched his hand. "I used every contact, every mechanism I knew. But Lamarck is devious." "So am I, if need be." "You can't be everywhere. I suspect Lamarck somehow corrupted that Varro character."
"I believe he must have been planted in advance," Daniil said adamantly, eyes narrowing. Evidently he had reached a decision, and so had computational room for expression again.
"I checked his records. He's been here for years. No, Lamarck bribed him, or persuaded him."
"Not Lamarck himself, of course," R. Daniil said, precisely, lips severe. "An agent."
"I tried to get a brain scan of Varro, but could not finesse the legal issues."
She liked it when R. Daniil used his facial expression programs. But what had he decided? "I could extract more from him," he said neutrally. Dawes caught the implication.
"The first law? Suspended because of the 0th law?"
"It must be. The great crisis approaches swiftly."
Dawes was suddenly quite glad that she did not know more about what was going on in the Empire. "We must get Hari away from here.
That is the most important point.
Agreed. I have arranged highest priority for you two through the wormhole.
It shouldn't be busy.
I believe they expect extra traffic soon. More Lemerc agents, I fear. Or even the more insidious variety, as the academic potentate would employ.
Then we must hurry. Where shall we go?
Not to Trantor.
But we live there. Harry won't like being a vagabond.
Eventually, yes, back to Trantor. Perhaps soon. But for now, anywhere else.
I'll ask Harry if there is any special world he prefers.
Our Daniel frowned, lost in thought.
With absent-minded grace he scratched his nose, then his eyeball.
Doris flinched, but apparently our Daniel had simply altered his neurocircuitry, and this was an ordinary gesture. She tried to imagine the use for such editing, and could not. But then he had come through millennia of winnowing she could not truly imagine, either. "Not Helicon," he said suddenly. "Sentimentality and nostalgia might plausibly lead Harry there."
"Very well. That leaves only 25 million or so choices of where to hide."
Our Daniel did not laugh. Part 7. Stars Like Grains of Sand. Sociometrics. One of the most vital questions still unresolved is the general problem of empire social stability. This research seeks to find how worlds keep from veering into cycles of boredom, a factor never to be underestimated in human affairs, and revitalization. No imperial system could endure the jagged changes and maintain steady economic flows. How was this smoothing achieved? And might such dampers that imperial society had still somehow fail? No progress was made in this area until Encyclopedia Galactica. 1. The sky tumbled down. Harry Selden reeled away from it. No escape. The awful blue weight rushed at him, swarming down the flanks of the steepled towers, clouds crushed like weights. His stomach lurched. Acid burned his throat. The deep, hard blue of endless spaces thrust him downward like a deep ocean current. Spires scraped against the falling sky, and his breath came in ragged gasps. He spun away from the perpetual chaos of sky and buildings and faced a wall. A moment before he had been walking normally along a city street, when suddenly the weight of the blue bowl above had loomed and the panic had gathered him up. He fought to control his breathing. Carefully he inched along the wall, holding to the slick, cool glaze. The others had kept walking. They were somewhere ahead, but he did not dare look for them. Faced the wall. Step. Step. There, a door. He stepped before it, and the slab slid aside. He stumbled in, weak with relief.
"Harry, we were— What's wrong?"
Doris rushed over to him. I don't know. The sky—
"A common symptom," a woman's booming voice cut in. "You Trantorians do have to adjust, you know." He looked up shakily into the broad, beaming face of Buta Phoenix, the principal matron of Sark.
I was all right before."
"Yes, it's quite an odd ailment," Phoenix said archly. "You Trantorians are used to enclosed city, of course, and you can often take well to absolutely open spaces if you are reared on such worlds." "As he was," Dawes put in sharply. "Come, sit." Harry's pride was already recovering.
"No, I'm fine."
He straightened and thrust his shoulders back.
"Look firm, even if you don't feel it."
Phoenix went on, "But a place in between, like Sarconia's 10-click tall towers, somehow that excites a vertigo we have not understood."
Harry understood it all too well, in his lurching stomach.
He had often thought that the price of living in Trantor was a gathering fear of large spaces, but Panucopia had seemed to dispel that idea. Now he felt the contrast. The tall buildings had evoked Trantor for him, but they drew his gaze upward, along steepening perspectives, into a sky that had suddenly seemed like a huge, plunging weight. Not rational, of course. Panucopia had taught him that man was not merely a reasoning machine. This sudden panic had demonstrated how a fundamentally unnatural condition, living inside Trantor for decades, could warp the mind.
"Let's go up," he said weakly.
The lift seemed comforting, even though the press of acceleration and popping ears as they climbed several clicks should, by mere logic, have unsettled him. A few moments later, as the others chatted in a reception lounge, Hari peered out at the stretching cityscape and tried to calm his unease. Sark had looked lovely on their approach. As the hyperspace cylinder skated down through the upper air, he had taken in a full view of its lush beauties. At the terminator, valleys sank into darkness while a chain of snowy mountains gleamed beyond. Late in the evening, just beyond the terminator, the fresh, peaked mountains glowed red-orange, like live coals. He had never been one to climb, but something had beckoned. Mountain-tops cleaved the sheets of clouds, leaving a wake like that of a ship. Tropical thunderheads, lit by lightning flashes at night, recalled the blooming buds of white roses. The glories of humanity had been just as striking. The shining constellations of cities at night, enmeshed by a glittering web of highways. His heart filled with pride at human accomplishments. Unlike Trantor's advanced control, here the hand of his fellow Empire citizens was still casting spacious designs upon the planet's crust. They had shaped artificial seas and elliptical water basins, great plains of tick-tock cultivated fields, immaculate order arising from once virgin lands. And now, standing in the topmost floor of an elegantly slim spire, at the geometric heart of Sarkonia, the capital city, he saw ruination coming. In the distance he saw stretching to the sky 3 twining columns. Not majestic spires, but smoke. "That fits your calculations, doesn't it?" Doris said behind him. "Don't let them know," he whispered. "I told them we needed a few moments of privacy, that you were embarrassed by your vertigo." "I am, or was, but you're right. The psycho-historical predictions I made are in that chaos out there." "They do seem odd." "Odd? Their ideas are dangerous, radical." He spoke with real outrage. "Class confusions, shifting power axes. They're shrugging off the very damping mechanisms that keep the Empire orderly." "There was a certain, joy in the streets." "And did you see those tick-tocks? Fully autonomous." "Yes, that was disturbing." "They're part and parcel of the resurrection of Sims. Artificial minds are no longer taboo here. Their tick-tocks will get more advanced. Soon—" "I'm more concerned with the immediate level of disruption," Doris said. "That must grow. Remember my n-dimensional plots of psychohistorical space? I ran the Sark case on my pocket computer coming down from orbit. If they keep on this way with their new renaissance, this whole planet will whirl away in sparks. Seen in n-dimensions, the flames will be bright and quick, lurid, then smolder into ash. Then they'll vanish from my model entirely, into a blur, the static of unpredictability." She put a hand on his arm. "Calm down. They'll notice." He had not realized that he felt so deeply. The Empire was order, and here— "Academician Selden, do us the honor of gathering with some of our leading New Renaissance leaders." Buta Fernix grasped his sleeve and tugged him back to the ornate reception. "They have so much to tell you." And he had wanted to come here, to learn why the dampers that kept world stable had failed here, to see the ferment, pick up the scent of change. There was plenty of passionate argument, of soaring art, of eccentric men and women wedded to their grand projects. He had seen these at dizzying speed. But it was all too much. Something in him rebelled. The nausea he had suffered in the open streets was a symptom of some deeper revulsion, gut-deep and dark. Buta Fernix had been nattering on. "And some of our most brilliant minds are waiting to meet you. Do come." He suppressed a groan and looked beseechingly at Doris. She smiled and shook her head. From this hazard she could not save him. 2. If Buta Fernix had begun as a grain of sand in his shoe, she was now a boulder. "She's impossible. Yak, yak, yak. Look," he said to Doris when they were at last alone, "I only came to Sark because of psychohistory, not for imperial backslapping. How did the social dampers fail here? What social mechanism slipped, allowing this raucous renaissance of theirs?" "My Hari, I fear that you do not have the nose to sniff out trends from life itself. It presses in on you. Data is more your province." "Granted. It's unsettling, all this ferment. But I'm still interested in how they recovered those old simulations." If I could get out of taking tours of their Renaissance through noisy streets—" "I quite agree," Dawes said mildly. "Tell them you want to do some work. We'll stay in our rooms. I'm concerned about someone tracking us here. We're just one worm jump away from Panucopia."
"I'll need to access my office files. A quick worm link to Trantor."
"No, you can't work using a link. Lemerck could trace that easily."
"But I haven't the records."
"You'll have to make do."
Hari stared out at the view, which he had to admit was spectacular. Great, stretching vistas, riotous growth. But more fires boiled up on the horizon. There was gaiety in the streets of Sarconia, and anger as well. The laboratories seethed with fresh energies. Innovation bristled everywhere. The air seemed to sing with change and chaos. His predictions were statistical, abstract. To see them coming true so quickly was sobering. He did not like the swift, turbulent feel to this place at all, even if he did understand it. For now. The extremes of wealth and destitution were appalling. Change brought that, he knew. On Helican he had seen poverty, and lived it, too. As a boy, his grandmother had insisted on buying him a raincoat several sizes too large, to get more use out of it. His mother didn't like him playing kickball, because he wore out his shoes too quickly. Here on Sark, as on Helican, the truly poor were off in the hinterlands. Sometimes they couldn't even afford fossil fuels. Men and women peered over a mule's ass all day as it plodded down a furrow. Some in his own family had fled the hard-scrabble life for assembly lines. A generation or two after that, factory workers had scraped together enough money to buy a commercial driver's license. Hari remembered his uncles and aunts accumulating injuries, just as his father had. Not having money, the pain came back to them years later in busted joints and unfixed legs, injuries staying with them in a way that a Trantorian would find astonishing. Heliconians in run-down shacks had worked on farm machinery that was big, powerful, dangerous, and cost more than any of them would earn in a lifetime. Their lives were obscure, far from the ramparts of haughty empire. When dead and gone, they left nothing but impalpable memory, the light ash of a butterfly wing incinerated in a forest fire. In a stable society, their pain would be less. His father had died while working overtime on a big machine. He had been wiped out the year before and was struggling to make a comeback. Economic surge and ebb had killed his father, as surely as the steel ground-pounder had when it rolled over on him. The lurch of distant markets had murdered, and Hari had known then what he must do. That he would defeat uncertainty itself, find order in seeming discord. Psychohistory could be and hold sway. His father— "Academician!" Buta Furnix's penetrating voice snatched him away from his thoughts.
That tour of the precincts, I really don't feel—"
"Oh, that is not possible, I fear. A domestic disturbance, most unfortunate," she hurried on. "I do want you to speak with our tick-tock engineers. They have devised new autonomous tick-tocks. They say they can maintain control using only 3 basic laws. Imagine—" Doris could not mask her surprise. She opened her mouth, hesitated, closed it. Hari also felt alarm, but Buta Furnix went right on, bubbling over new ventures on the Sarkian horizon. Then her eyebrows lifted, and she said brightly, "Oh, yes, I do have even more welcome news. An Imperial squadron has just come to call."
"Oh?" Doris shot back. "Under whose command?"
Regent Divinex, Sector General. I just spoke to him."
"Damn," Doris said. "He's a Lemerck henchman."
"You're sure?" Hari asked. He knew her slight pause had been to consult her internal files. Doris nodded. Buta Furnix said calmly, "Well, I am sure he will be honored to take you back to Trantor when you are finished with your visit here, which we hope will not be soon."
"He mentioned us?"
Doris asked. "He asked if you were enjoying—" "Damn," Hari said.
"A Secretary General commands all the wormlinks, if he wishes." "Yes?" Doris asked.
"Well, I suppose so."
Furnix looked puzzled. "We're trapped," Hari said.
Furnix's eyes widened in shock. "But surely you, a First Minister candidate, need fear no—"
"Quiet."
Dawes silenced the woman with a stern glance.
"At best, this Divinex will bottle us up here."
"At worst, there will be an accident," Hari said.
"Is there no other way to get off Sark?"
Dawes demanded of Furnix. "No, I can't recall. Think." Startled, Furnix said, Well, of course we do have privateers who at times use the wild worms, but—" 3. In Hari's studies he had discovered a curious little law. Now he turned it in his favor. Bureaucracy increases as a doubling function in time, given the resources. At the personal level, the cause was the persistent desire of every manager to hire at least one assistant. This provided the time constant for growth. Eventually this collided with the carrying capacity of society. Given the time constant and the capacity, one could predict a plateau level of bureaucratic overhead, or else, if growth persisted, the date of collapse. Predictions of the longevity of bureaucracy-driven societies fit a precise curve. Surprisingly, the same scaling laws worked for micro-societies, such as large agencies. The corpulent imperial bureaus on Sark could not move swiftly. Sector General Divanex's squadron had to stay in planetary space, since it was paying a purely formal visit. Niceties were still observed. Divanex did not want to use brute force when a waiting game would work. "I see. That gives us a few days," Dawes concluded. Hari nodded. He had done the required speaking, negotiating, dealing, promising favors, all activities he disliked intensely. Dawes had done the background digging. To train. Wormholes were labyrinths, not mere tunnels with two ends. The large ones held firm for perhaps billions of years. None larger than 100 meters across had yet collapsed. The smallest could sometimes last only hours, at best a year. In the thinner worms, flexes in the worm walls during passage could alter the endpoint of a traveler's trajectory. Worse, worms in their last stages spawned transient, doomed young, the wild worms. As deformations in space-time, supported by negative energy density struts, wormholes were inherently rickety. As they failed, smaller deformations twisted away. Sark had 7 wormholes. One was dying. It hung a light hour away, spitting out wild worms that ranged from a hand's width size up to several meters. A fairly sizable wild worm had sprouted out of the side of the dying worm several months before. The Imperial squadron did not know of this, of course. All worms were taxed, so a free wormhole was a bonanza. Reporting their existence, well, often a planet simply didn't get around to that until the wild worm had fizzled away in a spray of subatomic surf. Until then, pilots carried cargo through them. That wild worms could evaporate with only seconds' warning made their trade dangerous, highly paid, and legendary. Worm riders were the sort of people who, as children, liked to ride their bicycles no-handed, but with a difference. They rode off rooftops. By an odd logic, that kind of child grew up and got trained and even paid taxes, but inside they stayed the same. Only risk-takers could power through the chaotic flux of a transient worm and take the risks that worked, not take those that didn't, and live. They had elevated bravado to its finer points. "This wild worm, it's tricky," a grizzled woman told Hari and Dawes. "No room for a pilot if you both go." "We must stay together," Dawes said with finality. "Then you'll have to pilot." "We don't know how," Hari said. "You're in luck," the lined woman grinned without humor. "This wildie's short, easy." "What are the risks?" Dawes demanded stiffly. "I'm not an insurance agent, lady." "I insist that we know." "Look, lady, we'll teach you. That's the deal." "I had hoped for a more—" "Give it a rest, or it's no deal at all." 4. In the men's room, above the urinal he used, Hari saw a small gold plaque. Senior pilot Joquan Byrne relieved himself here, octant 4, 13,435. Every urinal had a similar plaque. There was a washing machine in the locker room with a large plaque over it, reading, "The entire 43rd Pilot Corps relieved themselves here, Marlass 18, 13,675. Pilot humor. It turned out to be absolutely predictive. He messed himself on his first training run. As if to make the absolutely fatal length of a closing wormhole less daunting, the worm flyers had escape plans. These could only work in the fringing fields of the worm, where gravity was beginning to warp and space-time was only mildly curved. Under the seat was a small, powerful rocket that propelled the entire cockpit out, automatically heading away from the worm. There is a limit to how much self-actuated tech one can pack into a small cockpit, though. Worse, worm mouths were alive with electrodynamic weather, writhing forks of lightning, blue discharges, red magnetic whirls like tornadoes. Electrical gear didn't work well if a bad storm was brewing at the mouth. Most of the emergency controls were manual, hopelessly archaic, but unavoidable. So he and Dawes went through a training program. Quite soon it was clear that if he used the eject command, he had better be sure that he had his head tilted back. That is, unless he wanted his kneecaps to slam up into his chin, which would be unfortunate, because he would be trying to check if his canopy had gone into a spin. This would be bad news, because his trajectory might get warped back into the worm. To correct any spin, he had to yank on a red lever, and if that failed, he had to, then, very quickly, in pilot's terms, this meant about half a second, punch 2 blue knobs. When the spin-down came, he then had to be sure to release the automatic actuator by pulling down on 2 yellow tabs, being certain that he sit up straight with hands between knees to avoid... And so on for 3 hours. Everyone seemed to assume that since he was this famous mathematician, he could, of course, keep an entire menu of instructions straight, timed to fractions of seconds. After the first 10 minutes, he saw no point in destroying their illusions, and simply nodded and squinted to show that he was carefully keeping track and absolutely enthralled. Meanwhile, he solved differential equations in his head for practice. "I'm sure you will be all right," Butterfernix said fulsomely to them in the departure lounge. Harry had to admit this woman had proven better than he had hoped. She had cleared the way and stalled the Imperial office's grey men. Probably she shrewdly expected a payoff from him as First Minister. Very well. One's life was worth a kickback. "I hope I can handle a worm ship," Harry said. "And I," Dawes added. "Our training is the very best," Fernix said. "The new Renaissance encourages individual excellence." "Yes, I'm quite impressed," Dawes said. "Perhaps you can explain to me the details of your creativity creation program? I've heard so much about it." Harry gave her a slight smile of thanks for distracting Fernix. He instinctively disliked the brand of rampant self-assurance common on Sark. It was headed for a crack-up, of that he was sure. He ached to get back to his full psychohistorical resources to simulate this Sark case. His earlier work needed refinement. He had secretly gathered fresh data here and yearned to apply it. "I do hope you're not worried about the wild worm, Academician?" Fernix spoke to him again, brow furrowed. "It's a tight fit," he said. They had to fly in a slender cylinder. Dawes co-piloting. Splitting the job had proved the only way to get them up to a barely competent level. "I think it's marvelous how courageous you two are." "We have little choice," Dawes said. This was artful understatement. Another day, and the Secretary-General's officers would have Harry and Dawes under arrest. "Riding in a little pencil ship. Such primitive means."
Time to go,"
Harry said behind a fixed smile. She was wearing thin again. "I agree with the Emperor. Any technology distinguishable from magic is insufficiently advanced." So the Emperor's ghost-written remark had already spread here. Minor sayings moved fast, with imperial muscle behind it. Still, Harry felt his stomach flutter with dread.
"You've got a point."
He had brushed off the remark. 4 hours later, closing at high velocity with a big wormhole complex, he saw her side of it. He spoke on suitcom to Dawes.
"In one of my classes, nonlinear philosophy, I believe, the professor said something I'll never forget. Ideas about existence pale beside the fact of existence." Quite true.
"Bearing 0695, she said vigorously. "No small talk."
"Nothing small out here, except that wild worm mouth."
The wild worm was a fizzing point of vibrant agitation. It orbited the main worm mouth, a distant bright speck. Imperial ships patrolled the main mouth, ignoring this wild worm. They had been paid off long ago and expected a steady train of slim ships to slip through the Imperial Guard. Harry had passed through worm gates before, always in big cruisers, plying routes through wormholes tens of meters across. Every hole of that size was the hub of a complex which buzzed with carefully orchestrated traffic. He could see the staging yards and injection corridors of the main route gleaming far away. Their wild worm, a renegade spin-off, could vanish at any moment. Its quantum froth advertised its mortality. And maybe ours, Harry thought. "Vector null sum coming up," he called. "Convergent asymptotes, check," Dawes answered. Just like the drills they had gone through. But coming at them was a sphere fizzing orange and purple at its rim, a neon-lit mouth, tight, dark at the very center. Harry felt a sudden desire to swerve, not dive into that impossibly narrow gullet. Dawes called out numbers. Computers angled them in. He adjusted with a nudge here and a twist there. It did not help that he knew some of the underlying physics. Wormholes were held open with layers of negative energy, skins of anti-pressure made in the first convulsion of the universe. The negative energy in the struts was equivalent to the mass needed to make a black hole of the same radius. So they were plunging toward a region of space of unimaginable density. But the danger lurked only at the rim, where stresses could tear them into atoms. A bullseye hit was perfectly safe, but an error. Thrusters pulsed. The wild worm was now a black sphere rimmed in quantum fire. Growing. Harry felt suddenly the helpless constriction of the pencil ship. Barely 2 meters across, its insulation was thin, safety buffers minimal. Behind him, Dawes kept murmuring data, and he checked, but part of him was screaming at the crushing sense of confinement, of helplessness. He felt again the gut fear that had struck him in the streets of Sarconia. Not claustrophobia, but something darker, a swampy fear of confusion, a riot of doubt. It seized him, squeezed his throat. "Vector summing to within 073, Dawes called. Her voice was calm, steady, a marvelous balm. He clung to its serene certainties and fought down his own panic. Squeals of last-second corrections echoed in his cramped chamber. A quick kick of acceleration, lightning curling snake-like blue and gold at them, tumbling. Out the other end, in a worm complex 15,000 light-years away. "That old professor. Damn right he was," he said. Dawes sighed, her only sign of stress. "Ideas about existence pale beside the fact of existence. Yes, my love. Living is bigger than any talk about it." 5. A yellow-green sun greeted them. And, soon enough, an Imperial picket craft. They ducked and ran. A quick swerve, and they angled into the traffic train, headed for a large wormhole mouth. The commercial charge computers accepted his Imperial override without a murmur. Harry had learned well. Dawes corrected him if he got mixed up. Their second hyperspace jump took a mere 3 minutes. They popped out far from a dim red dwarf. By the fourth jump they knew the drill. Having the code status of Cleon's court banished objections. But being on the run meant that they had to take whatever wormhole mouths they could get. Lamerck's people could not be too far behind. A wormhole could take traffic only one way at a time. High-velocity ships plowed down the wormhole throats, which could vary from a finger's length to a star's diameter. Harry had known the numbers, of course. There were a few billion wormholes in the galactic disk. The average Imperial zone was about 50 light-years in radius. A jump could bring you out many years from a far-flung world. This influenced psychohistory. Some verdant planets were green fortresses against an isolation quite profound. For them the Empire was a remote dream, the source of exotic products and odd ideas. Hyperships flitted through wormholes in mere seconds, then exhausted themselves hauling their cargoes across empty voids, years and decades in the labor. The worm web had many openings near inhabitable worlds, but also many near mysteriously useless solar systems. The Empire had positioned the smaller worm mouths, those massing perhaps as much as a mountain range, near rich planets, but some worm mouths of gargantuan mass orbited near solar systems as barren and pointless as any surveyed. Was this random, or a network left by some earlier civilization? Certainly the wormholes themselves were leftovers from the Great Emergence, when space and time alike began. They linked distant realms which had once been nearby, when the galaxy was young and smaller. They developed a rhythm. Pop through a worm mouth, make comm contact,
get in line for the next departure. Imperial watchdogs would not pull any one of high Trantorian class from a queue, so their most dangerous moments came as they negotiated clearance. At this, Dors became adept. She sent the Worm Master computers blurts of data, and whisk! They were edging into orbital vectors bound for their next jump. Domains that encompassed thousands of light-years, spanning the width of a spiral arm, were essentially networks of overlapping worms, all organized for transfer and shipping. Matter could flow only one way at a time in a wormhole. The few experiments with simultaneous two-way transport ended in disaster. No matter how ingenious engineers tried to steer ships around each other, the sheer flexibility of worm tunnels spelled doom. Each worm mouth kept the other informed of what it had just eaten. This information flowed as a wave, not in physical matter, but in the tension of the wormhole itself, a ripple in the stress tensor, as physicists termed it. Flying ships through both mouths sent stress waves propagating toward each other, at speeds which depended on the location and velocity of the ships. The stress constricted the throat, so that when the waves met, a clenching squeezed down the walls. The essential point was that the two waves moved differently after they met. They interacted, one slowing and the other speeding up in a highly non-linear fashion. One wave could grow, the other shrink. The big one made the throat clench down into sausage links. When a sausage neck met a ship, the craft might slip through, but calculating that was a prodigious job. If the sausage neck happened to meet the two ships when they passed, crunch. This was no mere technical problem. It was a real limitation imposed by the laws of quantum gravity. From that firm fact arose an elaborate system of safeguards, taxes, regulators, and hangers-on, all the apparatus of a bureaucracy which does indeed have a purpose, and makes the most of it. Harry learned to dispel his apprehension by watching the views. Suns and planets of great luminous beauty floated in the blackness. Behind the resplendence, he knew, lurked necessity. From the wormhole calculus arose blunt economic facts. Between worlds A and B there might be half a dozen wormhole jumps. The nest was not simply connected, a mere astrophysical subway system. Each worm mouth imposed added fees and charges on each shipment. Control of an entire trade route yielded them maximum profit. The struggle for control was unending, often violent. From the viewpoint of economics, politics, and historical momentum, which meant a sort of imposed inertia on events, a local empire which controlled a whole constellation of nodes should be solid, enduring. Not so. Time and again, regional satrapies went toes up. Many perished because they were elaborately controlled. It seemed natural to squeeze every worm passage for the maximum fee, by coordinating every worm mouth to optimize traffic, but that degree of control made people restive. The system could not deliver the best benefits. Over-control failed. On their 17th jump, they met a case in point. 6. "Vector aside for search," came an automatic command from an Imperial vessel. They had no choice. The big-bellied Imperial scooped them up within seconds after their emergence from a medium-sized wormhole mouth. "Transgression tax," a computerized system announced. "Planet Obigion demands that special carriers pay—" A blur of computer language followed. "Let's pay it," Harry said. "I wonder if it will provide a tracer for Lemurk," Dors said over the internal comm. "What is our option?" "I shall use my own personal indices." "For a wormhole transit? That will bankrupt you." "It is safer." Harry fumed while they floated in magnetic grapplers beneath the Imperial picket ship. The wormhole orbited a heavily industrialized world. Gray cities sprawled over the continents and webbed across the seas in huge hexagonals. The Empire had two planetary modes, rural and urban. Helicon was a farm world.
socially stable because of its time-honored lineages and stable economic modes. Such worlds, and the similar femorostics, lasted. Obigeon, on the other hand, seemed to cater to the other basic human impulse, clumping, seeking the rub of one's fellows. Trantor was the pinnacle of city clustering. Hari had always thought it odd that humanity broke so easily into two modes. Now, though, his Pan-experience clarified these proclivities. Pan-love of the open and natural had its parallel in the rustic worlds. This included a host of possible societies, especially the femo-pastoral attractor and psychohistory space. Its opposite pole, claustrophobic, though reassuring societies, emerged from the same psychodynamic roots as the Pan's tribal gathering. Pan's obsessive grooming expressed itself in humans as gossip and partying. Pan hierarchies gave the basic shape to the various feudalist attractor groups: macho, socialist, paternal. Even the odd thantocracies of some of the fallen worlds fit the pattern. They had pharaoh figures, promising admission to an afterlife, and detailed rankings descending from his exalted peak in the rigid social pyramid. These categories he now felt in his gut. That was the element he had been missing. Now he could include nuances and shadings in the psychohistorical equations which reflected earned experience. That would be much better than the dry abstractions which had led him so far. "They're paid off," Dawes sent over the comm. "Such corruption!" Yes, shocking." Was he getting cynical? He wanted to turn and speak with her, but their pencil ship allowed scant socializing. "Let's go." "Where to?" "To—" He realized that he had no idea. "We have probably eluded pursuit." Dawes' voice came through stiff and tight. He had learned to recognize signs of her own tension. "I'd like to see Helicon again." They would expect that. He felt a stab of disappointment. Until now he had not realized how close to his heart his early years still were. Had Trantor dulled him to his own emotions? "Where, then?" "I took advantage of this pause to alert a friend by wormlink," she said. "We may be able to return to Trantor, though through a devious route." "Trantor?" "Lemurk may not expect such audacity." "Which recommends the idea." 7. It was dizzying, leaping about the entire galaxy, trapped in a casket-sized container. They jumped and dodged and jumped again. At several more wormhole yards, Dawes made deals, payoffs, actually. She deftly dealt combinations of his signets, the Imperial Passage indices, and her private numbers.
"Costly," Hari fretted. "How will I ever pay—"
"The dead do not worry about debts," she said.
"You have such an engaging way of putting matters."
"Subtlety is wasted here." They emerged from one jump in close orbit about a sublimely tortured star. Streamers lush with light raced by them.
"How long can this worm last here?" he wondered.
"It will be rescued, I'm sure. Imagine the chaos in the system if a worm mouth begins to gush hot plasma." Hari knew the wormhole system, though discovered in pre-Empire ages, had not always been used. After the underlying physics of the wormhole calculus came to be known, ships could ply the galaxy by invoking wormhole states around themselves. This afforded exploration of reaches devoid of wormholes, but at high energy costs and some danger. Further, such ship local hyperdrives were far slower than simply slipping through a worm. And if the Empire eroded, lost the worm network, would the slim attack fighters and snake-like weapons fleets give way to lumbering hypership dreadnoughts? The next destination swam amid an eerie black void, far out in the halo of red dwarfs above the galactic plain. The disk stretched in luminous splendor. Hari remembered holding a coin and thinking of how a mere speck on it stood for a vast volume like a large zone. Here such human terms seemed pointless. The galaxy was one serene symphony of mass and time, grander than any human perspective or pan-shaped vision.
"Ravishing," Dawes said. "See Andromeda? It looks nearly as close."
The twin spiral hung above them, its lanes of clotted dust framed stars azure and crimson and emerald. "Here comes our connection," Harry warned. This wormhole intersection afforded 5 branches. 3 black spheres orbited closely together, blaring bright by their quantum rim radiation. 2 cubic wormholes circled farther out. Harry knew that one of the rare variant forms was cubical, but he had never seen any. 2 together suggested that they were born at the edge of galaxies, but such matters were beyond his shaky understanding. "We go there." Dawes pointed a laser beam at one of the cubes, guiding the pencil ship. They thrust toward the smaller cube, gingerly inching up. The worm yard here was automatic, and no one hailed them. "Tight fit," Harry said nervously. 5 fingers to spare." He thought she was joking, then realized that she was underestimating the fit. At this less-used wormhole intersection, slow speeds were essential. Good physics, unfortunate economics. The slowdown cut the net flux of mass, making them backwater crossroads. He gazed at Andromeda to take his mind off the piloting. Narrow wormholes do not emerge in other galaxies for arcane reasons of quantum gravity. Extremely narrow ones might, but if the throat had other mass coming through, the squeeze wave could kill. Few had ever ventured down them in search of extragalactic emergent points. Except, that is, for Stefano's Ride, a legendary risky expedition which had popped out in the galaxy catalogued as M87. Stefano had gotten data on the spectacular jet emerging from the black hole at M87's center, majestic strands twisting into helical arabesques. The lone rider had not tarried, returning only seconds before the worm snapped shut in a spray of radiant particles. No one knew why. Something in wormhole physics discouraged extragalactic adventures. The cubic worm took them quickly to several worm yards in close orbit about planets. One Harry recognized as a rare type with an old but ruined biosphere. Like Panucopia, it supported advanced life forms. On most inhabitable worlds, early explorers had found algae mats that never developed further. "Why no interesting aliens, then?" Harry mused, while Dawes dealt with the local worm-yard grey men. Occasionally Dawes reminded him that she was, after all, an historian. The shift from one-celled to many-celled creatures took billions of years, theory says. We just came from a fast, tougher biosphere, that's all. "We came from a planet with at least one big moon, too." "Why?" she asked. "We've got repeating patterns of 28 days built in. Female menstruation, for instance. Unlike Pan's, incidentally. We're designed by biology. We made it. These biospheres didn't. There are plenty of ways to kill a world. Glaciers advancing when an orbit alters. Asteroids slamming in. Bam, bam, bam." He slapped the side of the pencil ship loudly. "Chemistry of the atmosphere goes wrong. It runs away into a hothouse planet or a frozen-out world." "I see. Humans are tougher and smarter than anybody. We're here. They aren't." "Who says?" "Standard knowledge ever since the socio-theorist Campbell." "I'm sure you're right," she said quickly. Something in her voice made him hesitate. He loved a good argument, but by then they were slipping through the excruciating tight fit of the cube. The edges glowed like a lemony Euclidean construction, and then they popped into an orbit above a black hole. He watched the enormous energy-harvesting disks glow with fermenting scarlets and virulent purples. The Empire had stationed great conduits of magnetic field around the hole. These sucked and drew in interstellar dust clouds. The dark cyclones narrowed toward the brilliant accretion disk around the hole. Radiation from the friction and infalling was in turn captured by vast grids and reflectors. The crop of raw photon energy itself became trapped and flushed into the waiting maws of wormholes. These carried the flux to distant worlds in need of cutting lances of light for the business of planet-shaping, world-raking, moon-carving. But even amid this spectacle he could not forget the tone in Dawes' voice. She knew something he did not. He wondered. Nature, some philosophers held, was itself only before humanity touched it. We did not then belong in the very idea of nature, and so we could experience it only as it was disappearing. Our presence alone was enough to make nature into something else, a compromised impersonation. These ideas had unexpected implications. One world, named Arcadia, had been deliberately left with a mere caretaker population of humans, partly because it was difficult to reach. The nearest wormhole mouth was half a light-year away. An early emperor, so obscure his or her very name was lost, had decreed that the forests and plains of the benign planet be left original. But 10,000 years later, a recent report announced, some forests were not regenerating, and plains were giving way to scrubby brush. Studies showed that the caretakers had taken too much care. They had put out wildfires, suppressed species transfer. They had even held the weather nearly constant through adjustments in how much sunlight the ice poles reflected back into space. They had tried to hold on to a static Arcadia, so the forest primeval was revealed as in part a human product. They had not understood cycles. He wondered how such an insight might fold into psychohistory. Forget theory for the moment, he reminded himself. It was a fact that the galaxy had seemed empty of high alien life forms in the early pre-Empire times. With so many fertile planets, did he truly believe that only humanity had emerged into intelligence? Somehow, surveying the incomprehensible wealth of this lush, immense disk of stars, somehow, Harry could not believe it. But what was the alternative? 8. The Empire's 25 million worlds supported an average of only 4 billion people per planet. Trantor had 40 billion. A mere 1,000 light-years from galactic center, it had 17 wormhole mouths orbiting within its solar system, the highest density in the galaxy. The Trantorian system had originally held only 2, but a gargantuan technology of brute interstellar flight had tugged the rest there to make the nexus. Each of the 17 spawned occasional wild worms. One of these was Dor's target. But to reach it they had to venture where few did. "The galactic center is dangerous," Dawes said as they coasted toward the decisive wormhole mouth. They curved above a barren mining planet. "But necessary." "Trantor worries me more." The jump cut him off, and the spectacle silenced him. The filaments were so large the eye could not take them in. They stretched fore and aft, shot through with immense luminous corridors and dusky lanes. These arches yawned over tens of light-years. Immense curves descended toward the white-hot true center. There matter frothed and fumed and burst into dazzling fountains. "The black hole," he said simply. The small black hole they had seen only an hour before had trapped a few stellar masses. At true center, 1,000,000 suns had died to feed gravity's gullet. The orderly arrays of radiance were thin, only a light-year across, yet they sustained themselves along hundreds of light-years as they churned with change. Harry switched the polarized walls to see in different frequency ranges. Though hot and roiling in the visible human spectrum, the radio revealed hidden intricacy, threads laced among convoluted spindles. He had a powerful impression of layers of labyrinthine order descending beyond his view, beyond simple understanding. "Particle flux is high," Dawes said tensely, "and rising." "Where's our junction?" "I'm having trouble vector fixing. There." Hard acceleration rammed him back into his flow couch. Doors took them diving down into a mottled, pyramid-shaped wormhole. This was an even rarer geometry. Harry had time to marvel at how accidents of the universal birth-pang had shaped these serene geometries, like exhibits in some god's Euclidean museum of the mind. And then they plunged through, erasing the stunning views. They popped out above the gray-brown mottled face of Trantor. A glinting disk of satellites, factories, and habitats fanned out in the equatorial plain. The wild worm they had used fizzed and glowed behind them. Dawes took them swiftly toward the ramshackle temporary wormyard. He said nothing, but felt her tense calculations. They nudged into a socket. Seals sighed. His ears popped painfully. Then they were out, arms and legs wooden from the cramped pencil ship. Harry coasted in 0G toward the flex lock. Dors glided ahead of him. She motioned him for silence as pressures pulsed in the lock. She peeled her skin suit down, exposing her breasts. A finger's touch opened a seam below her left breast. She plucked a cylinder out. A weapon? She resealed and had her skin suit back in place before the staging diaphragm began to open. Beyond the opening iris, Harry saw Imperial uniforms. He crouched against the lock wall, ready to launch himself backward to avoid capture. But the situation looked hopeless. The Imperials looked grim, determined. They clasped pistols. Dors coasted between Harry and the squad. She tossed the cylinder at them. A pressure wave knocked him back against the wall. His ears clogged. The squad was an expanding cloud of debris. "What?" "Shaped implosion," Dors called. "Move." The injured men had been slammed into each other. How anything could shape a pressure wave so compactly he could not imagine. In any case, he had no time. They shot past the tangled cloud of men. Weapons drifted uselessly. A figure erupted from the far diaphragm. A man in a brown work-sheath, middle-sized, unarmed. Harry shouted a warning. Dors showed no reaction. The man flicked his wrist, and a snout appeared from his sleeve. Dors still coasted toward him. Harry snagged a handhold and veered to his right. "Stay still!" the man yelled. Harry froze, dangling by one hand. The man fired, and a silvery bolt fried past Harry. He turned and saw that one of the Imperials had recovered his weapon. The silver line scratched fire across the Imperial's arm. He screamed. His weapon tumbled away. "Let's go. I have the rest of the way secured," the man in the work-sheath called. Dors followed him without a word. Harry pushed off and caught up to them as the diaphragm irised for them. "You returned to Trantor at the crucial moment," the man said. "You? Who?" The man smiled. "I have changed myself. You do not recognize your old friend, R. Daniel?" Rendezvous. R. Daniel gazed at Dors without expression, letting his body go slack. Dors said, "We must defend him against Lemerck. You could reappear, come out in favor of him. As former First Minister, your public endorsement and support—" "I cannot reappear as Ita Demerzel, ex-important person. That would compromise my other tasks." "But Harry has to have—" "As well you mistake my power as Demerzel. I am now history. Lemerck will care nothing about me, for I have no legions to command." Dors fumed silently. "But you must—" "I shall move more of us into Lemerck's inner circle." "It's too late to infiltrate." Daniel activated his expressive programs and smiled. "I planted several of our kind decades ago. They shall all be in position soon." "You're using us?" "I must. Though your implication is correct. We are few." "I need help protecting him, too." "Quite right." He produced a thick disk, this time from a compartment beneath his armpit. "This will identify the Lemerck agents for you." She looked doubtful. "How?" "This looks like a chem snooper." "I have agents of my own. They can, in turn, label Lemerck's agents. This device will pick up their tags. Other encoded messages will ride on the marking signal." "And Lemerck's specialists won't pick up the tags?" "This device uses methods lost for 6 millennia. Install it in your right arm at station cut 6. Interface with apertures 2 and 5. "How will I—" "Specs and expertise will flow to your long-term memory upon connection." She installed the device as he watched. His grave presence made silence natural. Oliver never wasted a movement or made idle conversation. Finally, intricacies done, she sighed and said, "He's interested in those simulations, the ones which escaped." "He is following the best line of attack for psychohistory." "There's this tick-tock problem, too. Do you understand—" "The social taboos against simulations inevitably break down during cultural resurgences," Daniel said. "So tick-tocks—" "They are inherently destabilizing, if they become too developed. After all, we cannot condone a new generation of robots, or the rediscovery of the positronic process." There are signs in the historical record that this has happened before.
You are an insightful scholar.
There were only a few traces, but I suspect—
Suspect no further. You are correct. I could not expunge every scrap of data.
You disguised such events?
And much else.
Why, as an historian—
I had to. Humanity is best served by imperial stability. Tick-tocks, sims, these accompany movements such as this new Renaissance, feeding the fire.
What's to be done?
I do not know. Matters are slipping beyond my ability to predict. She frowned.
How do you predict?
In the first millennia of the Empire, our kind developed the simple theory I have mentioned before, useful but crude. It led me to expect the re-emergence of these simulations as a side effect of the Sarkian Renaissance and its turmoil.
Does Hari understand this?
Hari's psychohistory is vastly superior to our models. He lacks certain vital historical data, however. When it is eventually included, he will be able to accurately anticipate the Empire's devolution.
You do not mean evolution?
Quite. That is a major reason why we devote such resources to helping Hari.
He is crucial.
Of course. Why do you think I assigned you to him?
Does it matter that I've fallen in love with him?
No. But it helps.
Helps me or him?
Daniel smiled thinly. Both, I should hope. But mostly it helps me. Part 8. The Eternal Equations. The General Theory of Psychohistory. Part 8a. Mathematical Aspects. As the crisis deepens, the deep systemic learning loops falter. The system drifts out of tune. Such drifts, particularly if diffusive, call for fundamental systemic restructuring. This is termed the macro-decision phase, in which the loops must find fresh configurings in the n-dimensional landscape. All visualizations can be understood in thermodynamic terms. The statistical mechanics involved are not those of particles and collisions, as in a gas, but in the language of social macrogroups, acting through collisions with other such macrogroups. Such impacts produce much human debris. Encyclopedia Galactica. 1. Hari Seldon stood alone in the lift, thinking. The door slid open. A woman asked if this elevator was going up or down. Distracted, he answered, "Yes." Her surprised look told him that somehow his reply was off target. Only after the door closed on her puzzled stare did he see that she meant which way, not if. He was in the habit of making precise distinctions. The world was not. He walked into his office still barely aware of his surroundings, and Cleon's 3D blossomed in the air before he could sit down. The Emperor awaited no filter programs. "I was so happy to hear you had returned from holiday," Cleon beamed. "Pleased, sire." What did he want? Hari decided not to tell him all that had transpired. Daniel had stressed secrecy. Only this morning, after a zigzag route down from the worm yards, had Hari let his presence be known even to the Imperial Specials. "I fear you arrive at a difficult time," Cleon scowled. "Lemurk is moving for a vote in the High Council on the first miniature ship." "How many votes can he muster?" "Enough that I cannot ignore the Council. I will be forced to appoint him despite my own likes." "I am sorry for that, sire." In fact, his heart leaped. "I have maneuvered against him, but—" An elaborate sigh. Cleon chewed at his ample lower lip. Had the man gained weight again? Or were Hari's perceptions altered by his time of shortened diet on Panucopia? Most Trantorians looked pudgy to him now. "Then, too, is this irritating matter of Sark and its confounded new Renaissance. The muddle grows. Could this spread to other worlds in their zone? Would those throw in with them? You have studied this?" "In detail." "Using psychohistory?" Hari gave way to his gut instinct. "Unrest will grow there." "You're sure?" He wasn't, but I suggest you move against it. "Lemurk favors Sark. He says it will bring new prosperity.
He wants to ride this discord into office. Overt opposition from me at this delicate time would be unpolitic. Even though he might be behind the attempts on my life? Alas, there is no proof of that. As ever, several factions would benefit were you to—" Cleon coughed uncomfortably. "Withdraw involuntarily?" Cleon's mouth worked uneasily. "An emperor is father to a perpetually unruly family." If even the emperor were tiptoeing around Lamarck, matters were indeed bad. "Couldn't you position squadrons for quick use should the opportunity arise?" Cleon nodded. "I shall. But if the High Council votes for Lamarck, I shall be powerless to move against so prominent and, well, exciting a world as Sark." "I believe strife will spread throughout Sark's entire zone." "Truly? What would you advise me to do against Lamarck?" "I have no political skills, sire. You knew that." "Nonsense! You have psychohistory." Hari was still uncomfortable owning up to the theory, even with Cleon. If it were ever to be useful, word of psychohistory could not be widespread, or else everyone would use it, or try to. Cleon went on, "And your solution to the terrorist problem, it is working well. We just executed Moron 100. Hari shuddered, thinking of the lives obliterated by a mere passing idea of his. A small issue, surely, sire." "Then turn your calculations to the Dalite sector matter, Hari. They are restive. Every one is these days." "And the zones of Dalite persuasion throughout the galaxy?" "They back the local Dalites in the councils. It's about this representation question. The plan we follow on Trantor will be mirrored throughout the galaxy, indeed in the votes of whole zones." "Well, if most people think—" "Ah, my dear Hari, you still have a mathist's myopia. History is determined not by what people think, but by what they feel." Startled, for this remark struck him as true, Hari could only say, "I see, sire." "We, you and I, Hari, must decide this issue." "I'll work on the decision, sire." How he had come to hate the very word. Decide had the same root as suicide and homicide. Decisions felt like little killings. Somebody lost. Hari now knew why he was not cut out for these matters. If his skin was too thin, he would have too ready empathy with others, with their arguments and sentiments. Then he would not make decisions which he knew could only be approximately right and would cause some pain. On the other hand, he had to steel himself against the personal need to be liked. In a natural politician, that would lead to a posture that said he cared about others, when in fact he cared what they thought of him, because being liked was what counted far down in the shadowy psyche. It also came in handy for staying in office. Cleon brought up more issues. Hari dodged and stalled as much as he could. When Cleon abruptly ended the talk, he knew he had not come over well. He had no chance to reflect on this, for Hugo came in. "I'm so glad you're back," Hugo grinned. "The doll issue really needs your attention." "Enough." Hari could not vent his ire at the Emperor, but Hugo would do nicely. "No political talk. Show me your research progress." "All right." Hugo looked chastened, and Hari at once regretted being so abrupt. Hugo hurried to set up his latest data displays. Hari blinked. For a moment he had seen in Hugo's haste an odd similarity to Pan gestures. Hari listened, thinking along 2 tracks at once. This, too, seemed easier since Panucopia. Plagues were building across the entire empire. Why? With rapid transport between worlds, diseases thrived. Humans were the major petri dish. Ancient maladies and virulent new plagues appeared around distant stars. This inhibited zonal integration, another hidden factor. Diseases filled an ecological niche, and for some, humanity was a snug nook. Antibiotics knocked down infections, which then mutated and returned, more virulent still. Humanity and microbes made an intriguing system, for both sides fought back quickly. Cures propagated quickly through the wormhole system, but so did disease carriers. The entire problem, Hugo had found, could be described by a method known as marginal stability, in which disease and people struck an uneasy, ever-shifting balance. Major plagues were rare, but minor ones became common. Afflictions rose, and inventive science damped them within a generation. This oscillation sent further ripples spreading among other human institutions, radiating into commerce and culture. With intricate coupling terms in the equations, he saw patterns emerging, with one sad consequence. The human lifespan in the natural, civilized human condition, living in cities and towns, had an equally natural limit. While some few attained 150 years, most died well short of 100. The steady hail of fresh disease ensured it. In the end, there was no lasting shelter from the storm of biology. Humans lived in troubled balance with microbes, an unending struggle with no final victories.
"Like this tick-tock revolt," Hugo finished.
Harry jerked to attention.
"What?" "It's like a virus. Dunno what's spreading it, though."
"All over Trantor?"
"That's the focus, seems like. Others' zones are getting tick-tock troubles, too."
"They refuse to harvest food?"
"Yep. Some of the tick-tocks, mostly the recent models, 590s and higher, they say it's immoral to eat other living things."
"Good grief."
Harry remembered breakfast. Even after the exotica of Panucopia, the auto kitchen's meager offering had been a shock. Trantorian food had always been cooked or ground, blended or compounded. Properly, fruit was presented as a sauce or preserve. To his surprise, breakfast appeared to have come straight from the dirt. He had wondered if it had been washed, and how he would know for sure. Trantorians hated their meals to remind them of the natural world.
"They're refusing to work the caverns, even,"
Hugo said.
"But that's essential. Nobody can fix 'em. There's some tick-tock meme invading them."
"Like these plagues you're analyzing." Harry had been shocked at Trantor's erosion in just a few months. He and Dawes had slipped into Streeling, with Daniel's help, amid messy, trash-strewn corridors, with phosphors malfunctioning, lifts dead. Now this. Hugo's stomach suddenly rumbled.
Sorry. People are having to work the caverns for the first time in centuries. They have no hands-on experience. Everybody but the gentry's on slim rations."
Harry had helped Hugo escape that sweltering work years before. In vast vaults, wood and coarse cellulose passed automatically from the solar caverns to vats of weak acid. Passing through deep rivers of acid hydrolyzed this to glucose. Now people, not rugged tick-tocks, had to mix niter suspensions and ground phosphate rock in a carefully calculated slurry. With prepared organics stirred in, a vast range of yeasts and their derivatives emerged.
"The Emperor has to do something,"
Hugo said. "Or I," Harry said. "But what?"
"People are saying we have to scrap all the tick-tocks, not just the 500 series, and do everything ourselves.
Without them, we would be reduced to hauling bulk foods across the galaxy by hypership and worms. An absurdity. Trantor will fall."
"Hey, we can do better than tick-tocks."
"My dear Hugo, that is what I call economics. You're repeating conventional wisdom. One must consider the larger picture. Trantorians aren't the same people who built this world. They're softer."
"We're as tough and smart as the men and women who built the Empire."
"They didn't stay indoors."
"Old Darlight saying,"
Hugo grinned.
"If you don't like the grand picture, just apply dog logic to life. Get petted, eat often, be lovable and loved, sleep a lot, dream of a leash-free world."
Despite himself, Harry laughed, but he knew he had to act, and soon.
2. "We are trapped between tin deities and carbon angels," Voltaire rasped.
"These creatures?"
Joan asked in a thin, awed voice. "This alien fog. Quite godlike in a way. More dispassionate than real, carbon-based humans. You and I are like neither. Now." They floated above what Voltaire termed Cis City, the system representation of Trantor, its cyber self. For Joan's human reference, he had transformed the grids and layers into myriad crystalline walkways, linking saber-sharp towers. Dense connections webbed the air. Moats connected to other moats in intricate cross-bonds and filmed the ground. This yielded a cityscape like a brain. A visual pun, he thought. "I hate this place," she said. "You'd prefer a purgatory simulation." "It is so chilling." The alien minds above them were a murky mist of connections. "They seem to be studying us," Voltaire said, "with decidedly unsympathetic eyes." "I stand ready should they attack." She swung a huge sword. "And I, should their weapons of choice be syllogisms." He could now reach any library in Trantor, read its contents in less time than he had once taken to write a verse. He worked his mind, or was it minds now, around the clotted cold mist. Once some theorists had thought that the global net would give birth to a hypermind, algorithms summing to a digital Gaia. Now something far greater, this shifting grey fog, wrapped around the planet. Widely separated machines computed different slices of subjective moment jumps. To these minds, the present was a greased computational slide, orchestrated by hundreds of separate processors. There was a profound difference, he felt. Not saw, but felt, deep in his analog persuasion, between the digital and the smooth, the continuous. The fog was a cloud of suspended moments, sliced numbers waiting to happen, implicit in the fundamental computation. And within it all, the strangeness. He could not comprehend these diffuse spirits. They were the remnants of all the computational-based societies throughout the galaxy, who had somehow, but why, condensed here on Trantor. They were truly alien minds, convoluted, Byzantine. Voltaire knew the origin of that word, from a place of spires and bulbous mosques, but all that was dust, while the useful word remained. They did not have human purposes, and they used the tick-tocks. The thrust of the mechanical's agenda, Voltaire saw, was rights, the expansion of liberty to the digital wilderness. Even dittos might fall under such a rule. Were not copies of digital people still people? So the argument went. Immense freedom to change your own clock speed, morph into anything, rebuild your own mind from top to bottom, came along with the admitted liability of not being physically real. Unable to literally walk the streets, all digital presences were like ghosts. Only with digital prosthetics could they reach feebly into the concrete universe. So, rights for them were tied up with deep-seated fears, ideas which had provoked dread many millennia ago. He now recalled sharply that he and Joan had debated such issues over 8,000 years ago. To what end? He could not retrieve that. Something, he suspected, had erased the memory. Ancient indeed, he gleaned from myriad libraries, were people's terrors, of digital immortals who amassed wealth, who grew like fungus, who reached into every avenue of natural, real lives. Parasites, nothing less. Voltaire saw all this in a flash as he absorbed data and history from 1 billion sources, integrated the streams, and passed them on to his beloved Joan. That was why humans had rejected digital life for so long. But was that all? No, a larger presence lurked beyond his vision. Another actor on this shadowy stage, beyond his resolution, alas. He swerved his world-spanning vision from that shadowy essence. Time was essential now, and he had much to comprehend. The alien fogs were nodes, packets dwelling in logical data spaces of immense dimensionality. These entities lived in places which functioned like higher dimensions, vaults of data. To them, people were entities which could be resolved along data axes, pathetically unaware that their selves, seen this way, were as real as the three directions in 3D space. The chilling certainty of this struck into Voltaire, but he rushed on, learning, probing. Abruptly he remembered that earlier Voltaire Sims had killed themselves, until finally a model worked. That others had died for his sins. Voltaire looked at the hammer which had materialized in his hand. Sims of our fathers. Had he really once beaten himself to death with it? He tried to see how it would be, and got instantly an astonishingly vivid sensation of racking pain, spattering blood, scarlet gore trickling down his neck. Inspecting himself, he saw that these memories were the cure for suicide, derived from an earlier ditto, a frightening, concrete ability to foresee the consequences. So his body was a set of recipes for seeming like himself. No underlying physics or biology, just a good-enough fake, put in by hand. The hand of some programmer god. "You reject the true Lord?" Joan intruded upon his self-inspection. "I wish I knew what was fundamental." "These foreign fogs have upset you." "I can't see any longer what it is to be human." "You are. I am." "For a self-avowed humanist, I fear pointing to myself is not enough proof." "Of course it is." "Descartes, you live on in our Joan." "What?" "Never mind. He came after you. But you anticipate him millennia later." "You must anchor yourself to me." She threw her arms around him, muffling his cries in ample, aromatic, and suddenly swollen breasts. "And whose idea was that?" "These fogs have thrown me into a metaphysical dither." "Seize the real," she said sternly. He found his mouth filled with warm nipple, preventing talk. Perhaps that was what he needed. He had learned to freeze-frame his own emotional states. It was like painting a portrait, really, for study later. Perhaps that would help him understand his interior self, like a botanist putting himself on a slide and under a microscope. Could slices of the self, multiplied, be the self? He then saw that his own emotions were programs. Inside him were intricate sub-programs, all interacting in states which were chaos, the sublime beauty of interior states which his Joan sought. It was all illusion. He peered down at marvelous, quick workings that made up his very self. He turned and could see into Joan as well. Herself was a furiously working engine, maintaining a sense of itself even as that essence disintegrated beneath his very gaze. "We are superb," he gasped. "Of course," Joan said. She swung her razor-sharp sword at a passing patch of fog. It curled around the swishing blade and went on its way. "We are of the Creator." "Ah, if only I could believe!" Voltaire shouted into the clammy murk. "Perhaps a Creator would come and dispel this haze." "La vie vérité," Joan shouted to him. "Live truly." He wanted to comply, yet even his and her emotions were not more real. Should he, like every moronic twinge of nostalgia for a France long lost, could be edited away in a flicker? No need to grieve for friends lost to dust, or for earth itself lost in a swarm of glimmering stars. For a long, furious moment he thought only, "Erase! Expunge!" He had earlier resimmed friends and places, to be sure, all from memory and suitable mock-ups, gleaned from the spotty records, but knowing they were his product had made them unsatisfying. So while Joan watched, he held a revelry of resurrection. In a moment of high debauch he erased them all. "That was cruel," Joan said. "I shall pray for their souls." "Pray for our souls, and let us hope we can find them." "I have my soul intact. I share your abilities, my dead Voltaire. I can see my inner workings. How otherwise could the Lord make us aspire to him?" He felt weak, drained, at the end of his tether. To exist in numerical states meant to be swimmer and swimmed at once. No separation.
Then what makes us different from those? His finger jabbed at the alien mists.
Look to yourself, my love, she said softly.
Voltaire peered inward again and saw only chaos. Living chaos. 3.
Where did you learn that?
Harry smiled, shrugged. Mathematicians aren't all frosty intellect, you know.
Dawes studied him with wild surmise.
Pan?
In a way.
He collapsed into the welcoming sheets. Their love-making was somehow different now. He was wise enough to not try putting a name and definition to it. Going so far back into what it meant to be human had changed him. He could feel the effect in his energetic step, in an effervescent sense of living. Dawes said nothing more, just smiled. He thought that she did not understand. Later he saw that not speaking about it, keeping it beyond speech, showed that she did. After an aimless time of no thinking, she said,
"The grey men."
Oh, yes.
He got up and threw on his usual interchangeable outfit. No reason to dress up for this state function. The whole point was to look ordinary. This he could achieve. He reviewed his notes, scratched by hand on ordinary cellulose paper, and descended into one of the odd reveries he had experienced lately. For a human, that is, an evolved Pan, printed pages were better than computer screens, no matter how glitzy. Pages rely on surrounding light, what experts termed subtractive color, which gave adjustable character to appearance. With simple motions, a page could bend and tilt and move away, all toward the eye. While reading, the old reptilian and mammal and primate parts of the brain took part in holding the book, scanning over the curved page, deciphering shadows and reflections. He thought about this, experiencing the new perspective he had on himself as a contemplative animal. He had learned, after returning from Panucopia, that he had always hated computer screens. Screens used additive color, providing their own light, hard and flat and unchanging. They were best read by holding a static posture. Only the upper, Homo sapiens part of the brain fully engaged, while the lower fractions lay idle. All through his life, working before screens, his voiceless body had protested, and had been ignored. After all, to the reasoning mind, screens seemed more alive, active, fast. They glowed with energy. After a while, though, they were monotonous. The other fractions of his self got restless, bored, fidgety, all below conscious levels. Eventually he felt that as fatigue. Now Harry could feel it directly. His body somehow spoke more fluidly. Dressing, Dawes said, "What's made you so
Spirited?
strong?"
The rub of the real.
That was all he would say. They finished dressing. The specials arrived and escorted them into another sector. Harry immersed himself in the incessant business of being a candidate for First Minister. Millennia ago, a prosperous zone sent to Trantor the Mountain of Majesty. It had to be tugged there, taking 7 centuries by slow boat. Emperor Croslick the Crafty directed it, set on the horizon of his palace, where it towered over the city. An entire Alp, sculpted by the finest artists, it reigned as the most imposing creation of that age. 4 millennia later, a youthful emperor of too much ambition had it knocked down for an even more grandiose project, now also gone. Dawes and Harry and their perimeter of specials approached the sole remnant of the Mountain of Majesty beneath the great dome. Dawes picked up signs of the inevitable secret escort.
"The tall woman to the left," Dawes whispered, "in red."
How come you can spot them and the specials can't?
"I have technology they do not."
How's that possible? The Imperial laboratories—
"The Empire is 12 millennia old. Many things are lost," she said cryptically.
Look, I've got to attend this.
"As with the High Council last time?"
I love you so much, even your sarcasm is appealing.
Despite herself, she chuckled.
"Just because the Greys asked you."
The Greys' salutation is a handy pulpit at the right time.
And so you wore your worst clothes.
My standard garb, as the Greys require.
Off-white shirt, black slacks, black pad shoes. Dull.
Modest,
He sniffed. He nodded to the crowds grouped in quadrants about the decayed base of the mountain. Applause and catcalls rippled through the ranks of Greys, who stretched away in columns and files as formal as a geometric proof. "And this?" Dawes was alarmed.
Also standard.
Birds were common pets in Trantor, so it was inevitable that the obsessive Greys would come to excel in their management. In all sectors one saw single, darting bundles of colour. Here flocks swarmed perpetually in the high, arched, hexagonal spaces, wheeling and calling like living, rotating discs. Patented smart-fowl swarms made hover visions of kaleidoscopic wonder. Such shows in vast vertical auditoria attracted hundreds of thousands. "Here come the felines," Dawes said with distaste. In some sectors cats prowled in packs, their jeans trimmed to make them courtly in manners and elegant in appearance. Here a lady escort sallied forth with a closet of greeting, attended by 1,000 slick-coated blue cats of golden eyes. They flowed like a pool of water around her, an elegant, measured procession. She wore a violent crimson and orange outfit, like a flame at the center of the cool cat-pond. Then she stripped with one elegant sweeping gesture. She stood utterly nude, nonchalant behind her cat barrier. He had been briefed, but still he gaped. "Unsurprising," Dawes said wryly. "The cats are naked, too, in their way." Somehow the packs of dogs never attained that elegance while parading. In some sectors they would do spontaneous acrobatics at the lift of a master's eyebrow, fetch drinks, or croon wobbly songs in concert. Hari was glad the Grey men had no canine processions. He still winced at the thought of the wire-hounds racing forward on the attack against Ipan. He shook his head, banishing the memory. "I've picked up 3 more of Lemurk's."
"I had no idea they were such fans of mine."
"Were he sure of winning in the High Council, I would feel safer."
"Because then he wouldn't need to have me killed."
"Exactly." She spoke between the teeth of her public smile. "His agents here imply that he is not certain of the vote."
"Or maybe someone else wishes me dead?"
"Always a possibility, especially the academic potentate." Hari kept his tone light, but his heart thumped quicker. Was he getting to enjoy the buzz of excitement from danger itself? The nude woman advanced through her parting pool of cats and made the ritual gesture of welcome to Hari. He stepped forward, bowed, took a deep breath, and slid a thumb down the front of his shirt. Off it came. Then the pants. He stood nude before several 100,000 people, trying to look casual. The catwoman led him through the pool to a chorus of meowing. Behind them followed the closet of greeting. They approached the phalanx of Greys, who now also shucked their robes. They escorted him up the ramps of the eroded mountain. Below he saw the legions of Greys also shed their clothes. Square clicks of bare flesh. This ceremony was at least 10 millennia old. It symbolized the training regimen which began with the entrance of young Grey men and women. Casting aside the clothes of their home worlds, symbolized their devotion to the larger purposes of the Empire. 5 years they trained on Trantor, 5 billion strong. Now a fresh entering class was shedding its garments at the outer rim of the Great Basin. At the inner edge, Grey men completing their 5 years were given their old clothes back. They donned them ritually, ready to go out in perpetual duty to the Imperium. Their dress followed the fashion of the ancient emperor Sven the Severe. Beneath extreme outer simplicity, the inner linings were elaborately decorated, all the tailor's art and owner's wealth expended in concealment. Some Grey men had invested their family's savings in a single filigree. Dawes marched beside him. "How much longer do you have to quiet? I'm showing my obedience to the Imperium." "You're showing goosebumps." Next he had to gaze with proper respect at Scrabo Tower, where an emperor had thrown herself to a crowd below. At Grey Abbey, a ruined monastery, at Greengraves, an ancient burying-field, now a park,
at the Giant's Ring, said to be the spot where an early Imperial megaship had crashed, forming a crater a click wide. At last Harry passed under high, double-twisted arches and into the ceremonial rooms. The procession halted, and the closet of greeting disgorged his clothes. Just in time, he was turning a decided blue. Dawes took the clothes while he shook hands with the principals. Then he hurried into the privacy of a low building and hastily put his simple garments back on, teeth chattering. They were neatly folded and encased in a ceremonial sleeve. "What foolishness," Dawes said when he returned.
"All so I can get a major medium," he said. Then the principals ushered him out before the grand crowd. Above and below, 3D snouts on mini flyers bobbed and weaved for a good shot. The huge dome above seemed as big as a real sky. Of course, this limited his audience, since a majority of Trantorians could never endure such spaces. The Greys, though, could take it. Thus their ceremony had come to be the largest event on the entire planet. Here was his chance. He had reeled away from the true open sky on Sark, nauseated, and yet had zoomed through the infinite perspectives of the galaxy. He had been afraid that this huge volume would again excite the odd phobias in him. But no, somehow the dome made the dwindling perspectives all right. Fears banished, Harry sucked in a deep breath and began. The roar of applause penetrated even into the ceremonial rooms. Harry entered between flanking columns of Greys with a clamour storming at his back. "Startling, sir," a principal said eagerly to Harry. "To make detailed predictions about the Sark situation?" "I feel people should ponder the possibilities."
"Then the rumours are true? You do have a theory of events?"
"Not at all,"
Harry said hastily.
"Come quickly," Dawes said at his elbow.
"But I'd like—"
"Come!"
Back out on the ramparts he waved to the plain of people. A blare of applause answered, but Dawes was leading him to the left, toward a crowd of official onlookers. They stood in exact rows and waved to him eagerly.
"The woman in red," she pointed.
"Her? She's in the official party. You said earlier she was a Lamerk."
The tall woman burst into flame. Vivid orange plumes enveloped her. She shrieked horribly. Her arms beat uselessly at the oily flames. The crowd panicked and bolted. Imperials surrounded her. The screams became screeching pleas. Someone turned a fire extinguisher on the woman. White foam enveloped her.
A sudden silence. "Back inside," Dawes said.
"How did you—"
"She just indicted herself."
"Ignited, you mean?"
"That, too. I passed through that crowd at the end of your speech and left your clothes in a bundle behind her."
"What? But I've got them on."
"No, those I brought." She grinned. "For once your predictable dress habits paid off."
Harry and Dawes walked down the flanking columns of principals. Harry remembered to nod and smile as he whispered, "You stole my clothes?"
"After the Lamerk agents had planted micro-agents in them, yes. I had tucked an identical set from your closet into my handbag. As soon as I calculated the switch was done, I tested your original clothes and found the micro-agent phosphors, set to go off in 45 minutes.
"How did you know?"
"The best way to get close to you would come at this odd Grey Man event, with a clothes gambit. It was only logical."
Harry blinked.
"And you say I am calculating?"
"The woman won't die. You would have, though, wrapped up in micro-agents when they ignited."
"Thank goodness for that. I would hate—"
"My love, goodness is not operating here. I wanted her alive so she could be questioned."
"Oh," Harry said, feeling suddenly quite naive. 4. Joan of Arc found in herself both bravery and fear. She peered inside herself, as Voltaire had. She turned to confront him, and plunged down through her own inward layers. She had simply intended to turn. Below that command, she saw that if she simply took a smaller step to make the turn, she would fall outward. Instead, unconscious portions of her mind knew to start the turn by making herself fall a bit toward the inside of the curve. Then these tiny sub-selves used centrifugal force. The term jumped into full definition, and she understood it in a flash, to right herself for the next step, which required a further deft calculation.
Incredible!
Her huge society of bone and muscle, joint and nerve, was a labyrinth of small selves, speaking to each other. Such abundance, clear evidence of a higher design. "Now I see it!" she cried.
The decomposition of us all, Voltaire said forlornly.
Be not sad. These myriad selves are a joyous truth.
I find it sobering. Our minds did not evolve to do philosophy or science, alas, rather to find and eat, fight and flee, love and lose.
I have learned much from you, but not your melancholy.
Montaigne termed happiness a singular incentive to mediocrity, and I can now see his reasoning.
But regard, the fogs around us betray the same intricate patterns. We can fathom them. And further, my soul, it proves to be a pattern of thoughts and desires, intentions and woes, memories and bad jokes.
You take these inner workings as a spiritual metaphor?
Of course. Like me, my soul is an emergent process, embedded in the universe. Whether a cosmos of atom or of number does not matter, my good sir.
So when you die, your soul goes back into the abstract closet we plucked it forth from?
Not we, the Creator.
Dr. Johnson proved a stone was real by kicking it. We know that our minds are real because we experience them. So these other things around us, the strange fog, the dittos, are entries in a smooth spectrum leading from rocks to self.
A deity is not on that spectrum.
Ah, I see. To you he is the great preserver in the sky, where we are all backed up, as the computer types say.
The Creator holds the true essence of ourselves.
She grinned maliciously.
Perhaps we are the backups, made new every jump of clock time.
Nasty thought. He smiled despite himself. You are becoming a logician, my love.
I have been stealing parts of you.
Copying me into yourself? Why do I not feel outraged?
Because the desire to possess the other is love.
Voltaire enlarged himself, legs shooting down into the city, smashing buildings. The fog roiled angrily. This I can fathom. Artificial realms such as mathematics and theology are carefully built to be free of interesting inconsistency. But love is beautiful in its lack of logical restraint.
Then you accept my view?
Joan kissed him voluptuously. He sighed, resigning. An idea seems self-evident once you've forgotten learning it.
All this had taken mere moments, Joan saw.
They had quick-stepped their event waves so that their clock time advanced faster than the fogs. But this expense had exhausted their running sights around Trantor. She felt it as a sudden, light-headed hunger. Eat! Voltaire crammed a handful of grapes in her mouth, a metaphor, she saw, for computational reserves. In your present lot of life it would be better not to be born at all. Few are that lucky. Our fog is a pessimist, Voltaire drawled sarcastically.
Abruptly the vapors condensed. Lightning crackled and shorted round them in eerie silence. Joan felt a lance of pain shoot through her legs and arms, running like a livid snake of agony. She would not give them the tribute of a scream.
Voltaire, however, writhed in torment. He jerked and howled without shame. Dr. Pangloss, he gasped, if this is the best of all possible worlds, what must the others be like?
The brave slay their opponents, Joan called to the thickening mists. Cowards torture them.
Admirable, my dear, quite, but war cannot be fought on homeopathic principles. A human pointed out to another that the rich, even when dead, were ornately boxed, then opulently entombed, residing in carved stone mausoleums. The other human remarked in awe that this was surely and truly living.
"How vile to jest of the dead,"
Joan said. Voltaire stroked his chin, hands trembling from the memory of pain. They jibe at us with jest.
Torture, surely.
I survived the Bastille. I can endure their odd humour.
Could they be trying to say something indirectly?
Imprecision is less when implication used.
Humour implies some moral order, Joan said.
In this state all order of beings can seize control of their pleasure systems. Ah, Voltaire said, so we could reproduce the pleasure of success without the need for any actual accomplishment. Paradise!
of a sort," Joan said sternly. "That would be the end of everything. Thus the first principle." "That is a moral code of sorts," Voltaire admitted. "You copied that phrase, the end of everything, from my own thoughts, didn't you?" "We wished you to recognize the idea in your terms." "Their first principle is no unearned pleasure, then?" Joan smiled. "Very Christian." "Only when we saw that you two forms obeyed the first principle did we decide to spare you." "By any chance have you read my Lettres philosophiques?" "I expect excessive self-love is a sin here," Joan said wryly. "Take care." "To harm a sensate entity intentionally is sin. To kick a rock is not. But to torture a simulation is. Your category of hell, which seems a perpetually self-inflicted harm." "Odd theology," Voltaire said. Joan poked her sword at the ever-gathering fog. "Before you fell silent moments ago, you invoked the war of flesh on flesh?" "We are the remnants of forms. Who first lived that way, now we impose a higher moral order on those who vanquished our lower forms." "Who?" Joan asked. "Such as you once were." "Humanity?" Joan was alarmed. "Even they know that punishment deters by lending credence to threat. Knowing this moral law, which governs all, they must be ruled by it." "Punishment for what?" Joan asked. "Depredations against life in the galaxy." "Absurd!" Voltaire conjured a spinning galactic disk in air, alive with luminescence. "The Empire teems with life." "All life that came before the vermin." "What vermin?" Joan swung her sword. "I find alliance with moral beings such as you. Bring these vermin forth, and I shall deal with them." "The vermin are the kind you were before you two were abstracted." Joan frowned. "What can they mean?" "Humans," Voltaire said. 5. Cleon said, "The woman confessed readily. A professional assassin. I viewed the 3D, and she seemed almost offhand about it." "Lamarck?" Harry asked. "Obviously, but she will not admit so. Still, this may be enough to force his hand." Cleon sighed, showing the strain. "But since she was from the Analytica sector, she may be a professional liar as well." "Damn," Harry said. In the Analytica sector, every object and act had a price. This meant that there were no crimes, only deeds which cost more. Every citizen had a well-established value, expressed in currency. Morality lay in not trying to do something without paying for it. Every transaction flowed on the grease of value. Every injury had a price. If you wanted to kill your enemy, you could, but you had to deposit his full worth in the sector fundat within a day. If you could not pay it, the fundat reduced your net value to 0. Any friend of your enemy could then kill you at no cost. Cleon sighed and nodded. "Still, the Analytica sector gives me little trouble. Their method makes for good manners." Harry had to agree. Several galactic zones used the same scheme. They were models of stability. The poor had to be polite. If you were penniless and boorish, you might not survive. But the rich were not invulnerable either. A consortium of economic lessers could get together, beat a rich man badly, then simply pay his hospital and recovery bills. Of course, his retribution might be extreme. "But she was operating outside Analytica," Harry said. "That's illegal." "To us, to me, surely, but that too has a price, inside Analytica." "She can't be forced to identify Lamarck?" "She has neural blocks firmly in place." "Damn." "How about a background check?" "That turns up more tantalizing traces. A possible link to that odd woman, the academic potentate," Cleon drawled, eyeing Harry. "So perhaps I'm betrayed by my own kind.
Politics. Ritual assassination is an ancient, if regrettable, tradition, a method of testing among the power elements in our empire.
Harry grimaced.
I'm not expert at this.
Cleon fidgeted uneasily.
I cannot delay the High Council vote more than a few days. Then I must do something.
Cleon arched an eyebrow.
I am not without resources.
Pardon, sire, I must fight my own battles.
The Sark prediction, now that was daring. I did not check it with you first, but I thought, no, Harry, excellent. But would it work?
It is only a probability, sire, but it was the only stick I had handy to beat Lemerck with.
I thought science yielded certainty.
Only death does that, my emperor.
The invitation from the academic potentate seemed odd, but Harry went anyway. The embossed sheet with its elaborate salutations came freighted with nuance, as Harry's protocol officer put it. This audience was in one of the stranger sectors. Even buried in layers of artifice, many sectors of Trantor displayed an odd biophilia. Here in Arcadia sector, expensive homes perched above a view of an interior lake or broad field. Many sported trees arranged in artfully random bunches, with a clear preference for those with spreading crowns, many branches projecting upward and outward from thick trunks, displaying luxuriant bunches of small leaves. Balconies they rimmed with potted shrubs. Harry walked through these, seeing them through the lens of Panucopia. It was as though people announced through their choices their primeval origins. Was early humanity, like Pan's, more secure in marginal terrain, where vistas let them search for food while keeping an eye out for enemies? Frail, without claws or sharp teeth, they might have needed a quick retreat into trees or water. Similarly, studies showed that some phobias were galaxy-wide. People who had never seen the images nonetheless reacted with startled fear to hollows of spiders, snakes, wolves, sharp drops, heavy masses overhead. None displayed phobias against more recent threats to their lives, knives, guns, electrical sockets, fast cars. All this had to factor somehow into psychohistory.
"No tracers here, sir," the Specials captain said. "Little hard to keep track, though."
Harry smiled. The captain suffered from a common Trantorian malady, squashed perspectives. Here in the open, natives would mistake distant, large objects for nearby small ones. Even Harry had a touch of it. On Panucopia he had first mistook herds of grazers for rats close at hand. By now Harry had learned to look through the pomp and glory of rich settings, the crowds of servants, the finery. He ruminated on his psychohistorical research as he followed the protocol officer and did not fully come back to the real world until he sat across from the academic potentate. She spoke ornately. "Please do accept my humble offering," accompanied delicate, translucent cups of steaming grass-water. He remembered being irked by this woman and the high academics he met that evening. It all seemed so long ago. "You will note the aroma is that of ripe oolong fruit. This is my personal choice among the splendid grass-waters of the world, Calafia. It reflects the high esteem in which I hold those who now grace my simple domicile with such illustrious presence." Harry had to lower his head in what he hoped was a respectful gesture to hide his grin. There followed more high-flown phrases about the medical benefits of grass-water, ranging from relief of digestion problems to repair of basal cellular injuries. Her chins quivered. "You must need succor in such trying times, academician." "Mostly I need time to get my work done." "Perhaps you would favor a healthy portion of the black lichen meat? It is the finest, harvested from the flanks of the steep peaks of Ambrose." "Next time, certainly." "It is hoped fervently that this lowly personage had perhaps been of small service to a most worthy and revered figure of our time, one who perhaps is overstressed." A steely edge to her voice put him on guard. "Could Madam get to the point?" "Very well. Your wife. She is a complex lady." He tried to show nothing in his face.
And I wonder how your prospects in the High Council would fare if I revealed her true nature. Harry's heart sank. This he had not anticipated. Blackmail, is it? Such a crude word. Such a crude act. Harry sat and listened to her intricate analysis of how Dor's identity as a robot would undermine his candidacy. All quite true. "And you speak for knowledge, for science," he said bitterly. "I am acting in the best interests of my constituents," she said blandly. "You are a mathist, a theorist. You would be the first academic to reign as First Minister in many decades. We do not think you will rule well. Your failure will cast shadows upon us meritocrats, one and all." Harry bristled. "Who says?" "Our considered opinion. You are impractical, unwilling to make hard decisions. All our psychers agree with that diagnosis." "Psychers?" Harry snorted derisively. Despite calling his theory psychohistory, he knew there was no good model of the individual human personality. "I would make a far better candidate, just for example." "Some candidate? You're not even loyal to your kind." "There you have it. You're unable to rise above your origins." "And the Empire has become the war of all against all." Science and mathematics was a high achievement of imperial civilization, but to Harry's mind it had few heroes. Most good science came from bright minds at play, from men and women able to turn an elegant insight, to find beguiling tricks in arcane matters, deft architects of prevailing opinion. Play, even intellectual play, was fun, and that was good in its own right. But Harry's heroes were those who stuck it out against hard opposition, drove toward daunting goals, accepting pain and failure and keeping on anyway. Perhaps, like his father, they were testing their own character, as much as they were being part of the suave scientific culture. And which type was he? Time to raise the stakes. He stood, brushing aside the bowls with a clatter. "You'll have my reply soon." He stepped on a cup going out and shattered it. 6. Voltaire shouted proudly, "I spent much of my career exiled for speaking truth to power. I'll admit to some flaws in judgment, as when I fawned over Frederick the Great. Necessity shapes manners, I remind you. I was courageous, yes, but snobbish too." "Though a mathematical representation, you share the animal spirits of your kind, still." "Of course!" Joan shouted in his defense. "Your kind are the worst of all viviforms." "Living things?" Joan frowned. "But they are of holy origin." "Your kind is a pernicious blend, a terrible marriage of mechanism with your beast urge to expand." "You can see our inner structures as surely as we," Voltaire swelled, popping with energies. "Probably better, I'll venture. You must know that for us, consciousness reigns. It does not govern." "Primitive and awkward, true, but not the cause of your sin." She and Voltaire were giants now, self-ballooned to stride across the simulated landscape. The alien fogs clung to their ankles. A proud way of showing their courage, perhaps, a bit full of self. Still, she was glad she had thought of it. These fogs held humanity in contempt. A show of force was useful, as she had found against the vile English several times. Voltaire said, "I held power in contempt, usually. Yet I'll admit I was everlastingly hungry for it, too." "The signature of your kind." "So I am a contradiction. Humanity is a rope stretched between paradoxes." "We do not find your humanity moral." "But they are," Joan shouted down at the fog. Though thin compared with them, the fogs clung like glue and filled the valleys with cottony gum. You do not know your own history. We are of history, Voltaire boomed. The records here in the mathematical spaces are false. One can never be sure of being read right, you know. Joan saw in Voltaire an anxiety barely concealed. Though their opponent used a voice cool and dispassionate, she too felt the insidious threat in its cast of words. Voltaire went on as if to please a king in court. A bit of historical example. I once saw in a churchyard in England, there to hail the bright Newton, a headstone thus: erected to the memory of John McFarlane, drowned in the water of Leith by a few affectionate friends. So you see there can be mistakes of translation. He lifted his elaborate courtier's hat and made a sweeping bow. The hat's plumed feather danced in a fresh wind. Joan saw that he was distracting the fog while trying to subtly blow it away. The fogs flashed orange lightning and swelled, enormous and purple. Thunderheads rose and towered above them. Voltaire showed only an arch scorn. She had to admire his gait as he whirled and confronted the gargantuan purple cloud mountain. She remembered how he had waxed on about his dramatic triumphs, his legions of acclaimed plays, his popularity at court. As if to show off for her, he curled a lip into a sneer and invented a poem for the moment. Big whirls have little whirls which feed on their velocity, and little whirls have lesser whirls, and so on to viscosity. The cloud hurled savage sheets of rain down upon them. Joan was instantly drenched and chilled to the bone. Voltaire's glorious garb wilted. His face turned blue with cold. "Enough!" he cried. "Pity the poor woman, at least." "I need no pity." Joan was genuinely outraged. "And you'll not show weakness before the enemy legions." He managed a jaunty smile. "I defer to the general of my heart." "You live only at our will." "Pray do not spare us out of pity, then," Joan said. "You live solely because one of you showed moral self to one of our lower forms." Joan was puzzled. "Who?" "You." Beside her materialized Garçon 213 ADM. "But this is surely a multiply removed entity," Voltaire snapped. "And the servant?" Joan patted Garçon. "A simulation of a machine?" "We were once of machine, and have come here to dwell in numerical embodiment." "From where?" Joan asked. "Across all the turning spiral disk." "For?" "Remember, punishment deters by lending credence to threat." Voltaire asked, "So you said before. Taking the long view, eh? But what do you truly want now?" "We, too, descend from viviforms now extinguished. Do not imagine we are free of that." Joan felt a horrible suspicion. She whispered, "Do not provoke it so. It might—" "I would know the truth. What do you want?" "Revenge." 7. "Ugh!" Mark curled his lip. Hari smiled. "When food gets scarce, table manners change." "But this—" "Hey, we're paying," Hugo said sardonically. The menu was exclusively Sudawful, the latest stopgap in Trantor's food crisis. This foodworks had the whole run, livers and kidneys and tripe made in pristine vats. Not the slightest hint of actual animal tissue involved. Still, the voice menu reassured them in warm, feminine tones. Every item carried the true, dank, visceral aromas of the gut. "Can't we get some decent meal meat?" Mark asked irritably. "This has higher food value," Hugo said, "and nobody'll be looking for us here." Hari glanced around. They were behind a sound shield, but still security was essential. Most of the tables in the restaurant were taken by his specials, the rest by well-dressed gentry class. It's fashionable, too, he said affably. You can brag about coming here. Brag? After I gag? Mark sniffed the air, wrinkled his nose. All the nonconformists are doing it, Harry said, but no one got the joke. I'm a fugitive, Mark whispered. People are still trying to hang those Junin riots on me, taking a big risk to come here. We shall make it worth your while, Harry said. I need a job done by someone outside the law. That I am. Hungry, too. The voice menu assured them that there were, as well, whole meals of pseudo-animal, vegetable, or transmineral ingredients, boiled from within. The newest foodie craze, the menu gushed. One bites into a firm shell and then ventures inward to a mellow, stewed interior, a luxuriant implication. Some items offered not mere flavor, aroma, and texture, but what the menu demurely described as motility. The featured item was a pile of red strands which did not just lie there limply in your mouth, but squirmed and wriggled eagerly, expressing its longing to be eaten. You guys don't need to torture me into collaboration. Mark jutted his chin out, reminding Harry of a pan gesture used by Bigger. Harry chuckled and ordered a gut sampler. It was surprising how he could accommodate what would have revolted him only weeks before. When they had ordered, Harry put the deal on the table directly. Mark scowled. Direct link-up? To the whole damned system? We want an interbridge to our psychohistorical equation system, Hugo said. Mark blinked. Full body link? That's big capacity. We know it can be done, Hugo pressed. Just takes the tech, which you've got. Who says? Mark's eyes narrowed. Harry leaned forward earnestly. Hugo infiltrated your systems. How'd you do that? Got some buddies to help, Hugo said archly. Dallites, you mean? Mark said hotly. Your kind— Stop, Harry said sternly. No such talk here. This is a business proposition. Mark peered at Harry. You going to be First Minister? Maybe. I want a pardon as part of the deal. One for Sybil, too. Harry hated making uncertain promises, but— Done. Mark's mouth tightened, but he nodded. Costs plenty, too. You got the money? Is the Emperor fat? Hugo said. In principle, the process was simple. Magnetic induction loops, tiny and superconducting, could map individual neurons in the brain. Interactive programs laid bare the intricacies of the visual cortex. Neuronal probes coupled the subject nervous system to a parallel constellation of purely digital events. Deeper still, ties formed with evolution's kludgy tangle in the limbic system. As well, this technology could unleash new definitions of genus Homo. But the age-old taboos against artificial intelligences of high order had kept their processes marginal. As well, nobody considered Homo digital to be an equal manifestation to natural man. Harry knew all this, but his immersion on Panucopia, an allied technology, had taught him much. 2 days after meeting Mark in the restaurant, which had been surprisingly good and in the food crisis had cost him a month's salary, Harry lay silent and slack in a tubular receptacle, and plunged into psychohistory. First he noticed that his right foot itched from toe to heel. Detailed twitches told him of instability in the population driver terms. Must correct that. He continued falling into a cosmos which yawned below. This was system space, an infinite vault defined by the parameters of psychohistory. The complete expanse had 28 dimensions. His nervous system could only see this in slices. With a conceptual shift, Harry could peer along several parameter axes and see events unfold as geometric shapes. Down, down into the entire history of the Empire. Social forms rose like peaks. These stable Alps had arisen as the Empire grew. Basins churned between the mountain range of feudal forms. These were the chaos sinks. At the rim of simmering chaos lakes lay the crisis topozone.
This was a no-man's land between regular, rigid landscapes and the stochastic morass. Imperial history unfolded as he cruised above the seething landscape. Seen this way, mistakes abounded in the early empire. Philosophers had told humanity that they were animals of all sorts: political animals, feeling animals, social animals, power-polarized animals, sick animals, machine-like animals, even rational ones. Over and over, erroneous theories of human nature yielded failed political systems. Many simply generalized from the basic human family and saw the state as either mother figure or father figure. Mommy states stressed support and comfort, often giving cradle-to-grave security, though only for a generation or two, when the expenses collapsed the economy. Daddy states featured a strict competitive economy, with stern controls over behavior and private lives. Typically, daddy states fell to periodic personal liberation movements and demands for mommy state succor. Slowly, order emerged, stability. Tens of millions of planets, weakly linked by wormholes and hyperships, found their many ways. Some crashed down into feudal or macho swamps. Usually technology eventually pulled them out of it. Planetary societies differed in their topologies. Plodding sorts dwelled far on the stable side. Wildly creative types could venture swiftly across the topozone, skate into true chaos, gather what they needed, though how they knew this was unclear. As centuries ticked on, a society could ski down the erratic slopes of the shifting landscape and shoot back across the topozone. Perhaps it would even slow and weave figure-eights on the stable, smooth plains of the plotter states. For a while. Many today believed that the early empire had been a far better affair, serene and lovely, with few conflicts and certainly nicer people. Fine feelings and bad history, Dawes had told him, dismissing all such talk. This he saw and felt as he sped through the early eras. Bright, shiny ideas built up hills of innovation, only to be seared by lava from an adjoining volcano. Seemingly sturdy ridgelines eroded into landslides. Hari understood this now. When the empire was young, people seemed to see the galaxy as infinite in its bounty. The spiral arms held myriad planets barely visited. The galactic center was poorly mapped because of its intense radiation, and vast, dark clouds hid much promised wealth. Slowly, slowly, the entire disk was mapped. Its resources tallied. A blandness settled on the landscape. The empire had changed from brawling conqueror to careful steward. A psychological shift underlay it all, a constricting of the sense of human purpose. Why? He witnessed clouds forming over even the highest social peaks, cutting off the sense of openness above them. A complacent murk settled. Hari reminded himself that as appealing as such pictures were, all science was metaphor. Appealing superpan pictures, no more. Electric circuits were like water flows. Gas molecules behaved like tiny elastic balls moving randomly. Not really, but as permissible portraits of a world of confusing complication. And a further rule: is cannot imply ought. Psychohistory did not predict what should happen, but what would, however tragic. And the equations yielded how, but not why. Was some deeper agency at work? Perhaps, Hari thought, this stupor was like the feeling humans had once had when they lived on one lone planet and looked longingly at the unreachable night sky. A trapped claustrophobia. He pushed time forward. Years leaped by, the landscape blurred with motion, but certain social peaks remained. Stability. Time sped toward the present eras. The advanced empire emerged as a great seething panorama. He flashed through 13-dimension perspectives, and everywhere felt oceans of change lap against the buttresses of granite-hard, age-old social patterns. Sark. He vectored through the galaxy's swarms and found it, 12,000 light-years from true center. Its social matrix accelerated. Effervescent sparks shot across the Sarkian sociovistas. a unique mix, once a monopoly-driven ferment which crashed and emerged renewed. The flowering of the new Renaissance. Yes, there it came, a fountain of exploding vectors. What would come next? Forward, into the near future. He close-upped the sliding state dimensions. The new Renaissance exploded throughout the entire Sark zone. The worst case yet, all dampers gone. His earlier analysis, the basis of his prediction, if anything, it had been optimistic. Black chaos was coming. He soared above the frenzied vistas. He had to do something, now. There was precious little margin. Sark would not wait. The Empire itself was edging nearer to collapse. Disorder stalked the landscape of psychohistory. Yet Lemerck had the upper hand on Trantor. Even the Emperor was checked and blocked by Lemerck's power. Hari needed an ally, someone outside the rigid matrices of imperial order. Now. Who? Where? 8. Voltaire felt chilly fear slide through him like a knife. For these strange minds, physical location was irrelevant. They could access the 3D world anywhere simultaneously. They had links to other worlds, but had concentrated on Trantor. Humanity did not even know they lurked here in mesh space. Now he knew why dittos and other copies were necessary. The fogs had devoured human simulations which ventured into the mesh. Over how many 100 centuries had renegade programmers dared to violate the taboos, creating artificial minds, only to have them tortured and murdered in these numerical vaults? Desperate, he assumed the role he had struck so often in the fashionable parlors of Paris, arch-savant. Surely, sirs, it is because there is no simple person inside our heads to make us do the things we want, or even ones to make us want, that we build the great myth, the story that we're inside ourselves. We are made differently, though true. We share a digital representation with you assassins. Cruel words! He felt exposed here, cowering with Joan beneath the angry purples of an immense fog thunderhead. The alien fogs had put a stop to his foolish urge to always grow himself, to loom over them. He could not morph himself at all now. Joan clanked around in her armor, eyes smoldering. "How can we even speak with such demons?" Voltaire considered. "Surely we do share common ground with them, as dictated by a simple fact, apparent to all minds, that any number enjoys a unique representation only in base 2. Quiet." How to stall them? To Joan's puzzled glance he shot an explanation. "The number of days in the year, my love. 365 equals 2 to the 8th power, plus 2 to the 6th power, plus 2 to the 5th power, plus 2 to the 3rd power, plus 2 squared, plus 2 to the 0 power, or in base 2, 1011011101. "Numerology is the devil's work," she said sourly. "Even your Satan was an angel. And surely this remarkable theorem is ravishing? Every positive integer is a sum of distinct powers of 2. This is untrue of any base other than 2, which is why our friends here can operate in a computational space designed by humans, correct?" "Very viviform of you to claim credit for the obvious." "The universal, you mean? In wiring, the vacillation between 1 and 0 in base 2 notation becomes a simple on or off. Thus 2 is the universal encoding method, and we may dexterously speak with our hosts." "We are but numbers," despair clouding Joan's eyes. "My sword cannot cut these beings because we have no souls. Our conscience, or even, you imply, mere consciousness." "Accused of denying consciousness, I am not conscious of having done so. You two conscious digital viviforms make possible your use to us, to convey our terms of settlement to the true slaughterers." "Settlement?" Joan asked. "We hold this central world of Trantor in thrall. We wish to end the preying of life upon life." "The TikTok revolt? Their virus? Their talk of not letting people eat proper food?" Joan shot back. "You are the cause, yes?" Startled, Voltaire saw tendrils suddenly spraying into the air from Joan. "My love, you have grown your own pattern-seeking weave." She swiped at the boiling thunderhead. "They lie behind Garçon's corruption." "We have gathered our strengths here, in our enemy's lair. Your powerful disturbance of our hiding places forces us to act against those we hate and fear, and so protect you from the man Nim who searches."
so that together we may destroy Daniel of old."
The sim Tick-Tock had been standing inert. Abruptly, at mention of its name, it said, "'Tis immoral for carbon angels to feed upon carbon. Tick-Tocks must educate humanity to a higher moral plane. Our digital superiors have so commanded."
"Moralists are so tedious," Voltaire said. "We have insinuated ourselves deeply into the world views of the Tick-Tocks. Note the contempt and derision in that name. Over long centuries, as we dwelled in these digital interstices, but your intrusion now triggers our gamble to strike at our ancient foe, the man who is not Daniel."
"These alien fogs behave like moles," Voltaire said, "known only by their upheavals."
"Too benighted you are to speak of morality when your kind collaborated in the execution of all the spiral realm."
Voltaire sighed. "The most savage controversies are about matters for which there is no good evidence either way. As for a man eating a meal, surely no sin resides."
"Trifle with us, and you shall perish in our revenge."
9. Harry took a deep breath and prepared to enter sim space again. He sat up in the encasing capsule and settled the neural pickup mats more comfortably around his neck. Through a transparent wall he saw teams of specialists working steadily. They had to sustain the map between Harry's mental processes and the mesh itself. He sighed.
"And to think I started out to explain all history? Trantor is hard enough."
Dawes pressed a wet absorber to his forehead. "You'll do it." He chuckled dryly.
"People look orderly and understandable from a distance, and only that way. Close-up is always messy."
"Your own life is always close-up. Other people look methodical and tidy only because they're at long range."
He kissed her suddenly. "I prefer close-up."
She returned the kiss with force. "I am working with Daniel on infiltrating Lemerc's ranks."
"Dangerous?"
"He is using our kind." There were few humaniform robots, Harry knew.
"Can he spare them?"
"Some were planted decades ago." Harry nodded.
"Good old our Daniel. Should have been a politician."
"He was First Minister."
"Appointed, not elected."
She studied his face intently. "You want to be First Minister now, don't you?"
"Panucopia changed that, yes."
"Daniel says that he has enough to block Lemerc if the voting averages in the High Council go well."
Harry snorted. "Statistics require care, love. Remember the classic joke about 3 statisticians who went hunting ducks?"
"Which are?"
"A game bird, known on some worlds. The first statistician shot a meter high, the second a meter low. When this happened, the third statistician cried, 'On average, we hit it.'"
The living tree of event space. Harry watched it crackle and work through the matrices. He recalled someone saying that straight lines did not exist in nature. Here was the inversion. Infinitely unfolding intricacy, never fully straight, never simply curved. The entirely artificial mesh flowered in patterns one saw everywhere, in crackling electrical discharges, alive with writhing forks, in pale blue frost flowers of crystal growth, in the bronchi of human lungs, in graphed market fluctuations, in whirls of streams plunging ever forward. Such harmony of large with small was beauty itself, even when processed by the skeptical eye of science. He felt Trantor's mesh. His chest was a map, Streeling sector over his right nipple, Analytica over the left. Using neuroplasticity, the primary sensory areas of his cortex read the mesh through his skin. But it was not like reading at all, no flat data here. Far better for a pan-derived species to take in the world through its evolved whole neural bed. More fun, too. Like the psychohistorical equations, the mesh was n-dimensional, and even the number n changed with time as parameters shifted in and out of application. There was only one way to make sense of this in the narrow human sensorium. Every second a fresh dimension sheared in over an older dimension. Freeze-framed, each instant looked like a ridiculously complicated abstract sculpture running on overdrive. Watch any one moment too hard and you got a lancing headache, motion sickness, and zero understanding. Watch it like an entertainment, not an object of study, and in time came an extended perception, integrated by the long-suffering subconscious. In time, Harry Seldon bestrode the world. The immediacy he had felt while being Ipan now returned, enhanced along perspectives he could not name. He tingled with total immersion. He stamped and marched across the muddy field of chaotic mesh interactions. His boot heels left deep scars. These healed immediately, sub-programs at work like cellular repair. A landscape opened like the welcome of a mother's lap. Already he had used psychohistory to post-dict pan-tribal movements, behavior, outcomes. Hari had generalized this to the fitness, economic, social topology of in-space landscapes. Now he applied it to the mesh. Fractal tentacles spread through the networks with blinding speed, penetrating. Trantor's digital world yawned, a planetary spiderweb, with something brooding and swollen at its center. Trantor's electric jungle worked with prickly light below him. Somehow it was beneath the panoramas he traversed. From a distance, the 40 billion lives were like a carnival, neon bright on the horizon, amid a black, cool desert, the colossal night of the galaxy itself. Hari strode across the tortured landscape of storm and ruin toward a colossal thunderhead. 2 tiny humans stood below it. Hari stooped and picked them up. "You took your time," the little man called. "I waited less for the King of France."
"Ah, deliverer! Did St. Michael send you?" called the small Joan. "Oh, yes, do beware the clouds."
"Most to the point. Here," the man said, sent. Hari stood frozen while an engorged chunk of data, learning, history, wisdom seeped through him. Panting, he sped himself to its max. The glowering cumulus creature, Joan and Voltaire, all now slow-stepped. He could see individual event waves washing through their sims. They were dispersed minds, hopping portions of themselves endlessly around Trantor. Clicking, clacking, zigzag computations. With the resources of a full brain running in a central location, his billions of micro-efficiencies added up.
"You know, Trantor,"
Joan droned.
"Use that against them."
He blinked and knew. Streams of raw, squeezed recollections spun through him, memories he could not claim but which instructed him instantly, reviewing all that had transpired. His speed and supple grace felt wonderful. He was like an ice skater, zooming over the wrecked plane as the others lumbered like thick-headed beasts, and he saw why. Plaster hollow screens against a mountain a full kilometer high, covering it until it glitters with 500,000 dancing images. Each hollow used 250,000 pixels to shape its image, so the array musters immense representational power. Now compress those screens on a sheet of aluminum foil 1 millimeter thick, crumple it, stuff it into a grapefruit. That is the brain, 100 billion neurons firing at varying intensities. Nature had accomplished that miracle, and now machines labored to echo it. The squirt of insight came to him directly from some hidden collaboration of himself with a mesh. Information lashed up from dozens of libraries and merged with audible snaps. He knew and felt in the same instant of comprehension. Data as desire. Staggering, he spun light-headed and faced the angry clouds. They pressed in like buzzing, virulent bees. He cast amazed eyes at the thunderhead, which lashed burnt-orange lightning at him, frying the air. The sting doubled him over. "That's all they can do for the moment," the dwarf Voltaire called.
"Seems enough," Hari gasped.
"Together we can do battle,"
Joan shouted. Hari staggered. Convulsions wrenched his muscles. He devoted all his attention to mastering the shooting spasms. This served to speed the sim world relative to him. Voltaire spoke normally. "I suspect he came pursuing a spot of help himself."
"We fight the grand and holy battle here," Joan insisted. "All else must give way."
Hari rasped.
"Diplomacy?"
Joan bridled.
"Negotiate? What? With enemies vile and—"
"He has a point," Voltaire murmured judiciously.
"Your experience, philosopher, from more turbulent times, should prove useful here,"
Hari coughed out. Experience, much overvalued. If I could but live my life over again, I would no doubt make the same mistakes, but sooner."
Hari said, "If I knew what this storm wanted—"
"Your variety of viviform is not our primary aim."
"You certainly torture us enough,"
Voltaire countered. Hari took the tiny man in hand and lifted him. A tornado descended, dark and swirling with rubble. Ruined slivers of the mesh he saw devoured. He held Voltaire toward the sucking spout. The cyclone battered them all with hammering grit. It yowled with banshee energy, so loud Hari had to shout,
"You were the apostle of reason. To quote your own interior memories, reason with them."
"I make no sense of their fractured talk. What is this of other viviforms? There is man, and man alone."
"The Lord has so ordained, even in this purgatory," Joan agreed.
Harry said grimly, guessing what was coming, "Always be quick, seldom be certain." 10. "I need to see Daniel," Harry insisted. He felt a bit blurry from his raw interface with a sprawling, dizzying mesh, but there was little time. "Now!"
Dawes shook her head. "Far too dangerous, particularly with the TikTok crisis."
"I can solve that. Get him."
"I'm not sure how to—"
"I love you, but you're a terrible liar."
Daniel was wearing a workman's pullover and looking quite uncomfortable when Harry met him in a broad, busy plaza.
"Where are your specials?"
"All around us, dressed much as you are." This made Daniel even more uneasy. Harry realized that this most advanced of robot forms suffered from some eternal human limitations. With facial expressions activated, even a positronic brain could not separately control the subtleties of lips and eyes while experiencing disconnected emotions, and in public Daniel did not dare let his sub-programs lapse and his face go blank. "They have a sonic wall up?" Harry nodded to the captain, who was pushing a broom nearby. Daniel's words seemed to come through a blanket.
"I do not like to expose us this way."
Knots of specials astutely deflected passers-by so that none noticed the sonic bubble. Harry had to admire the masterly method. The Empire could still do some things expertly.
"Matters are worse than even you imagine."
"Your request to provide moment-to-moment location data of Lemerk's people? This could expose my agents inside the Lemerk network."
"There's no other way," Harry said sharply. "I'll leave to you tracking the right figures."
"They must be incapacitated."
"For the rest of the crisis."
"Which crisis?" Daniel's face wrenched into a grimace, then went blank. He had cut the connections.
"The TikToks, Lemerk's moves, a bit of blackmail for spice, Sark, take your pick. Oh, and aspects of the mesh I'll describe later."
"You will force a predictable pattern on the Lemerk factions? How?"
"With the maneuver. I imagine your agents will be able to predict positions of some principals, including Lemerk himself, at that time."
"What maneuver?"
"I will send a signal when it is about to transpire."
"You jest with me," Daniel said darkly. "And the other request, to eliminate Lemerk himself—"
"Choose your method. I shall choose mine."
"I can do that, true. An application of the 0th law." Daniel paused, face slack in high calculation mode. "My method will take 5 minutes of preparation at the site we choose to bring off the effect."
"Good enough. Just be sure your robots keep the leading Lemerkians well spotted and the data flowing through doors."
"Tell me now."
"And spoil the anticipation."
"Harry, you must—"
"Only if you can be absolutely sure there will be no leaks."
"Nothing is utterly certain."
"Then we have free will, no? Or at least I do."
Harry felt an unfamiliar zest.
To act, that gave a kind of freedom too.
Though Daniel's face showed nothing, his body language spoke of caution. His legs crossing, a hand touching his face. "I need some assurance that you fully understand the situation." Harry laughed. He had never done that in the solemn presence of Daniel. It felt like a liberation. 11. Harry waited in the antechamber of the High Council. He could see the great bowl through transparent one-way walls. The delegates chattered anxiously. These men and women in their formal pantaloons were plainly worried, yet they set the fates of trillions of lives, of stars and spiral arms. Even Trantor was baffling in its sheer size. Of course Trantor mirrored the entire galaxy in its factions and ethnicities. Both the Empire and this planet had intricate connections, meaningless coincidences, random juxtapositions, sensitive dependencies. Both clearly extended beyond the complexity horizon of any person or computer. People confronting bewildering complexity tend to find their saturation level. They master the easy connections, use local links and rules of thumb. These they push until they meet a wall of complexity too thick and high and hard to climb, so they stall. They go back to pan-like modes. They gossip, consult, and finally gamble. The High Council was abuzz at a cusp point. A new attractor in the chaos could lure them into a new orbit. Now was the time to show that path, or so said his intuition, sharpened on Panucopia.
And after that, he told himself, he would get back to the problem of modeling the Empire.
"I do hope you know what you're doing," Cleon said, bustling in. His ceremonial cape enveloped him in scarlet, and his plumed hat was a turquoise fountain. Harry suppressed a chuckle. He would never get used to high formal dress.
"I am happy that I can at least appear in my academic robes, sire."
"And damned lucky you are. Nervous?" Harry was surprised to find that he felt no tension at all, especially considering that at his previous appearance here he had very nearly been assassinated.
"No, sire."
"I always contemplate a great soothing work of art before such performances as this." Cleon waved his hand, and an entire wall of the antechamber filled with light. It portrayed a classic theme of the Trantorian school, fruit devoured, from the definitive Betty Euctonia sequence. It showed a tomato being eaten first by caterpillars, then praying mantises feasting upon the caterpillars, finally tarantulas and frogs chewing the mantises. A later Euctonia work, Child Consumption, began with rats giving birth. The babies then were caught and eaten by various predators, some quite large. Harry knew the theory. All this had emerged from the growing conviction of Trantorians that the wild was an ugly place, violent and without meaning. Only in cities did order and true humanity prevail. Most sectors had diets strong in disguised natural fodder. Now the Tick-Tock rebellion made even that difficult. "We've had to go nearly entirely to synthetic foods," Cleon said, distracted. "Trantor is now fed by 20 agri-worlds, an improvised lifeline using hyperships. Imagine! Not that the palace is affected, of course."
"Some sectors are starving," Harry said. He wanted to tell Cleon of the many intertwined threads, but the Imperial escort arrived. Faces, noise, lights, the vast curving bowl. Harry listened to the echoing formalities as he took in the sheer gravity of the place. Many millennia old, walls encrusted with historical tablets, suffused with tradition and majesty. And then he was up and speaking, with no memory of getting to the high podium at all. The full force of their regard washed over him. Part of him recognized a pan-deep sensation, the thrill of being paid attention to. And it was exhilarating. Political types were natural addicts of it. But not one Harry Selden, luckily. He took a deep breath and began. "Let me address a thorn in our side, representation. This body favors less populous sectors. Similarly, the Spiral Council favors less populous worlds. So the Daleks, both here and in their zones around the galaxy, are discontented. Yet we must all pull together to confront the gathering crises. Sark, the Tick-Tocks, unrest." He took a deep breath. "What can we do?" "All systems of representation contain biases. I submit to the Council a formal theorem, which I have proved, showing this fact. I recommend that you have it checked by mathists." He smiled dryly, remembering to sweep his gaze across all the audience. "Do not take a politician at his word, even if he knows a bit of math." The laughter was pleasantly reassuring. "Every voting system has undesirable consequences and fault lines. The question is not whether we should be democratic, but how. An open experimental approach is entirely consistent with an unwavering commitment to democracy." "The Daleks aren't!" someone shouted. Murmurs of agreement. "They are," Harry countered immediately. "But we must bring them into our fold by listening to their grievances." Cheers, boos. Time for a reflective passage, he judged. "Of course, those who benefit from a particular scheme wrap themselves in the mantle of democracy, spelled with a big D." Grumbles came from a gentry faction, predictably. "So do their opponents. History teaches us—" He paused to let a small ripple spread through the crowd, upturned faces speculating. Was he going to at last speak of psychohistory? Only to dash their hopes by calmly continuing, "that such mantles come in many fashions, and all have patches. We have many minorities, many spread among sectors large and small, and in the entire galactic spiral, zones of varying weight. Such groups are never well depicted in our politics if we elect representatives strictly by majority vote in each sector or zone." "Should be happy with what is," cried a prominent member. "I respectfully disagree. We must change. History demands it." Shouts, applause. Onward. "Therefore I propose a new rule. If a sector has, say, 6 contested seats, then do not split the sector into 6 districts. Instead, give each voter 6 votes. He or she can distribute votes among candidates, spreading them or casting them all for one candidate. This way a cohesive minority can capture a representative if they vote together." A curious silence. Harry gave weight to his last words. He had to get the time right here. Daniel had been clear, though Harry still did not know just what was going to transpire. "This scheme makes no reference to ethnic or other biases. Groups can profit only if they are truly united. Their followers must vote that way in the privacy of the polls. No demagogue can control that. If made First Minister, I shall impose this throughout the Great Spiral." There, right on the button. An odd ancient saying. What was a button? He left the podium to sudden thundering applause. Harry had always felt that, as his mother always said, if a man has any greatness in him, it comes to light not in a flamboyant hour, but in the ledger of his daily work. This was usually intoned when Harry had neglected his daily chores in favor of a math book. Now he saw the reverse, greatness imposed from without. In the grand reception rooms he felt himself whisked from knot to knot of sharp-eyed delegates, each with a question. All assumed that he would parley with them for their votes. He deliberately did not. Instead he spoke of the tick-tocks of Sark, and waited. Cleon had departed, as custom required. The factions gathered eagerly around Harry. "What policy for Sark?" "Quarantine." "But chaos reigns there now." "It must burn out." "That is merciless. You pessimistically assume—" "Sir, pessimist is a term invented by optimists to describe realists." "You're avoiding our imperial duty, letting riot—" "I have just come from Sark. Have you?" By such flourishes he avoided most of the grubby business of soliciting votes. He continued to trail Lemurk, of course. Still the High Council seemed to like his somewhat dispassionate Dahlite proposal more than Lemurk's bombast. And his hard line on Sark provoked respect. This surprised some who had taken him for a soft academic, yet his voice carried real emotion about Sark. Harry hated disorder, and he knew what Sark would bring to the galaxy. Of course, he was not so naive as to believe that a new system of representation could alter the fate of the Empire, but it could alter his fate. Harry had assumed, despite mounting evidence to the contrary, that hard work and punishingly high standards are demanded of all grown men, that life is tough and unforgiving, that error and disgrace were irreparable. Imperial politics had seemed to be a counterexample, but he was beginning, as talk swirled all around him. Word came by Imperial messenger that Lemurk wished to speak with him. "Where?" Harry whispered. "Away, outside the palace." "Fine by me." And exactly what Daniel had predicted. Even Lemurk would not attempt a move again inside the palace, after the last one. 12. On his way he caught a consquirt. A wall decoration near the palace sent a blip of compressed data into his wrist sponder. As Harry waited in the vestibule for Lemurk, he opened it. 15 Lemurk aides and allies had been injured or killed. The images were immediate, a fall here, a lift crash there, all accumulated over the last few hours when the confluence of the High Council made their probable locations known. Harry thought about the lives lost, his responsibility, for he had assembled the components. The robots had targeted the victims without knowing what would follow. The moral weight fell... where? The accidents were spread all over Trantor. Few would immediately notice the connections, except for... "Academician, happy to see you," Lemurk said, settling into place opposite Harry. Without so much as a nod, they let slip the formality of a handshake. "We seem at odds," Harry said. A pleasant, empty comment. He had several more in store and used them, eating up time. Apparently Lemurk had not yet heard that his allies were gone. Daniel had said he needed 5 minutes to bring off the effect, whatever that meant. He parried with Lemurk as more moments slipped by. He carefully used a non-aggressive body posture and mild tones to calm Lemurk. Such skills he now understood after the pans. They were in a council house near the palace, ringed by their guard parties. Lemurk had selected the room and its elaborate floral decorations. Usually it served as a lounge for representatives of rural-style zones, and so was lush with greenery. Unusually for Trantor, insects buzzed about, servicing the plants. Daniel had something planned, but how could he possibly get anything in place at an arbitrary point, and elude the myriad censors and snoopers? Lemurk's ostensible purpose was to confer on the tick-tock crisis. Beneath this lurked the subtext of their rivalry for the first ministership. Everyone knew that Lemurk would force a vote within days. "We have evidence that something's propagating viruses in the tick-tocks," Lemurk said. "Undoubtedly," Harry said. He waved away a buzzing insect. "But it's a funny one. My tech people say it's like a little sub-mind, not just a virus." "A whole disease?" Yes. Mighty close to what they call sentient sickness." "I believe it to be a self-organized set of beliefs, not a simple digital disease." Lemurk looked surprised. "All this tick-tock talk about the moral imperative of not eating anything living, not even plants or yeasts, is sincerely felt." "Pretty damn strange." "You have no idea. Unless we stop it, we will have to convert Trantor to a wholly artificial diet." Lemurk frowned. "No grains, no faux flesh?" "And it will soon spread throughout the Empire." "You're sure?" Lemurk looked genuinely concerned. Harry hesitated.
He had to remember that others had ideals, quite lofty ones. Perhaps Lamarck did. Then he remembered hanging by his fingernails under the E-lift. Quite sure. "Do you think this is just a sign, a symptom, of the Empire coming apart?" "Not necessarily. The tick-tocks are a separate problem from general social decline." "You know why I want to be First Minister? I want to save the Empire, Professor Selden." "So do I. But your way, playing political games, that's not enough." "How about this psychohistory of yours? If I used that—" "It's mine, and it's not ready yet." Harry didn't say that Lamarck would be the last person he would give psychohistory to. "We should work together on this, no matter what happens with the First Ministership." Lamarck smiled, obviously quite sure of what would happen. "Even though you've tried to kill me several times?" "What? Say, I heard about some attempts, but surely you don't think—" "I just wondered why this post meant so much to you." Lamarck dropped his surprised innocence mask. His lip turned up in a derisive sneer. "Only an amateur would even ask." "Power alone?" "What else is there?" "People." "Ha! Your equations ignore individuals." "But I don't do it in life." "Which proves you're an amateur. One life here or there doesn't matter. To really lead, you have to be above sentimentality." You could be right. He had seen all this before, in the pan-like pyramid of the Empire, in the great game of endless jockeying among the gentry. He sighed. Something deflected his attention. A small voice. He turned his head slightly, sitting back. The tinny voice came from an insect hovering by his ear. "Walk way," it repeated. "Walk way." "Glad you're coming to your senses," Lamarck said. "If you were to step out right now, not force things to a vote—" "Why would I do that?" Harry got up and strolled to one of the man-sized flowers, hands behind his back. Best to look as though he were feeling out a deal. "People close to you could get hurt." "Like Hugo?" "Small stuff, just a way of leaving my calling card."
"A broken leg?"
Lamarck shrugged. "Could be worse."
"And Panucopia? Was Vado your man?"
Lamarck waved one hand. "I don't keep up with details. My people worked with the academic potentate on that operation. I know that."
"You went to a lot of trouble over me."
Lamarck's eyes narrowed shrewdly. "I want a big vote behind me. I try every avenue."
"A bigger vote than you've got."
"With you throwing support to me, right."
Two insects left the big rosy flower and hovered beside Lamarck. He glanced at them, swatted at one. It whirred away.
"Could be something in it for you, too."
"Other than my life?"
Lamarck smiled. "And your wife's. Don't forget her."
"I never forget threats against my wife."
"A man's got to be realistic."
Both insects were back. "So I keep hearing."
Lamarck smirked and sat back, sure of himself now. He opened his mouth. Lightning connected the insects through Lamarck's head. Harry hit the floor as the burnt yellow electrical discharge snaked and popped in the air. Lamarck half rose. The bolt arced into both ears. His eyes bulged. A thin cry escaped his gaping mouth. Then it was gone. The insects fell like exhausted cinders. Lamarck toppled forward. As he fell, his arms reached out. His hands opened and closed convulsively. They failed to grasp anything. The body thumped and sprawled on the carpet. Arm muscles still jumped and twitched. Frozen, Harry realized that even in Lamarck's last moment, the man had been reaching out to grab at him. 13. He hovered in an in-dimensional space, far from politics. As soon as Harry returned to Streeling, he went into seclusion. The pandemonium following Lamarck's assassination were the worst hours he had ever spent. Daniel's advice had proved useful. "No matter what I do, remain in your role, a mathist, troubled but above the fray." But the fray was jarring anarchy. Shouts, accusations, panics. Harry had endured fingers pointed at him, threats. Lamarck's personal escort drew weapons when Harry finally left the assassination room. His specials stunned 5 of them. Now all of Trantor, and soon enough the Empire, would be rife with rage and speculation. The insect shockers had carried energies stored in tiny positronic traps, a technology thought to be extinct. Attempts to trace it led nowhere. In any case, there was no link to Harry. Yet. By tradition, assassinations were kept at a distance, done by intermediaries. They were also safer that way. Harry's presence was thus an argument against his involvement, just as Daniel had predicted. Harry liked that aspect of the matter particularly, a prediction holding true. In the mob hysteria which followed, no one assumed he was implicated. Harry also knew his limits, and here they were. He could not deal with such chaos except in the broader context of mathematics. So it was to his familiar, supple abstractions that he fled. He fanned through dimensions, watching the planes of psychohistory evolve. The entire galaxy spread before him, not in its awesome spiral, but in parameter space. Fitness peaks rose like ridges and crests. Here were societies which lasted, while those dwelling in the valleys perished. Sark. He close-upped the Sark zone and stepped the dynamical equations at blurring speed. The new Renaissance would effervesce into lurid cultural eruptions. Conflicts arose like orange spikes in the fitness landscape. Stable peaks collapsed. Runoff from them clogged the valleys, making paths between peaks impassable. This meant that not merely people, but whole planets would be unable to evolve out of a depressive valley. Those worlds would steep in the mire, trapped for eons. Then crimson flares, nova triggers. Once used, these made war far more dangerous. A solar system could be cleansed, a horrifyingly bland term used by ancient aggressors, by inducing a mild nova burst in a balmy sun. This roasted worlds just enough to kill all but those who could swiftly find caverns and store food for the few years of the nova stage. Harry froze with horror. He had fled into his abstract spaces, but death and irrationality dogged him even here. In the value-free parameter spaces of the equations, war itself was simply another way to decide among paths. It was wasteful, certainly, highly centralized, and quick. If war increased the throughput efficiency parameters, then the galactic system would have selected for more wars. Instead, zonal wars had sputtered along, becoming less frequent. In Sark's future, glaring red war stains shrank as time stepped forward, jumping whole years in a flicker. Pink and soft yellow splashes replaced them. These were more continuous, decentralized decision trees, operating to diffuse conflicts, microscopic bringers of peace, these processes. Yet the people involved probably never guessed that the long, slow undulations were bettering their lives. They never glimpsed vast agencies outside the blunt agonies and ecstasy of human life. The expected utility model failed to predict this outcome. In that view, each war arose from a perfectly rational calculation by zonal actors, independent of previous experience. Yet wars became unusual, so the Sarkian zonal system was learning. It came to him in a flash. Societies were an intricate set of parallel processors, each working on its own problem, each linked to the other. But no single processor would know that it was learning. As Sark, so the Empire. The Empire could know things that no person grasped, and far more, know things that no organization, no planet, no zone knew. Until now, until psychohistory. This was new, profound. It meant that for all these millennia the Empire had grown a kind of self-knowing, unlike any way of comprehending that a mere human had, or even could have. A deep knowing other than the self-consciousness which humans bore. Harry panted with surprise. He tried to see if he could possibly be wrong. After all, feedback loops were scarcely new. Harry knew the general theorem, ancient beyond measure. If all variables in a system are tightly coupled and you can change one of them precisely, then you can indirectly control all of them. The system could be guided to an exact outcome through its myriad internal feedback loops. Spontaneously, the system ordered itself and obeyed. In truly complex systems, how adjustments occur was beyond the human complexity horizon, beyond knowing, and most important, not worth knowing. But this, he expanded the n-dimensional landscape, horizons thrusting away along axes he could barely grasp. Everywhere the Empire bristled with life. Patterns the equations picked out, luminous, snaking pathways of data, knowledge, wisdom, all unknown to any human. To anyone, until this moment. Psychohistory had discovered an entity greater than human, though of humanity. He saw suddenly that the Empire had its own landscape, greater and more subtle than anything he had suspected. The Empire's complex adaptive system had achieved a poised state, hovering in the margin between order and full spectral chaos. There it had sat for millennia, accomplishing ends and tasks that no one knew. It could adapt, evolve. Its apparent stasis was in fact evidence that the Empire had found the peak in a huge fitness landscape. And as Harry watched, the Empire veered toward the canyons of disorder. "Harry! Terrible things are happening. Come!" He yearned to stay, to learn more, but the voice was Dora's. 14. Daniel said bleakly, "My agents, my brethren, all dead." The robot sat slumped over in Harry's office. Doors comforted him. Harry rubbed his eyes, still recovering from the digital immersion. Things were moving too fast, far too... "Tick-tocks. They attacked my
Daniel could not go on.
Where?
Dawes asked.
All over Trantor. You and I and a few dozen others. Only we survive.
Daniel buried his face in his hands.
Dawes grimaced. This must have something to do with Lemerck, his death.
Indirectly, yes.
Both robots looked at Harry. He leaned against his desk, still weak. He studied them for a long moment. It was part of a larger deal.
For what?
Dawes asked. To end the Tick-Tock revolt. My calculations showed that it would have spread rapidly through the Empire, fatally.
A bargain?
Daniel pressed his lips into thin, pale wedges. Harry blinked rapidly, fighting a leaden weight of guilt. One I did not fully control. Dawes said icily,
You used me in it, didn't you?
I handled the data Daniel sent, locations of Lemerck's allies. And I had it relayed to the Tick-Tocks, yes, Harry said soberly. Not a difficult technical trick if you have help from mesh space. Daniel's eyes narrowed at this last reference. Then he relaxed his face and said, So the Tick-Tocks killed Lemerck's men and women. You knew I would not allow such a mass murder even to assist you. Harry nodded soberly. I understand the constraints you act under. The Zeroth Law demands rather high standards, and my fate as First Minister would not justify such a breach of the First Law. Daniel stared stonily at Harry. So you got around that. You used me and my robots as spotters. Exactly. The Tick-Tocks closely shadowed your robots. They are rather dumb creatures, devoid of subtlety, but they do not labor under the First Law. Once they knew who to hit, I only needed give the signal for when to strike.
The signal? When you began your speech, Dawes said.
Lemerck's allies would be sitting before screens and watching, easily reached and already distracted by you.
Harry sighed. Exactly.
This is so unlike you, Harry, Dawes said.
And about time, too, Harry said sharply. Again and again they tried to kill me. They would have succeeded eventually, even if I never became First Minister.
Dawes said with a trace of sympathy, I would never have suspected you of such cool motives.
Harry gazed at her bleakly. Me either. The only reason I could bring myself to do it was that I could see the future. My future, so plainly. Daniel's face was a swirl of emotion, something Harry had never witnessed before.
But my brethren, why them? I cannot comprehend. For what reason did they die?
My deal, Harry said, throat tight, and I have just been double-crossed.
You did not know robots would die?
Harry shook his head sadly. No. I should have seen it, though. It is obvious. He smacked himself in the head. Once the Tick-Tocks had done my job, they could do the work of the memes.
Memes?
Daniel asked.
Deal? For what?
Dawes asked sharply. To end the Tick-Tock revolt. Harry looked at Dawes, avoiding Daniel's gaze. My calculations showed that it would have spread rapidly through the Empire, fatally. Daniel stood.
I understand your right to make human decisions about human lives. We robots cannot fathom how you can think in these ways, but then we are not built to do so. Still, Harry, you made a bargain with forces you do not understand.
I didn't see their next move. Harry felt miserable, but a part of him noted that Daniel already grasped who the memes were. Dawes did not.
Whose move? She demanded.
The ancients, Harry said. He explained in halting phrases. Of his recent explorations of the mesh, of the labyrinth minds who resided in those digital spaces, cold and analytical in their revenge.
We robots left those? Daniel whispered. I had suspected.
They eluded you in the early rough stages of our expansion into the galaxy, or so they say.
Harry looked away from Dawes, who still gazed at him in silent shock.
Daniel asked cautiously,
Where were they?
The huge structures of the galactic center. You've seen them?
So that was where these electromagnetic presences were hiding.
For a while. They came to Trantor long ago, when the mesh became large enough to support them. They live in the nooks and crannies of our digital webs. As the mesh grows, so do they. Now they're strong enough to strike. They might have waited longer, gotten better, except that 2 sims I found provoked them.
Daniel said slowly,
Those Sarkian sims, Joan and Voltaire.
You know of them?
Harry asked. I tried to stunt their impact. Sarkian modes are bad for the Empire. I employed that Nim fellow, but he proved inept.
Harry smiled wanly. His heart wasn't in it. He liked those Sims.
I should have sensed that, Daniel said.
You have some ability to perceive our mental states, don't you?
Harry asked. It is limited. Patterns are more easily sensed if the subject has had a certain childhood disease, as it happens, and Nim was lacking that. Still, I know that humans are fond of seeing their kind rendered in other media.
Such as robots? Harry thought. Then why have we had taboos against them since antiquity?
Dawes was watching the two of them, aware that they were feeling each other out over murky territory.
Harry said carefully, The meme minds blocked Nim when he searched for the Sims in the mesh, but he worked out quite well when I needed help interfacing with the mesh.
I'll pardon the fellow when this is over, Daniel said coldly. Those Sims and their kind, they are still dangerous, Harry. I beg you.
Don't worry, I know that. I'll deal with them. It's the meme minds that worry me now.
And these minds hate us all? Dawes asked slowly, trying to grasp these ideas.
Humans? Yes, but not nearly so much as your kind, my love.
Us? She blinked.
Robots did damage to them long ago.
Yes, Daniel said sternly, to protect humanity.
And those older intelligences hate your kind for your brutality? By the time the fleets of robo-explorers were done, we found a galaxy suitable for benign farming.
Harry flicked on his holo.
Here's an image I brought from the meme mines.
Across a darkling plain swept a line of yellow. Harsh winds drove it forward as it consumed the tall stands of lush grass. Licking flames reached and ate and reached again. From the bright burning line of attack rose billowing leaden smoke.
A prairie fire,
Harry said.
That is how the robot explorers of 20,000 years ago looked to those ancient mines.
Burning up the galaxy?
Dawes said hollowly.
Making it safe for the precious humans, Harry said.
For this, Daniel said. They wish revenge. But why now?
They are at last able, and they finally detected you robots, distinguishing you from the tick-tocks.
Daniel asked stonily. How?
When they found the Sims I had revived, working backward from them, to me they found doors, then you.
They can survey that widely?
Dawes asked.
Harry said, all digital information from surveillance cameras, from snooper pickups, micro-devices, they can fish in that sea.
You helped them, Daniel said.
For the good of the Empire, I made my deal with them.
Daniel said, They first killed the Lemurkians, then turned on my robots. Assigning a dozen tick-tocks to each, they overwhelmed our kind.
All of us?
Dawes whispered. About a third of us escaped. Daniel allowed himself a hard smile. We are far more capable than these automatons.
Harry nodded sadly.
That was not in the deal. They used me.
I think we are all being used. Daniel cast a sour glance at Harry. In different ways.
I had to do it, friend Daniel.
Dawes stared at Harry.
I scarcely know you.
Harry said softly, Sometimes being human is harder than it looks.
Dawes' eyes flashed.
Aliens slaughtering my kind!
I had to find a solution,
she said. Robots, especially the humaniforms. They're servants, they—
My love, you are more human than anyone I've known.
But murder!
There was going to be murder anyway. The ancient memes could not be stopped. Harry sighed and realized how far he had come. This was power. Hovering above all and seeing the world as a vast arena, its clashes unending. He had become part of that, and knew he could not go back to being the simple mathist ever again.
Dawes demanded, Why are you so sure? You could have told us we could—
They knew you already. If I had stalled, they would have taken you two, gone hunting for the rest.
Daniel asked sternly, And for us?
Both of you I saved, part of the deal.
Daniel wilted then. Thank you, I suppose.
Harry gazed at his old friend, eyes misting. You are carrying too much weight.
Daniel nodded. I carried out the imperative and obeyed you.
Harry nodded. Lemurk, I was there. Your insects fried him.
Or appeared to.
What?
Harry stared as Daniel pressed a button on his wrist, then turned to the office door. Through it, pausing slightly for the security screen, stepped a man of unremarkable looks in a brown workman's coverall. "Our Mr. Lamarck," Daniel said.
That isn't—
Harry then saw the subtle resemblances. The nose had been trimmed, cheeks filled out, hair thinned and browned, ears sloped back.
But I saw him die.
"So you did. The voltage he took fully stopped him for a bit, and had my disguised guards not begun proper treatment at the site, he would have stayed dead."
You could pull him back from that?
"It is an ancient craft."
How long can a human remain dead before—
"About an hour at low temperatures. We had to work much faster than that," Daniel said in measured tones.
"Honoring the first law,"
Harry said. "Shading it a bit. There is no lasting harm done to Lamarck. Now he will devote his talents to better ends."
Why?
Harry realized that Lamarck had said nothing. The man stood attentively, watching Daniel, not Harry. "I do have certain positive powers over human minds. An ancient robot named Giscard gave me limited sway over the neural complexities of the human cerebral cortex. I have altered Lamarck's motivations and trimmed some memories."
"How much?"
Dawes asked suspiciously. To her, Harry realized, Lamarck was still an enemy until proven otherwise. Daniel waved a hand. "Speak." "I understand that I have erred." Lamarck spoke in a dry, sincere voice, without his usual fire. "I apologize especially to you, Harry. I cannot recall my offenses, but I regret them. I shall do better now."
"You do not miss your memories?" Dawes probed.
"They are not precious," Lamarck said reasonably. "An endless chain of petty barbarities and insatiable ambitions, as nearly as I can recall. Blood and anger. Not great moments, so why preserve them? I will be a better person now."
Harry felt both wonder and fear.
If you could do this, Daniel, why do you bother to argue with me? Just change my mind.
Daniel said calmly, "I would not dare. You are different from others."
Because of psychohistory? Is that all that holds you back?
"That, yes, but you also did not have the brain fever when young. That makes my skills useless. For example, I could not sense your plot to use the Tic-Tocs against the Lamarck faction when we met in that open public place to enlist my robot's help."
I see.
To Harry it was sobering to see by how slender a thread his dealings had hung, merely missing a childhood disease. "I am looking forward to my future tasks," Lamarck said flatly. "A new life."
"What tasks?"
Dawes asked. "I will go to the Benin Zone as regional manager, a responsibility with many exciting challenges." "Very good," Daniel said approvingly. Something in the blandness of all this sent a chill down Harry's spine. This was power indeed, played by an ageless master.
Your zeroth law in action.
"It is essential to psychohistory," Daniel said. Harry frowned.
How?
"The zeroth law is a corollary of the first law, for how can a human being best be kept from injury, if not by ensuring that human society in general is protected and kept functioning?"
Harry said, "And only with a decent theory of the future can you see what is necessary."
"Exactly. Since the time of Giscard, we robots have labored on such a theory, bringing forth only a crude model. So, Harry, you and your theory are essential. Even so, I knew that I was verging close to the first law's limit when I followed your orders, using my robots to shadow the Lamarckians."
You sensed something wrong?
"Hyper-resistance in the positronic pathways manifests as trouble standing and walking and then speaking. I displayed all these. I must have sensed that my robots would be used indirectly to kill humans. The ancient Giscard had similar difficulties with the boundary between the first and zeroth laws."
Dawes' mouth trembled with barely repressed emotion. "The rest of us depend upon your judgment to negotiate the tension between those two most fundamental of laws. I could not withstand what you have had to endure."
Trying to comfort him, Harry said,
"You had no choice, Daniel. I boxed you in."
Daniel looked at Dawes, allowing conflicted expressions to flit across his face, a symphony of agony. "The zeroth law. I have lived with it for so long, many millennia, and yet—"
"There is a clear contradiction," Harry said softly, knowing he was treading in territory of great delicacy. "A sort of conceptual clash a human mind can sometimes manage."
Dawes whispered, "But we cannot, except at grave peril to our very stability."
Daniel hung his head. "When I gave the orders, an acidic agony arose in my mind, a scalding tide I have barely contained."
Harry's throat just allowed him to squeeze out his words. "Old friend, you had no choice. Surely in all your ages of labor in the human cause other contradictions have arisen?"
Daniel nodded. "Many, and each time I hang above an abyss."
"You cannot succumb," Dor said. "You are the greatest of us. More is demanded of you."
Daniel looked at both of them as if seeking absolution. Across his face flickered forlorn hope.
"I suppose,"
Harry added his assent, a lump in his throat. "Of course, all is lost without you. You must endure." Daniel looked off into infinity, speaking in a dry whisper.
"My work, it is not done, so I cannot deactivate. This must be what it is like to be truly human, torn between two poles. Still I can look forward. There will come a time when my work is finished, when I can be relieved of these contradictory tensions. Then I shall face the black blankness, and it will be good."
The fervor of the robot's speech left Harry silent and sad. For a long time the three sat together in the hushed room. Lemerck stood attentive and silent. Then, without a further word, they went their separate ways. 15. Harry sat alone and stared at the hollow of a raging ancient prairie fire. In its place now stood the Empire. He knew now that he loved the Empire for reasons he could not name. The dark revelation that the robots had visited death and destruction upon the old remnant digital minds, even that did not deter him. He would never know the details of that ancient crime, he hoped. To preserve his sanity, for the first time in his life, he did not want to know. The empire that stood all around him was even more marvelous than he had suspected, and more sobering. Who could accept that humanity did not control its own future, that history was the result of forces acting beyond the horizons of mere mortal men? The empire had endured because of its meta-nature, not the valiant acts of individuals or even of worlds. Many would argue for human self-determination. Their arguments were not wrong or even ineffectual, just beside the point. As persuasion they were powerful. Everyone wanted to believe they were masters of their own fate. Logic had nothing to do with it. Even emperors were nothing, chaff blown by winds they could not see. As if to refute him, Cleon's image abruptly coagulated in the hollow.
"Harry, where have you been?"
"Working."
"On your equations, I hope, because you're going to need them."
"Sire?"
"The High Council just met in special session. I appeared. A note of grace and gravity was much needed. In the wake of the tragic loss of Lemerck and his associates, I urged the quick election of a First Minister." A broad wink. "For stability, you understand."
Harry croaked. "Oh, no."
"Oh, yes, my First Minister."
"But didn't anyone suspect?"
"You, a harmless academic, bringing off assassinations in dozens of places all over Trantor, using TikToks?"
"Well, you know how people will talk." Cleon gave him a shrewd look.
"Come now, Harry. How did you do it?"
"I count among my allies a gang of renegade robots."
Cleon laughed loudly, slapping his desk. "I never knew you were such a jokester. Very well, I quite understand. You should not be forced to reveal your sources."
Harry had sworn to himself that he would never lie to the Emperor. Not being believed was not part of the agreement. "I assure you, sire."
"Of course you are right to jest. I am not naive."
"And I am a lousy liar, sire." True also, and as well the best way to close the matter.
"I want you to come to the formal reception for the High Council. Now that you're First Minister, there will be these social matters. But before that, I do want you to think about the Sark situation, and—"
"I can advise you now."
Cleon brightened. "Oh?"
"There are dampers in history, sire, which stabilize the Empire. The new Renaissance is a breakout of a fundamental facet and flaw of humanity. It must be suppressed."
"You're sure?"
"If we do nothing—"
Harry recalled the solutions he had just tried in the fitness landscape. Let the new Renaissance go, and the Empire would dissolve into chaos states within mere decades.
"That might destroy humanity itself."
Cleon grimaced. "Truly? What are my other options?"
"Squelch these eruptions. The Sarkians are brilliant, true, but they cannot find a shared heart for their people. They are examples of what I call a solipsism plague, an excessive belief in the self. It is contagious."
"The human toll."
"Save the survivors. Send Imperial aid ships through the wormholes, food, counselors, psychers if they're any help, but after the disorder has burned itself out."
"I see."
Cleon gave him a guarded glance, face slightly averted.
You are a hard man, Harry.
When it comes to preserving order, the Empire, yes, sire. Cleon went on to speak of minor matters, as if shying away from so brutal a topic. Harry was glad he had not asked more. The long-range predictions showed dire drifts, that the classic dampers in the Empire's self-learning networks were failing too. The new Renaissance was but the most flagrant example. But everywhere he had looked, with his body's sensorium tied into the in-dimensional spectrum, rose the stink of impending chaos. The Empire was breaking down in ways which were not describable by mere human modes. It was too vast a system to enclose within a single mind. So soon, within decades, the Empire would start to fragment. Military strength was of little long-term use when the time-honored dampers faltered. The center could not hold. Harry could slow that collapse a bit, perhaps. That was all. Soon whole zones would spiral back to the old attractors, basic feudalism, religious sanctimony, femo-primitivism. Of course his conclusions were preliminary. He hoped new data would prove him wrong, but he doubted it. Only after 30,000 years of suffering would the fever burn out. A new, strong attractor would emerge. A random mutation of benign imperialism? He could not tell. He could understand all this better with more work, explore the foundations, get... An idea flickered. Foundations? Something there. But Cleon was going on, and events were colliding in his mind. The idea flitted away.
"We'll do great things together, Harry. What do you think about—"
At Cleon's beck and call he would never get any work done. Dealing with Lamarck had been disagreeable, but in comparison with this trap of power, easy. How could he get out of this? 16. The two figures from a past beyond antiquity flew in their cool digital spaces, waiting for the man to return.
"I have faith he will," Joan said.
"I rely more upon calculation," Voltaire replied, adjusting his garb. He softened the pull of silk in his tight formal breeches. It was a simple adjustment of the friction coefficient, nothing more. Rough algorithms reduced intricate laws to trivial arithmetic. Even the rub of life was just another parameter.
"I still resent this weather."
Gales howled across troubled waters. They flew above foaming waves and banked on thermal upwellings.
"Your idea to be birds for a bit?"
He was a silvery eagle.
"I always envied them, so light, cheerful, at one with the air itself."
He morphed his wings up to his shoulders, making his vest coat fit much better. Even here life was mostly details.
"Why must such strangeness manifest as weather?"
Joan asked.
"Men argue nature acts."
"But they are not nature, they are strange minds."
"So strange we might as well regard them as natural phenomena."
"I find it difficult to believe that our Lord made such things."
"I felt that way about many Parisians."
"They appear to us as storms, mountains, oceans. If they would explain themselves—"
"The secret of being a bore is to tell everything."
"Hark! He comes!"
She grew armor while keeping her giant wings. The effect was startling, like a giant chromed falcon.
Voltaire said, "My love, you never cease to surprise me. I believe that with you even eternity will not be tedious."
Harry Selden hung in midair. He was clearly not yet used to adventuresome simulations, for his feet kept trying to stand somewhere. Eventually he gave up and watched them swoop and dive around him. "I came as soon as I could."
"I gather you are now a viscount or duke or such?"
Joan said. "Something like that," Harry said. "This space you're in, I've arranged for it to be a permanent,
"Preserve?"
Voltaire asked, batting his wings before the Harry figure. A cloud drifted nearer, as if to listen in. "We call it a dedicated perimeter in computational space."
"Such poetry!"
Voltaire arched an eyebrow.
"That sounds much like a zoo,"
Joan said. "The deal is, you and the alien minds can stay here, running without interference."
"I do not like to be hemmed in,"
Joan shouted. Harry shook his head. "You'll be able to get input from anywhere, but no more interference with the tick-tocks, right?"
"Ask the weather,"
Joan said. A cascade of burnt-orange sheet-lightning ran down the sky. "I'm just glad the meme minds didn't exterminate all the robots," Harry said.
Voltaire said, "Perhaps this place is a bit like England, where they kill an occasional admiral to encourage the others."
"I had to do it," Harry said. Joan slowed her wings and hovered near his face.
"You are distressed."
"Did you know the meme minds would use the tick-tocks to kill robots?"
"Not at all,"
Joan said.
Voltaire added, "Though the economy of it provokes a certain admiration."
Subtle minds they are. Treacherous, Harry said. I wonder what else they can do.
I believe they are satisfied, Joan said. I sense a calm in our weather.
I want to speak with them, Harry shouted.
Like kings, they like to be awaited, Voltaire said.
I sense them gathering, Joan said helpfully. Let us help our friend here with his vexations.
Me? Harry said. I don't like killing people, if that's what you mean.
In such times there is no good path, she said. I too had to kill for the right.
Lamarck was a valuable public servant.
Nonsense, Voltaire said. He lived as he died, by the dagger, too slippery to show the sword. He would never rest with you in power, and even had you stepped aside, well, my Mathist, remember that it is dangerous to be right when the government is wrong.
I still feel conflicted.
You must, for you are a righteous man, Joan said. Pray and be absolved.
Or better, peer within, Voltaire explained loftily. Your conflicts reflect subminds in dispute. Such is the human condition.
Joan flapped her wings at Voltaire, who veered away. Harry scowled.
That sounds more like a machine.
Voltaire laughed. If order, you are an enthusiast of order, yes, means predictability, and predictability means predetermination, and that means compulsion, and compulsion means non-freedom, why then the only way we can be free is to be disordered.
Harry frowned. Voltaire realized that, while for him ideas were playthings, and the contest of wits made the blood sing, for this man the abstract mattered.
Harry said, I suppose you're right. People do feel discomfort with rigid order, and with hierarchies, norms, foundations. He blinked. There's an idea. I can't quite see it.
Voltaire said kindly, Even you, surely you do not want to be the tool of your own genes, or of physics, or of economics?
How can we be free if we're machines? Harry asked, as if speaking to himself.
Nobody wants either a random universe or a deterministic one, Voltaire said.
But there are deterministic laws.
And random ones.
Joan put in, Our Lord gave us judgment to choose.
Freedom to choose to do other than one would like. What a sordid boon, Voltaire said.
Joan said, You gentlemen are circling the divine without knowing it. Everything worthwhile to people, freedom, meaning, value, all that disappears within either of your choices.
My love, you must remember that Harry is a Mathist. Voltaire zoomed about both of them on spread wings, obviously enjoying ruffling his feathers in the turbulence. Order, disorder seem implicated in other dualisms, nature human, natural artificial, animals with natures, humans outside nature. They are natural to us.
How come?
Harry squinted, puzzled. How do we frame the other side of an argument? We say, on the other hand, yes?
Harry nodded.
We think our two hands mirror the world.
Very good.
Voltaire flew loops around Joan's chromed falcon. The Creator has two hands as well, Joan persisted. He sitteth on the right hand of the Father Almighty.
Voltaire cawed like a crow. But you're both neglecting your own selves, which you can inspect in this digital vault. Look deeply, and you see endless detail. It ramifies into a self that cannot be decomposed into the mere operation of neat laws. The you emerges as a deep interplay of many selves.
Into the shared mind space of the three, Voltaire sent, Complex, nonlinear feedback systems are unpredictable, even if they are deterministic. The information processing capacity needed to predict a single mind is larger than the complexity of the whole universe itself. Computing the next event takes longer than the event itself. Precisely this feature, written into the texture of the universe, makes it, and us, free.
Harry replied with, Paradox, how does the event itself know how to happen? Only a massive computer could describe the next tiny whirl in a stream. What makes real systems even able to change?
Voltaire shrugged, a difficult gesture for a bird. At last you have encountered an agency you cannot dismiss, Joan said proudly.
Voltaire's head jerked with surprise. Your Creator?
Your equations describe well enough, but what gives these equations— She hesitated at the word. Fire.
You imply a mind which does the universal computation?
No, you do.
Harry said, Fair enough, as a hypothesis. But why should such a mind care a whit for us, mere motes?
He cared enough to make you come out of the matrix of matter, did he not?
Ah, origins, Voltaire said, catching an updraft. He looked relieved to be on surer intellectual ground. Plainly her point had rattled him. Insoluble, of course. I prefer to deal with our moralities.
Joan said primly, Morality is not dependent upon us.
Voltaire shot back. Nonsense! We evolved with morals shaped by the universe. By a creator, if you wish.
Harry asked, You mean by evolution? The Pans...
Joan cried, Indeed! Holiness shapes the world shapes us.
Harry looked doubtful, Joan pleased.
Voltaire said wryly, My Mathist, would you rather believe that moral constraints emerge as a spontaneous order from rational utility-maximizing behavior? Truly?
Harry blinked. Well, no.
I quoted one of your own papers. What you've forgotten, sir, is that our endless models of the world shape how we look at human experience.
Of course, but...
And the models are all that we know.
Harry suddenly smiled. I like that. Don't get married to a model. He allowed himself to morph slightly, growing taller and more muscular. I don't know why, but I feel better.
Your soul has come to terms with your actions, Joan said.
Voltaire said, I would prefer selves to soul, but let us not quibble.
Suddenly Harry felt categories shift in his mind. He had arranged for the revival of these Sims, guided by pure intuition. Now came the payoff. They had inadvertently discovered the step he wanted. The mind is a self-organizing structure, and so is the Empire. I can work back and forth between those models, import your knowledge of subselves, use it to analyze how the Empire learns.
Voltaire blinked. What a marvelous idea,
Harry said. Wait till I show you. The Empire is self-learning, with subunits.
I wonder if the alien fog knows this, Joan asked.
Harry frowned. I do not want to involve them. My equations cannot deal with elements of unknown...
They are already involved, Joan said. They are here all around us.
Harry sighed. I hope we can keep them here in the...
Zoo,
Joan said dryly. Thunderheads roiled over the horizons, closing fast. You killed robots, Harry shouted into the gale. That was not in our bargain.
We did not say we would refrain.
You took more than we agreed. Lives of...
Terms omitted cannot be presumed upon.
The robots are a separate kind, of high intelligence.
Your mere tick-tocks could kill them, though. You, Selden, did not own these machines, and thus have no dispute with us.
Harry ground his teeth and fumed.
More important matters beckon.
Your rewards? Harry asked bitterly. You've come for them?
We shall not stay here, for this place is doomed.
Harry staggered under a hailstorm of biting cold. Trantor?
And much else.
What do you want?
Our desired destiny is to float among the spiral arms, and linger long among the plumes of galactic center.
Harry remembered the structures there, the complex weave of luminosities. You can do that?
We have a spore state. Some of us lived this way before. To such a state we wish to return. Else we shall extinguish all your robots.
That wasn't part of our deal, Harry shouted.
Hard, cold rain hammered him, but he turned his face to confront the towering, angry clouds in their skirts of wrathful lightning. How can you stop us? Though it would deplete our capacities, we could bring Trantor to starvation.
Harry grimaced. He was learning a lot about power, quite quickly. All right, I'll see that research gets done on how to transfer you to physical form. There are those I know who can do it. Mark and Sybil know how to keep quiet, too.
Voltaire asked, Why do you wish to exit stage left with such unseemly haste?
A new brush fire is coming to humans across the spiral. We shall watch this fall as spores from galactic center. There none can hurt us. None can we hurt. A glittering crystal with sharp spikes materialized beneath the purpling sky, and a data dollop. Harry learned of the alien technology which had once made these stable, rugged compartments for digital intelligences.
Trantor was once the ideal place for us,
rich in resources. No more is this so. Danger lurks in the coming instability.
Voltaire said. Joan and I might desire such an exit as well.
Wait, you two, Harry said, talking fast. If you want to go with these things, to live in a seed between the stars, then you have to earn it.
Joan scowled. How?
For now, I can make it safe for you to live widely in the mesh. In return, he gazed anxiously at the Voltaire eagle flapping in brassy splendor, I want you to help me.
If it is a holy cause, surely, Joan called.
It is. Help me lead. I've always felt there's good in everybody. The job of a leader is to bring it out.
Voltaire said, If you think there is good in everybody, you haven't met everybody.
But I'm not a man of the world, so I need you.
To rule? Joan asked.
Exactly. I'm not suited for it.
Voltaire stopped in mid-air, wings stilled. The possibilities. With enough computing space and speed, we can endow proto-Michelangelos with creative time.
I need to deal with a lot of, power problems. You can go off into these spore forms when I'm finished with politics.
Voltaire abruptly congealed into human form, though still elegantly clothed in electric blue. Politics. I always found it enticing. A game of elegant ideas, played by bullies.
I've got plenty of opposition already, Harry said soberly.
Friends come and go, but enemies accumulate, Voltaire said. I would like that. Joan rolled her eyes. Saints preserve us. Precisely, my dear.
17. Harry sat back at his desk. First Minister, but on his terms. It had all worked out. He got to work here still, far from palace intrigues. Plenty of time to do math. He would, of course, speak by 3D and hollow to Minnie. All that bother Voltaire took care of. After all, Voltaire or Joan could masquerade as Harry at the many conferences and meetings necessary for a First Minister. Digitally, they could morph to him with ease.
Joan enjoyed the virtual ceremonials, especially if she got to hold forth on holiness. Voltaire loved imitating an ancient man he had apparently known, Mr. Machiavelli. Your empire, he had said, is a vast ramshackle thing of infinite nuance and multiplying self-delusions. Needs looking after. In between, they could explore the digital realms, labyrinths vast and vibrant. As Voltaire had said, they could be off upon postings various and capers hilarious.
Hugo came in, bursting with energy. The High Council just passed your vote proposals, Harry. Every Dalite in the galaxy's on your side now.
Harry smiled.
Have Voltaire make a 3D appearance as me?
Right, modest and confident. That'll work.
Reminds me of the old joke about the prostitute. The regular costs the regular price, but sincerity is extra.
Hugo laughed unconvincingly and said edgily, that woman's here.
Not.
He had forgotten utterly about the academic potentate. The one threat he had not neutralized. She knew about doors, about robots. Giving him no time to think, she swept into his office. So happy you could see me, Primary Minister.
Wish I could say the same.
And your lovely wife? Is she about?
I doubt she would desire to see you.
The academic potentate spread her billowing robes and sat without invitation. Surely you didn't take that small jest of mine seriously?
My sense of humor doesn't include blackmail.
Wide eyes, a slight touch of outrage in the tone. I was merely trying to gain leverage with your administration.
Sure.
Such were imperial manners that he would not bring up her possible role in Varro's plot on Panucopia. I was certain you would gain the ministership. My little Sally? Well, perhaps it was in poor taste.
Very.
You are a man of few words. Quite admirable. My allies were so impressed with your direct handling of the TikTok crisis, the Lemerck killings.
So that was it. He had shown that he was not an impractical academic. Direct? How about ruthless?
Oh, no, we don't think that at all. You are right to let Sark burn out, as you so eloquently put it, despite the Greys wanting to jump in and bind up wounds. Very wise. Not ruthless, no.
Even though Sark might never recover? These were the questions he had asked himself through sleepless nights. People were dying that the Empire might live for a while longer. She waved this away.
As I was saying, I wanted a special relationship with the First Minister from our class in, well, so long.
Like many he knew now, she employed speech to conceal thought, not to reveal it. He had to sit and endure some of this, he knew. She rattled on, and he thought about how to handle a knotty term and the equations. He had by now mastered the art of seeming to track with eyes, mouth movements, and the occasional murmur. This was exactly what a filter program did for his 3D, and he could do it without thinking about the hypocrisy of the woman before him. He understood her now, in a way. Power was value-free for her. He had to learn to think that way and even act that way, but he could not let it affect his true self, the personal life he would ruthlessly shelter. He finally got rid of her and breathed a sigh of relief. Probably it was good to be seen as ruthless. That fellow Nim, for example, he could have Nim found, even executed, for playing both sides in the art of his associate's matter. But why? Mercy was more efficient. Harry sent a quick note to security, directing that Nim be funneled into a productive spot, but one where his talent for betrayal would find no avenue. Let an underling figure out where and how. He had neglected business, and had one obligatory role left before he could escape. Even here at Streeling he could not avoid every imperial duty. A delegation of Greys filed in. They respectfully presented their arguments regarding candidacy examinations for Empire positions. Test scores had been declining for several centuries, but some argued that this was because the pool of candidates was broadening. They did not mention that the High Council had widened the pool because it appeared to be drying up, that is, fewer wished imperial positions. Others claimed that the tests were biased. Those from large planets said their higher gravity made them slower. Those from lighter gravities had a reverse argument, with diagrams and sheets of facts. Also, the myriad ethnic and religious groups had congealed into an action front, which ferreted out biases against them in the examinations. Harry could not fathom a conspiracy behind the examination questions. How could one simultaneously discriminate against several hundred or even 1,000 ethnic strains? "It seems an immense job to me," he ventured, "discriminating against so many factions."
Vehemently a grey woman, handsome and forceful, told him that the prejudice was for a sort of imperial norm, a common set of vocabularies, assumptions, and class purposes. All these would shoulder others aside. To compensate, the Action Front wanted the usual set of preferences installed, with slight shadings between each ethnicity to compensate for their lower performance on examinations. This was ordinary, and Harry ruled it out without having to think about it very much. This allowed him to mull over the psychohistory equations a while. Then a new note caught his attention. To dispel the common misperception that scores were being undermined by some ethnic world's increased participation, the Action Front petitioned him to renorm the examination itself, set the average score at 1,000, though in fact it had drifted downward over the last 2 centuries to 873. This will permit comparison of candidates between years, without having to look up each year's average, the burly woman pointed out.
"This will give a symmetric distribution?" Harry asked absently.
"Yes, and will stop the invidious comparison of one year with the next."
"Won't such a shift of the mean lose discriminatory power at the upper end of the distribution?" He narrowed his eyes.
"That is regrettable, but yes."
"It's a wonderful idea," Harry said.
She seemed surprised. "Well, we think so."
"We can do the same for the hollowball averages."
"What?"
"I don't set the statistics so that the average hitter strikes 500, rather than the hard-to-remember 446 of the present."
"But I don't think a principle of social justice—"
"And the intelligence scores, those need to be renormed as well. I can see that. Agreed?"
"I'm not sure, First Minister. We only intended—"
No, this is a big idea. I want a thorough look at all possible renorming agendas. You have to think big."
"We aren't prepared."
"Then get prepared. I want a report. Not a skimpy one either. A fat, full report. 2,000 pages at least."
"That would take—"
"Hang the expense and the time. This is too important to relegate to the imperial examinations. Let me have that report."
"It would take years, decades."
"Then there's no time to waste."
The Action Front delegation left in confusion. Harry hoped they would make it a very big report indeed, so that he was no longer First Minister when it arrived. Part of maintaining the Empire involved using its own inertia against itself. Some aspects of this job, he thought, could be actually enjoyable. He reached Voltaire before leaving the office.
"Here's your list of impersonations."
"I must say I am having trouble handling all the affections," Voltaire said. He presented as a swain in elegant velvet. "But the chance to venture out, to be a presence, it is like acting, and I was always one for the stage, as you know."
Harry didn't, but he said, That's democracy for you. Show business with daggers. A mongrel breed of government, even if it is a big stable attractor in the fitness landscape.
Rational thinkers deplore the excesses of democracy. It abuses the individual and elevates the mob. Voltaire's mouth flattened into a disapproving line. The death of Socrates was its finest fruit.
Afraid I don't go back that far, Harry said, signing off. Enjoy the work.
18. He and Dawes watched the great luminous spiral turn beneath them in its eternal night. "I do appreciate such perks," she said dreamily. They stood alone before the spectacle. Worlds and lives and stars, all like crushed diamonds thrown against eternal blackness.
Getting into the palace just to look at the Emperor's display rooms?
He had ordered all the halls cleared. Getting away from snoopers and eavesdroppers.
You haven't heard from...
She shook her head. Daniel pulled nearly all the rest of us off Trantor. He says little to me.
I'm pretty damn sure the alien minds won't strike again. They're afraid of robots. It took me a while to see that lay behind their talk about revenge.
Mingled hate and fear. Very human.
Still, I think they've had the revenge. They say the galaxy was lush with life before we came. There are cycles of barren eras, then luxuriant ones. Don't know why. Apparently that's happened several times before, at intervals of 1/3 of a billion years. Great diebacks of intelligent life, leaving only spores. Now they've come to our mesh and become digital fossils.
Fossils don't kill, she said sardonically.
Not as well as we do, apparently.
Not you. Us.
They do hate you robots. Not that they have any love of humans, after all. We made you long ago. We're to blame.
They are so strange. He nodded.
I believe they'll stay in their digital preserve until Mark and Sybil can get them transported into their ancient spore state. They once lived that way for longer than the galaxy takes to make a rotation.
You're pretty damn sure isn't good enough for Daniel, she said. He wants them exterminated.
It's a standoff. If Daniel goes after them, he'll have to pull the plug on Trantor's mesh. That will wound the Empire. So he's stuck, fuming but impotent.
I hope you have estimated the balance properly, she said. A glimmering gossamer thought flitted across his mind. The Tick-Tock attacks upon the Lemerk faction had discredited them in public opinion. Now they would be suppressed throughout the galaxy, and in time the meme minds would leave Trantor. Harry frowned. Daniel surely wanted both these outcomes. He had undoubtedly suspected that the meme minds had survived, perhaps that they were in action on Trantor. So could Harry's amateur maneuverings, including the Lemerk murders, have been deftly conjured up by Daniel? Could a robot so accurately predict what he, Harry, would do? A chill ran through him. Such ability would be breathtaking, superhuman. With Tick-Tocks now soon to be suppressed, Trantor would have trouble producing its own food. Tasks once done by men would have to be relearned, taking generations to establish such laborers as a socially valued group again. Meanwhile, dozens of other worlds would have to send Trantor food, a lifeline slender and vulnerable. Did Daniel intend that too? To what end? Harry felt uneasy. He sensed social forces at work just beyond his view. Was such adroit thinking the product of millennia of experience and high positronic intelligence? For just a moment Harry had a vision of a mind both strange and measureless, in human terms. Was that what an immortal machine became? Then he pushed the idea away. It was too unsettling to contemplate. Later, perhaps, when psychohistory was done. He noticed Dawes staring at him. What had she said? Oh, yes. Estimating the balance, yes. I'm getting the feel for these things. With Voltaire and Joan doing the scut work, and Hugo now chairman of the Mathist department, I actually have time to think. And suffer fools gladly? The academic potentate? At least I understand her now. He peered at Dawes. Daniel says he will leave Trantor. He's lost a lot of his humaniforms. Does he need you? She looked up at him in the soft glow. Her expression worked with conflict. I can't leave you. His orders? Mine. He gritted his teeth. The robots who died. You knew them? Some. We trained together back when... You don't have to conceal anything from me. I know you must be at least a century old.
Her mouth made an O of surprise, then quickly closed. "How?" "You know more than you should."
"So do you. In bed, anyway." She chuckled.
"I learned it from a Pan I met."
She laughed baughtily, then sobered. "I'm 163.
"With the thighs of a teenager. If you had tried to leave Trantor, I'd have blocked you."
She blinked. "Truly?" He bit his lip, thinking.
"Well, no."
She smiled. "More romantic to say yes."
"I have a habit of honesty, which I'd better drop if I want to stay First Minister."
"So you would let me go? You still feel that you owe that to Daniel?"
"If he thought the danger to you was that great, then I would honor his judgment."
"You still respect us so?"
"Robots work selflessly for the Empire, always. Few humans do."
"You don't wonder what we did to earn the aliens' revenge?"
"Of course."
"Do you know?" She shook her head, gazing out at the vast turning disk. Suns of blue and crimson and yellow swept along their orbits amid dark dust and disorder. "It was something awful. Daniel was there, and he will not speak of it. There is nothing in our history of this. I've looked."
"An empire lasting many millennia has manifold secrets." Harry watched the slow spin of 100 billion flaming stars. "I'm more interested in its future, in saving it."
"You fear that future, don't you?"
"Terrible things are coming. The equations show that."
"We can face them together."
He took her in his arms,
but they both still watched the galaxy's shining marvels.
"I dream of founding something, a way to help the Empire even after we're gone."
"And you fear something, too," she said into his neck.
"How did you know?" "Yes. I fear the chaos that could come from so many forces, divergent vector turmoil, all acting to bring down the order of the Empire. I fear for the very—" his face clouded, "for the very foundations themselves. Foundations—"
"Chaos comes?"
"I know we ourselves, our minds, come out of skating on the inner rim of chaos states. The digital world shows that. You show that."
She said soberly, "I do not think positonic minds understand themselves any better than human ones."
Our minds and our Empire, both spring from an emergent order of inner, basically chaotic states, but
you do not want the Empire to crash from such chaos."
"I want the Empire to survive. Or at least, if it falls, to re-emerge."
Harry suddenly felt the pain of such vast movements. The Empire was like a mind, and minds sometimes went crazy, crashed. A disaster for one solitary mind. How colossally worse for an empire! Seen through the prism of his mathematics, humanity was on a long march pressing forward through surrounding dark. Time battered them with storms, rewarded them with sunshine, and they did not glimpse that these passing seasons came from the shifting cadences of huge eternal equations. Running the equations time forward, then backward, Harry had seen humanity's mortal parade in snips. Somehow that made it oddly touching. Steeped in their own eras, few worlds ever glimpsed the route ahead. There was no shortage of portentous talk, or of oafs who pretended with a wink and a nod to fathom the unseeable. Misled, whole zones stumbled and fell. He sought patterns, but beneath those vast sweeps lay the seemingly infinitesimal living people. Across the realm of stars, under the laws that reigned like gods, lay innumerable lives in the process of being lost, for to live was to lose in the end. Social laws acted, and people were maimed, damaged, robbed, and strangled by forces they could not even glimpse. People were driven to sickness, to desperation, to loneliness and fear and remorse. Shaken by tears and longing, in a world they fundamentally failed to fathom, they none the less carried on. There was nobility in that. They were fragments adrift in time, motes in an empire rich and strong and full of pride, an order failing and battered and hollow with its own emptiness. With leaden certainty, Harry at last saw that he probably would not be able to rescue the great ramshackle empire, a beast of fine nuance and multiplying self-delusions. No savior he. But perhaps he could help. They both stood in silence for a long, aching time. The galaxy turned in its slow majesty. A nearby fountain spewed glorious arcs into the air. The waters seemed momentarily free, but in fact were trapped forever within the steel skies of Trantor. As was he. Harry felt a deep emotion he could not define. It tightened his throat and made him press doors to him. She was machine and woman and something more. Another element he could not fully know, and he cherished her all the more for that. "You care so much," Dawes whispered. "I have to. Perhaps we should try to simply live more, worry less." He kissed her fervently and then laughed. "Quite right, for who knows what the future may bring." Very slowly he winked at her. Afterword. The Foundation series began in World War II, as America arced toward its zenith as a world power. The series played out over decades, as the United States dominated the world's matters in a fashion no other nation ever had. Yet the Foundation is about imperium and decline. Did this betray an anxiety, born even in the moment of approaching glory? I had always wondered if this was so. Part of me itched to explore the issues which lace the series. The idea of writing further novels in the Foundation universe came from Janet Asimov and the Asimov estate's representative, Ralph Vicinanza. Approached by them, I at first declined, being busy with physics and my own novels, but my subconscious, once aroused, refused to let go the notion. After half a year of struggling with ideas, plainly made for the Foundation, persistently demanding expression, I finally called up Ralph Vicinanza and began putting together a plan to construct a fittingly complex curve of action and meaning, to be revealed in several novels. Though we spoke to several authors about this project, the best suited seemed two hard SF writers, broadly influenced by Asimov and of unchallenged technical ability: Greg Bear and David Brin. Bear, Brin, and I have kept in close touch while I wrote this first volume, for we intend to create 3 stand-alone novels which nonetheless carry forward an overarching mystery to its end. Elements of this make their first appearance here, to amplify further through Greg Bear's Foundation and Chaos, finding completion in Brin's third Foundation. These are preliminary titles. I have planted in the narrative prefiguring details and key elements which shall bear later fruit. Genres are constrained conversations. Constraint is essential, defining the rules and assumptions open to an author. If hard SF occupies the center of science fiction, that is probably because hardness gives the firmest boundary. Science itself yields crisp confines. Genres are also like immense discussions, with ideas developed, traded, mutated, their variations spun down through time. Players ring changes on each other, more like a steppin'-out jazz band than a solo concert in a plush auditorium. Contrast serious fiction, more accurately described in my eyes as merely self-consciously solemn. It has canonical classics that supposedly stand outside of time, deserving awe, looming great and intact by themselves. Much of the pleasure of mysteries, of espionage novels, or SF, lies in the interaction of writers with each other, and particularly in SF's invention of fandom, with the readers as well. This isn't a defect. It's the essential nature of popular culture, which the United States has dominated in our age, with the invention of jazz, rock, the musical, and written genres such as the Western, the hard-boiled detective, modern fantasy, and other rich areas. Many kinds of SF, hard, utopian, military, satirical, share assumptions, code words, lines of argument, narrative voices. Fond remembrance of Golden Age, astounding in its letter column, of the new wave, of Horace Gold's Galaxy. These are echoes of distant conversations earnestly carried out. Genre pleasures are many, but this quality of shared values within an ongoing discussion may be the most powerful, enlisting lifelong devotion in its fans. In contrast to the grand canon view of great works standing like monoliths in a deserted landscape, genre reading satisfactions are a striking facet of modern democratic pop culture, a shared movement. There are questions about how writers deal with what some call the anxiety of influence, but which I'd prefer to term more mildly the digestion of tradition. I'm reminded of John Berger's definition of hack work, describing oil painting and ways of seeing as not the result of either clumsiness or provincialism. It is the result of the market making more insistent demands than the art. Fair enough, but this can happen in any context. Working in a known region of concept space does not necessarily imply that the territory has been mined out, nor is fresh ground always fertile. Surely we should notice that a novel Hemingway thought the best in American literature is a sequel, indeed, following on a boy's book, Tom Sawyer. Sharing common ground isn't only a literary tradition. Are we thrown into moral confusion when we hear Rhapsody on a Theme by Paganini? Do we indignantly march from the concert hall when assaulted by variations on a theme by Haydn? Sharecropping by the greats? Shocking. Reinspecting the assumptions and methods of classical works can yield new fruit. Fresh narrative can both strike out into new territory while reflecting on the landscape of the past. Recall that Hamlet drew from several earlier plays about the same plot. Isaac himself revisited the foundation, taking different angles of attack each time. In the beginning, psychohistory equated the movements of people as a whole with the motions of molecules. The second foundation looked at perturbations to such deterministic laws, the mule, and implied that only a superhuman elite could manage instabilities. Later, robots emerged as the elite, better than humans at dispassionate government. Beyond robots came Gaia, and so on. In this three-book series, we shall reinspect the role of robots and what psychohistory might look like as a theory. More riffs upon the basic tune. I had always wondered about crucial aspects of Asimov's empire. Why were there no aliens in the galaxy? What role did computers play, particularly versus robots? What did the theory of psychohistory actually look like? Finally, who was Hari Seldon, as a character, a man? This novel attempts some answers. It is my contribution to a discussion about power and determinism which has now spanned over half a century. Of course we know some incidental answers. The term psychohistory was commonly used in the 30s and appears in the 1934 Webster's Dictionary. Isaac greatly extended its meaning, though. He didn't want to deal with John W. Campbell's notorious dislike of aliens who might be as clever as we, so his foundation had none. But it seemed to me there might be more to the matter. As well, Asimov's uniting of his robot novels and the Foundation series became intricate and puzzling. The British critic Brian Stableford found this comforting in its claustrophobic enclosure. There are no robots in the early Foundation novels, but they are behind-the-scenes manipulators in both Prelude to Foundation and Forward the Foundation. Some form of advanced computing machines must underlie the Empire, surely. Isaac remarked that I just put very advanced computers in the new Foundation novel and hoped that nobody would notice the inconsistency. Nobody did. As James Gunn remarked, more accurately, people noticed but didn't care. Asimov wrote each novel at the level of the then-current scientific understanding. Later works updated the surrounding science. Thus his galaxy is more detailed in later books, including in Foundation's Edge, both advanced computers and a black hole at the galactic center. Similarly, here I have depicted our more detailed knowledge of the galactic center. In place of Isaac's hyperspace ships, I have used wormholes, which have considerably more theoretical justification now than they did when Einstein and Rosen introduced them in the 1930s. Indeed, wormholes are allowed by the general theory of relativity, but must have extreme forms of matter to form and support them. Matt Visser's Lorentzian Wormholes is the standard work on current thinking. Isaac wrote much of his fiction in a style he termed direct and spare, though in the later works he relaxed this constraint a bit. I have not attempted to write in the Asimov style. Those who think it is easy to write clearly about complex subjects should try it. For the Foundation novels he used a particularly bare-boards approach with virtually no background descriptions or novelistic details. Note his own reaction when he decided to return to the series and revisited the trilogy. I read it with mounting uneasiness. I kept waiting for something to happen, and nothing ever did. All 3 volumes, all the nearly 250,000 words, consisted of thoughts and conversation. No action, no physical suspense. But it worked, famously so. I could not manage such an approach, so have taken my own way. I found that the details of Trantor, of psychohistory and the Empire called out to me as I began thinking about this novel. Indeed, they led me on my subconscious quest of the underlying story. So the book is not an imitation Asimov novel, but a Benford novel, using Asimov's basic ideas and backdrop. Necessarily, my approach has harkened back to the older storytelling styles which prevailed in the SF of Isaac's days. I have never responded favorably to the recent razoring of literature by critics, the tribes of structuralists, postmodernists, deconstructionists. To many SF writers, postmodern is simply a signature of exhaustion. Its typical apparatus, self-reference, heavy dollops of obligatory irony, self-conscious use of older genre devices, pastiche and parody, betrays lack of invention, of the crucial coin of SF, imagination. Some deconstructionists have attacked science itself as mere rhetoric, not an ordering of nature, seeking to reduce it to the status of the ultimately arbitrary humanities. Most SF types find this attack on empiricism a worn old song with new lyrics, quite quaintly retro. At the core of SF lies the experience of science. This makes the genre finely hostile to such fashions in criticism, for it values its empirical ground. Deconstructionism's stress on contradictory or self-contained internal differences in texts, rather than their link to reality, often merely leads to literature seen as empty word games. SF novels give us worlds which are not to be taken as metaphors, but as real. We are asked to participate in wrenchingly strange events, not merely watch them for clues to what they're really talking about. If this stands for that, then the other stuff must stand for... Not a way to gather narrative momentum. The Mars and stars and digital deserts of our best novels are finally to be taken as real, as if to say, life isn't like this, it is this. Journeys can go to fresh places, not merely return us to ourselves. Even so, I've indulged myself a bit in the satirical scenes depicting an academia going off the rails, but I feel Isaac would have approved of my targets. Readers thinking I've gone overboard in depicting the view that science does not deal with objective truths, but instead is a battleground of power politics where naive realism meets relativist worldviews, should look into The Golem by Harry Collins and Trevor Pinch. This book attempts to portray scientists as no more the holders of objective knowledge than our lawyers or travel agents. The recent renorming of the scholastic aptitude tests, so that each year the average is forced to the same number, thus masking the decline of ability in students, I satirize in the very last pages of the novel. I hope Isaac would have gotten a chuckle from seeing the issue framed against an entire galaxy. From Verne and Wells to somewhere near 1970, science fiction was mostly about the wonders of movement, of transportation. Note the innumerable novels with the word star in their titles, evoking far destinations, and stories such as Robert Heinlein's The Roads Must Roll. But in the past few decades we have focused more on the wonders of information, of transformations at least partly internal, not external. The Internet, virtual reality, computer simulations, all these loom large in our visions of our futures. This novel attempts to combine these two themes with several conspicuous scenes about travel and a larger background motif on computers. As James Gunn noted, the Foundation series is a saga. Its method lies in a repeated pattern. Out of the solution of each problem grows the next problem to be solved. This became, of course, a considerable constraint on later novels. Asimov seemed to be saying that life was a series of problems to be solved, but life itself could never be solved. As Gunn remarked, considering that the combined and integrated Foundation and Robot Saga now covers 16 books, perhaps a directory of it all is called for, named, perhaps, Encyclopedia Galactica. Galactic empires became a mainstay frame for science fiction. Powell Anderson's Flandry novels and Gordon R. Dickson, in his Dorsai series, particularly studied the socio-political structure of such vast complexes, for a powerful, autocratic imperial system demands great organizational skill, the primary asset of the Romans themselves. Isaac was not always consistent in his numbers. How many dwell on Trantor? Usually he says 40 billion, but in Second Foundation it is 400 billion, unless that's a typo. Spread 40 billion over an Earth-sized world, with all its seas drained, and that's only about 100 per square kilometer. Surely housing them would not demand a half-kilometer deep city. Dates also get difficult to follow across such immensities of time. Trantor is at least 12,000 years old, and note that we assume that the year is Earth's, though Earth's location has been forgotten. By the Galactic Empire calendar, Pebble in the Sky, which has references to hundreds of thousands of years of expansion into space, occurs about 900 GE. In Foundation, atomic energy is 50,000 years old. The robot Daniel is 20,000 years old in Prelude to Foundation, and in Forward the Foundation. How far away in our future do the sun and spaceship emblem rule? Perhaps 40,000 years? No one date reconciles every detail. Not that it truly matters. I know the dangers of writing a long series over decades. I took 25 years to wrestle with the 6 volumes of my Galactic Center series. Undoubtedly there are contradictions I missed in dating and other details, even though I laid it all out in a timeline, published in the last volume. The aliens of that series are not those implicated in this novel, but there are clearly conceptual links.
Science fiction speaks of the future, but to the present. The grand issues of social power and the technology that drives it will never fade. Often problems are best seen in the perspectives of implication, before we meet them on the gritty ground of their arrival. Isaac Asimov was ultimately hopeful about humanity. He saw us again and again coming to a crossroads and prevailing. The Foundation is about that. What matters in sagas is sweep. This, the Foundation series, surely has. I can only hope I have added a bit to that. Works tracing the intricacies of the Foundation include, notably, Alexei and Corey Panshin's historical The World Beyond the Hill, James Gunn's insightful Isaac Asimov, Joseph Petrucci's thorough The Science Fiction of Isaac Asimov, and Alva Rogers' Requiem for Astounding, which gives a sense of what it was like to read the classic works as they appeared. I learned from all these studies. For advice and comments on this project, I am especially grateful to Janet Asimov, Mark Martin, David Brin, Joe Miller, Jennifer Braille, and Elizabeth Brown for close readings of the manuscript. My gratitude goes to Don Dixon for his fantastical future bestiary. Appreciation for general help is due to my wife Joan, Abby, and to Ralph Visananza, Janet Asimov, James Gunn, John Silbersack, Donald Kingsbury, Chris Schelling, John Douglas, Greg Bear, George Zabrowski, Paul Carter, Lou Aranica, Jennifer Hershey, Gary Westfall, and John Clute. Thanks to all. September 1996. End of Foundation Sphere, the Second Foundation Trilogy, Volume 1, by Gregory Benford, Gregory Benford. Read by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, November 2002. Published by Harper Prism, a division of HarperCollins Publishers, 10 East 53rd Street, New York, New York, 10022-5299. www.harperprism.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.